All right, I am going to call the City Council retreat to order. Today's date is January 19th, 2023. Notice is given to the members of the City Council and the general public at this work session. The City Council may vote to go into executive session, which will not be open to the public, for legal advice and discussion with the city's attorneys. Wait a minute. Legal advice twice. Any item on the following agenda. May we have roll call, please?
Mayor Daggett.
Here.
Vice Mayor Aslan. Councilmember Harris. Here. Councilmember House.
Here.
Councilmember Matthews.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Sweet. Here.
Sorry, I didn't do this ahead of time. Councilmember Sweet, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I would be honored. Please stand if you will. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The mission of the City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all. Councilmember McCarthy, would you give us the land acknowledgement?
I would, Mayor. Thank you. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone. We are already down to item number 4, and I will hand it over to our esteemed city manager, Greg Clifton.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the January 19th retreats. Thank you. A couple of opening comments, and I'm going to turn it over to our facilitator, who I will introduce in just a minute. First and foremost, a hearty thank you to the Public Works team and to Councilmember Sweet, to our Chief of Staff. Where are you, Sean Johnson? And anybody, and to our city clerk, of course, Stacy Salzberg, and anybody else who had their hands involved in preparing this venue. We have wonderful snacks in the back, juices. Please use the reusable plates and forks provided to you courtesy of sustainability. Thank you very much. We should be set. We have plenty of coffee to amp up, and we have a full agenda in front of us. We like to do these retreats for the benefit of the newly elected officials. We like to do these about 4 or 5 times a year. Almost always there's one this time of year in January. It really is where we kick off the budget discussion, and that will be tomorrow's agenda. And then we will continue to retreat throughout the spring, again in February, right around the corner. We are already preparing that agenda. Again in April, culminating the budget process with an ordinance that typically comes to staff late June, early July. A lot of work between now and then. We will also retreat again in September, likely, where we will not be talking about budget, but it might be related. Likely the topic this coming September will be community priorities. As by that time, we should be seeing some results from a community survey that will go out this year. And then again, late in the year, the calendar year. So it's year round. The retreats afford us an opportunity to get together and have a rather informal dialogue, even though the agenda is very thoughtfully prepared for you. We started on this agenda months ago. The format is a little bit informal, meaning we encourage your engagement. We do not have to wait for the end of presentations. I don't believe our facilitator will get us through these, but we're a little bit more free-flowing in these retreats. So if questions or comments come up, we can deal with those, and Katie will walk us through how that's going to look. Good morning, Council Member, or Vice Mayor, pardon me. Still not through the first month of your new appointment, so you get a bit of a hall pass. I'm calling you Council Member. But soon, you will officially be Vice Mayor in terms of title and how we address you. Good morning, Vice Mayor.
Still is a council person.
Well, I know.
No problem.
Yeah. Let's see. So we encourage the engagement. Katie will walk us through any rules of engagement here, but we very much enjoy your participation. Good timing on this retreat on the heels of a rather significant storm in the Big Dig that is going on. I don't know that we would have been able to meet in person yesterday. I know for sure that wouldn't have happened 2 days ago. But here we are on Thursday. Thank you to Public Works again for hosting in this wonderful facility. Katie Wittekind, I like pronouncing that Wittekind because it sounds better.
That is how it's.
I know, you told me that once before. Is again joining us. She has facilitated a number of these retreats. She comes with a number of credentials. She's, of course, is part of the Lancaster leadership team. Katie is a certified coach. She's a master facilitator, and she's a strategist. Her top character traits: perspective, love of learning, and creativity. She has a master's of applied positive psychology from the University of Pennsylvania. She's a certified tiny habits coach. She's a certified worksite wellness program manager, 10 years plus of executive leadership experience in both government and nonprofit sectors. And her coaching and training sessions combine the science of positive psychology, design thinking, and habit research. We are honored to have her here today, and she will walk you through the agenda. There's going to be a bit of a team building exercise this afternoon that we're very much looking forward to. Are you ready to take it away, Katie?
Yes.
Let's give Katie a big round of applause.
Thank you. So, just a bit of trivia. My master's degree was actually, I got some funding for that for one of the jobs I held with working with a lot of agencies here in town, the county, the city, the school district. So thank you for the support, because then I get to give back to the community. So that being said, what we're going to be doing today is my main goal is to keep us on time and to make sure that there's a balanced engagement so that everyone has a chance to talk, and sometimes that means that I might have to interrupt someone because of timing or in order to give a balanced perspective. So I'm asking the formal permission now that I politely and professionally have the permission to interrupt at any given time to summarize what you said and let the group know how much more time we have for that area. Do I have your verbal yes, okay,
Yes.
for that interruption? Okay, great. Thank you. That is just part of it. I will be running that team building later on today. But before we get started, I thought we would do, they call it an icebreaker. Really, it's really important to be able to connect with the human being behind the role, behind the political agenda, behind everything that we're going to be discussing. Because on a council, there is going to be some heated conversations sometimes, some disagreements, some negotiations. And in order to have the real resiliency in those relationships, to do that well, it's important that we get to know each other just a little bit. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take just a few minutes, 2 minutes, and we will pair up. And I also encourage the people in the back who are diligently working on other things to consider to participate in this amongst yourselves back here as well. So we will pair up, preferably also including our city manager, Mr. Clifton, to give 2 minutes to talk about yourself. The suggested thing to talk about yourself could be anything that you wish to share. It could be deep and meaningful. It could be surface level if you like. My recommendation is to share why you're here in this room. Why are you here in this room? For those of you in the back, because my boss said so is not a great answer, so find a different answer. Why are you here in this room? Really connecting with that why and sharing it with another person. Now, of course, some of us know a lot of people on this council very well. So just trying to connect with somebody you might not know as well, or maybe a new member of the council would be great. And then we'll get started. So if you could please pair up. Stacy, you get a pass because you're running things.
Oh, no, I'm very
And no, you are not. Go ahead and pair up with somebody you might not know as well. I'm going to be a good timer. I'm going to give you a good 2 minutes. The person who's been on the council the longest will begin. And that 2 minutes begins now.
Go.
I am here.
Stacy, could I pair with you?
Of course.
Oh, actually, you're not funny. I just happened to know.
This is why you were here today. Thank you.
I came here to make sure everybody's close.
That's why you're here.
I'm not a golden talker. Trying to think of just the prestige of being part of a sharing team that's well said. I just really value and cherish being one of 7 people. The reason I say it is because I believe when you start with, I've seen it make the I've seen others in pristine area do very well. So you get on track, and not totally, but close, and it's an opportunity to start. I like it. I know most recently, I get people like that. It's a great metaphor.
Yeah. All right, so I'm here.
All right, that's time. Please thank the person for sharing. Thank you for sharing. And before we switch, raise your hand if talking for a full 2 minutes about yourself was a challenge and you didn't know what to talk about. Okay, raise your hand if it didn't feel like enough time and you had plenty more to share.
I'll go back to
Notice who raised their hands, right? Great. All right, let's go ahead and switch. You have another 2 minutes to talk about yourself, the suggestion, why you're here, the other person. Did you guys both do it?
Oh, we both did.
Yeah.
You did it? You got it? You both? Perfect. Then that's okay. We'll go ahead and move with that. We'll go ahead and go with that if you both had a chance to share. That's great. Okay. That being said, then, that is our icebreaker. Why did I have you do that? I told you why in advance. Why did I have you do that?
Because we need to know the people behind the title.
Right.
Because it's a lot easier to get through difficult conversations and negotiations and challenges when we can also connect with that person on a personal level as well. You don't have to know the name of their dog, their middle name, the name of all their children, and their birthday, but to see them for more than their position. Yeah? Awesome. All right, we're going to do more of that later. And without further ado, we are right on time at 8:45. And I think we have Mr. Solomon ready to start our next item.
And he's wearing a necktie.
It's making me
He
feel
is a little crunchy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't retreat enough, I guess.
Yay, city charter.
Yay, city charter. I need a little energy. With all we went through the icebreaker, and there's plenty of ice to break.
Yeah.
We got lots of it, thanks to the Public Works again. I think all of us thank the Public Works for the great work that they've done, not just housing us here, but I've been thinking Hawaii this morning, very different.
Yes.
I need some Hawaii power. When I'm in a meeting and somebody says aloha, what do you say back?
Aloha.
Come on. We got some energy. Aloha.
Aloha.
All right. Okay. Normally I don't show a lot of energy. I'm feeling it. I'm totally feeling it. We have a wonderful opportunity today. I'm going to tell you ahead of time. It's always great to start with a joke, so I'm going to take one that I got from actually Kevin Finsel, our deputy city attorney. He said, if I were a guy without any kids and I told a dad joke, what would I be?
An imposter.
A faux pas. Classic Kevin. Classic. You'll be able to hear from Kevin later today. He's not in here. I think he's out in the other room. But I'm Sterling, you know me, city attorney. I'm going to turn it over here to Stacy, so she's going to do city charter. But after that, I'll be back up again for a short time. For those of you who aren't aware, I do need to step away for a family matter today after I'm done presenting on open meeting law. But I will be back. I'm going to be on remotely all day long, but I will be back tomorrow in person as well. For more aloha. No, I'm all done. After that, Kevin Vincel's going to take over for a little while, working also with Stacy Fobar, talking to you about boards and commissions, public records, conflicts of interest. And then Christina Rubalcaba is actually going to come up, our senior assistant city attorney, who deals with community development, that's not a good way to put it. Sorry, Dan, if you're here, who gets to work with community development. And Michelle McNulty, our planning director, is going to assist her in some of the procedures and process that you go through when you talk about planning and zoning and the items that will come before you. After that, it's into the afternoon. So I'll turn it to Stacy. Yay!
You're like all ahead of stuff. That's great. All right, good morning. So Sterling definitely set the stage. Thank you for kind of providing an overview of what we're going to be talking about today. I thought this slide was really helpful, especially to those of you that are new on council. You are going to come out of today feeling like you have been drowned by the fire hose that will be coming at you. There is a lot of information we're going to be giving you today. Take it in as much as you can. We don't expect you to retain each and every piece. We're here for you as we go along, and we hope that you hear from us and you know that you can always reach out to us for any questions or clarifications that you need. So I'm going to start things off with an introduction to our city charter today. So the city charter is the basic governing authority of the city, and it allows its citizens to enact their own laws for the community. So as long as they're not in conflict with state law, our charter really functions as our constitution. It allows us to make our own rules, if you will, that we choose to follow as a community. And those work hand in hand with the laws of the state and the federal government. Some cities are what we call general law cities, and these are cities that do not have a charter, so they strictly abide by the statutes as they're laid out by the state. But the charter allows us to have a little more ability to personalize things for our community and set standards that we would like to see. So while we do follow state law, that's very important, but there are areas that we have the ability to have more control over. So our city charter was originally implemented and adopted in 1958. Since then, it has been amended 8 times, the last of which was in 2015. So rather than going through the charter page by page, section by section, I'm just going to highlight some of the areas that pertain a lot to your function as a city council. The charter provides for a council manager form of government. Greg's going to talk a little bit more about that this afternoon and how that works very specifically for our organization. But essentially, the council makes the policy decisions for our community. They also appoint a city manager who then carries out that policy and administers the day-to-day business of the city government. The council does not direct staff. That lies strictly with the city manager. And there is a specific clause within the charter that we refer to as the non-interference clause that really kind of lays that, that division out, if you will. Again, you'll hear more from Greg this afternoon about how the city manager form of government, the council manager form of government works in Flagstaff. So in addition to appointing a city manager, the city council also appoints 2 additional employment positions. So that is the city attorney, so Mr. Solomon, and also our city magistrates. You'll see throughout the charter, there are areas where it refers to police judges. That is actually what is known as a city magistrate. I'll mention that there are some things in our charter that are a little bit out of date. I'll talk a little bit about the amendment process and what we're going through right now, but that's just one of those areas where current nomenclature doesn't necessarily match what's currently in our charter. The council is also responsible for appointing most of the board and commission members. And then beyond that, all other appointments, hiring decisions are left to the city manager and his appointees. Article 2 of the charter is really what lays out your powers and duties as a council. It sets our quorum requirements as a majority of council. I won't steal Sterling's thunder because he's going to talk a little bit more about open meeting law. That'll talk really much in detail about what it requires to have a meeting. And the city charter also very specifically determines that every member of council is entitled to 1 vote. So when they're voting on matters before them, you get 1 vote, and 1 vote only. And then I also like to call out a provision within our charter that is the failure to vote provision. And what this means is that as a council member, if you are faced with a decision at the dais, you're asked to vote, you choose not to enter in a yay or a nay vote, and you haven't declared a conflict of interest, so you've chosen not to vote, that vote does get entered into the record as a vote in favor, or a vote in the affirmative. So whatever that motion was, if you choose not to vote, you're voting in the affirmative, essentially. And I think the intent of that provision is to really put pressure on you as elected officials to be making decisions for the community. That's within your role to do. And then finally, Article 2 also sets the mayor as the ceremonial head of the city. And the mayor then presides over all city council meetings. Our mayor has the ability to share that authority or to give that authority to someone else, typically the vice mayor, if she is not able to operate in that capacity. Like I said, I didn't want to go through every single thing of the charter. You do have a copy of it there in front of you. So if you need some late night reading, I highly encourage it. But some other general areas that are covered in the charter, and a lot of this really applies to staff operations and kind of the general operation of the city itself. But it lays out our requirements for council meetings, how our city divisions and departments are structured. It has a lot of rules related to finance and taxation, how we enter into contracts. It's got rules and processes for our elections, including initiatives, referendums, and recalls. And then we also have some information about our franchises and public utilities, along with things like succession in government and how amendments are made to our city charter. So as I mentioned before, the city charter has got some things that are a little bit out of date. And so we have been looking at conducting another amendment process. So with the city charter, any amendment to that charter requires an approval by the voters at an election. And once approved by the voters, it then also has to be approved by the governor before those amendments are enacted into law. Each change to the charter must be considered independently. So if, it's unfortunate we can't take the charter and say, okay, we're going to get rid of this one, but we want you to adopt this one. It's not like a very single question, yes or no. You have to very specifically go in and ask those questions independently.
And so over the last few years, staff has been involved in an exercise to identify those various changes that we kind of feel need to be made from an administrative level. And so we've got a committee that was just recently formulated that is reviewing all of these possible amendments. We're looking at them. Why were they asked for? Are they relevant today? We're going through a ranking exercise so that we as staff can determine which of these amendments kind of take priority over others. And we hope to have some information brought back to council in the spring with a recommendation on what we as staff feel might be right to bring to an election in November of 2023. Of course, the council has full authority over what questions get presented to the voters, what changes they want to submit for consideration. But we hope as staff that we're able to set the stage and provide you some guidance on where we feel some of the attention should be. So stay tuned on that. Like I said, we hope to be back in the spring, but we are shooting for an election in November of this year. All right, and I stuck a slide in here about city code because the charter, as it guides our operations, our decision-making, it sets out different rules for us. It very much supports our city code. The city charter is kind of high level. The city code is really where the details come into play. The code records all of the details and requirements of city operations and regulations. And the council acts by ordinance to create and amend the city code. So unlike the charter, which has to have voter approval to be changed, the council has control over our city code within the parameters, of course, of state law and our charter. But you have the ability to amend that through the use of ordinances. And it's also important to note that changes that you make to the city code now could very well be changed by another council in the future. That ability lies with every council that comes forward. So at that point, that brings me to the end of my presentation on the charter. I will open it up for any questions or comments that you all may have, and then I'll turn it back over to Sterling. Greg?
Could you give the council just one or two snippets of what charter amendments may be coming in the spring, the ones that you're fairly confident will come their way?
So one of the ones that I'm pretty confident is going to be coming forward has to do a lot with how we enter into contracts and how we solicit for bids, if you will. The system that we have now is a little bit antiquated in that it doesn't allow for all of the different possible ways of receiving proposals for whether it's contracts, leases, agreements. I'm looking at Rick to make sure he's nodding. But that process definitely needs to be broadened a little bit, because right now, with as specific as it is in our charter, it does tie our hands a little bit to the tools that we have available to us. So that's one. Another one that I suspect will be coming forward is some residency requirements. There are a few positions within the city of Flagstaff that are required to live within the city of Flagstaff boundary proper. And that, as you all know, with the housing situation that we have, can be a challenge for some of our employees. So we're looking to bring that forward. There's some cleanup in our election provisions because state law has changed. And so now our charter is out of compliance with state law, so we need to remedy those. So that's kind of a little snapshot of a few things that you might see as we come back with our recommendations. Yes.
And then maybe change the number of signatures required to run for council to 1009.
Well, I can't do 1009. I know that's very important.
John Lennon's birthday.
Yeah,
Yes.
John Lennon's birthday.
But
No,
yes.
all kidding aside, what is it, 1600 now?
1602.
1602, you would know.
Yeah, I know.
That's kind of burdensome.
Absolutely. So that there is a provision within our code, or excuse me, our charter, that we could change that would allow us, or allow you as a council to set an ordinance to change that number to something that's a little more manageable.
So 10 or 9 signatures.
Yes.
Can you tell us who's on the City Charter Review Committee and how were they selected?
Sure. I'm sure I'm going to miss a couple because I don't have my notes right in front of me. It is an internal committee at this time. When we approached council last year with potential charter amendments, many of them were administrative in nature. They were not very technical. They weren't very political. And so our recommendation was to allow us to put together an internal committee to allow us to review those amendments from a more administrative side. Again, things like contracts, things like cleanup of our election language, because just bringing stuff into compliance with state law rather than changing the way we do things. And so the direction from council was to put that committee together. So it is internal at this time. It is made up of myself, my deputy, Stacy Fobar, Sterling, and Anya Wendell from his team. We have Rick Tatter in management services, along with Patrick Brown, who's our purchasing director. There's a plethora. I know Rebecca Sayers sits on that team, Nicole Antonopoulos.
So really internal.
It is,
Okay.
but
You
it's
don't have to name all the rest of them.
yeah, and what I did try to reach across all departments to make sure that there was a broad representation of all areas, so that we were making sure that any of us that have concerns about things in the charter and how they're laid out could have a voice at that table. And then, of course, as we come to council with those revisions and recommendations, we would certainly open that up for public input if there's any to be had at that time.
Stacy, might you also consider some of the recommendations from the previous charter review committee?
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So part of the, I keep a list of potential amendments. We had an external charter review committee back in 2015. They operated from 2014 to 2015. They identified a number of amendments that were not brought to the voters for the election. Those are all included in what is being presented to the internal committee as well. So all of that is still on the table, if you will, for consideration as we go through this. You got it.
What else is likely to be on the ballot this November?
From a city standpoint, I don't believe that we have any intention of bringing anything forward in 2023 other than charter amendments. And we do that very purposefully, charter amendments, because you have to have a single question for every amendment that's made. As you can imagine, that fills your ballot up pretty quickly. And so having a ballot that's really focused very solely on one thing, the charter, I think lends itself well to helping voters to understand what it is that we're asking to do without getting kind of mixed in with all the other stuff that happens typically at general elections.
Okay. Yeah. So then when you bring the changes or whatever to council, and I thought I saw somewhere that you do it, it's a special election
Correct.
that we're gonna have.
Yes.
So that means we pay for it,
Yes.
right? And then, so then the only thing on that election, on that ballot, is just the charter stuff.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it would, go ahead.
Oh, and so do we do anything special or different to let people know that it's a special election and that it's just for that, and how to get that? Because what I'm concerned about is that, people might just say, whatever. But do we do any type of a campaign to let folks know that this is a special election and da-da-da-da-da?
Yes, absolutely. So using a similar format that we did with the bond election this last year, we will put together an outreach plan to do education. It will be an all-mail ballot election, so that also is something that's a little bit different. So there's education on that component. We also put together a publicity pamphlet that gets distributed to every household with a registered voter that lays out all of those proposed amendments, why we're asking for them, and those sorts of things. So there is a pretty hefty educational component as well.
I just wanted to check in with Councilmember House and make sure she didn't have any questions. So Councilmember House, are you able to hear us? Do you have any questions regarding what was just being discussed?
I can hear you great, and nope, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. And with that, back to our city attorney.
And just a reminder, reminder for all the speakers, I do have these little 5-minute and 1-minute in case it gets to that point that you'll need a reminder how much time you have left.
Yeah, you'll never shut me up.
That's true.
Thanks for the challenge.
No. Thank you for being here, by the way. And Stacy, with respect to the all-male ballot, I think women's suffrage may have something to say about that. I just
You are
couldn't
full of
resist.
them today.
I couldn't resist. Yeah, one of those moods today. I appreciated that first slide. Sipping from the fire hydrant, the image. It really is something that you're just not going to catch everything. I had my youngest son just send me a joke, texted me a joke on my phone, and I won't share it with you. He's always sending me jokes, but it reminded me of teaching him to fish. He, out of all my kids, he was the one that it took the longest to teach how to set a hook, and it was a learn as you go process. It was, you got to sit. You got to understand what's happening to your line. You got to jerk at the right time to properly set the hook to catch the fish. And as we go through council meetings, it takes time. And this will be a boring review for some of you that have been on council for a while. But even for you, I would recommend you look for something that you didn't notice before. When it comes to open meeting law, this is pretty dry stuff. But when it comes down to it and we get into the meetings, it's very necessary and very needed to know how to navigate through the open meeting law, because we don't want an open meeting law violation. So, there we go. Full of jokes today. Got them all over the place. Obviously, the public deserves the right to know what you're doing as a public body. You work for the citizens. We all do. We represent the community. You specifically have been elected by the community, and then you've appointed us. They deserve the right to know. And there can't be a cloak of secrecy over everything. In fact, the presumption is everything is open unless there's some sort of statutory allowance. So, what is open meeting law? ARS 38430s, or the 431s is really the better way to put it, is where you're going to find most of your open meeting law statutes. All meetings in the public body have to be open, and that's where you transact your business. That's where you have your deliberations, your discussions. It is the public policy, and that's a big word in the legal world. The public policy means that's what the state of Arizona goes by. I'm going to say, ironically here a little bit, legislative representatives, the legislators, aren't subject to the same open meeting laws. Don't let that alarm you. It's not that uncommon in other states for legislators to require cities and towns to be governed by open meeting law. This includes school boards, by the way, and other public entities such as special taxing districts. If you have a fire district, they have to operate by open meeting law as well. But because it's the public policy that they be conducted openly, notices and agendas have to be provided about the meetings. What are you going to be talking about? And it has to be provided with as much information as is reasonably necessary to inform the public of the matters to be discussed. The reason is, if somebody's interested, they need to be able to be there. So, what constitutes an actual meeting of you, the public body? A meeting is a gathering, just like we have here today, but don't let that fool you. It can be a gathering in other means too. In person or through technological devices of a quorum of a public body at which they discuss, propose, or take legal action, including deliberations. So even if you don't vote, even if you don't actually give direction to city staff on anything, it's still a meeting if you're talking about anything related to city business. So I've included in bold and italics here social media, chat apps, texts, telephone, and email communications. We'll talk more about this, but it is the most challenging thing in today's world. You have invitations that you've probably received already or will receive to, hey, join this group that we're on Facebook and come talk to us about where the city's going with this. Well, if you have 2 other council members or 3 other council members that join that group, you've got a quorum, and it's not open to the public. What's being discussed in whether it's a social media group or a chat app or just a text thread, even with 4 of you on it, that's an open meeting law violation. I'm going to pause there for a second and say it's not just with 4. Even if you have 3, the likelihood of one of those 3 actually mentioning what you're texting about in that thread or emailing about to another council member is highly likely. So don't let it fool you to think that, hey, I can just text 3 council members or email 3 council members because I'm not over that line of 4. I'm not into the majority. Just stay away from it. Have your discussions in public. That is the most transparent way to do it. So I really welcome questions, and I see Councilmember Harris raising her hand. I'm not going to wait until the end for questions. Please jump in with any questions you have.
Okay, so I have a question. So when I served on the school board, I had a birthday party. It's my 55th, so I was like really celebrating. And of course, the school board members were invited, and so they posted my birthday party.
Love it.
I mean,
Love it.
so to make sure that, the public knew, I was hoping that they didn't show up because I probably wouldn't have had enough food for them, but so I just asked that. So you know where I'm going with this question. So what if we find ourselves in the same spaces at the same time? How does that work? How does, because it's not intentional, we might all end up at somebody's birthday party.
Or a ribbon cutting, or a this, or that.
I'm concerned more about the things that might not be, public. So like,
Right.
Austin's son has a big birthday party and we all go, or anything similar to that where we're, in a room together.
It's going to happen. And you just simply refrain from discussing city business.
Okay.
I'm not telling you not to interact and talk with each other, although you should be circumspect about that. You should try to avoid, hey, we're gathering as a group over here, and now we're gathering as a group over there with a couple different council members at a social event or a very informal event like a birthday party. The school board was great for posting that. We do the same thing with anything that we think there could be a potential quorum at. Stacy posts it. It's online. People can see it. Just as I pulled up the agenda for the meeting this morning, I saw the most recent one that you posted. And we just anticipate you're going to run into each other in those places.
So everywhere when I have another birthday party, I can't invite y'all, so don't be personal.
You totally can. We'll just post it for a possible quorum,
But we all come.
Have to find food for everybody.
Well, and at every possible quorum I show up too. So, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to come crash your parties. You're fine with that.
So on social media, Miranda, we're friends on Facebook
Right.
or whatever. And if she posts something that has to do with the city, maybe the snowbird burns or something, if I like it, then I'm engaging in something that could violate the open meeting law. I can't comment or like something that could potentially be a discussion at a city council meeting. Is that correct?
Technically, yes. The language is through technological devices. Social media is a technological means or device.
Clicking yes.
Clicking like or yes.
Yeah, like.
Could, because then somebody could say, hey, in the discussion portion of it, the chat portion of it, Councilmember Matthews, I see that you liked what, Councilmember Sweet has, talked about here, that's city business. Other city council members could get on there and see, oh, that's where they both are. It isn't, there's no case law on it yet. It isn't technically an open meeting law violation. However, it's better just to stay away from it. Reserve everything because not everybody has access to social media. Contrary to popular belief, some people don't get on social media. And it may be an issue that they want to know about. And if that's posted on an agenda, city business is coming up for your deliberation and consideration and action, then it needs to wait until then. So the conservative side of me says, a like is a possible problem. The realistic side of me says, yeah, it's probably not going to be an issue, but please be careful with it. I appreciate that simple like being a question that you've asked because it is a communication and you're not really discussing, but you are communicating. Yes.
As I read the statute, I see the word legal action. So it occurs to me that if I put on social media that I think we should, I don't know, put more money into housing or whatever, and then Miranda says, I like that, well, that's definitely talking about legal action. But if I put on social media that, don't we have a great library? Okay, there's no legal action even anticipated. If she likes that,
Yeah,
that's,
it's not perfect. And social media really, the law will never keep up with technology. I'll be the first to tell you that.
but also tell you that I'm a member of a group on Facebook that's called Northern Arizona Politics. I think they changed the name of it.
Right.
Now, I'm careful not to ever say anything on there that's about possible legal action. Actually, I read it, but I never post on it.
And that's you want to read it, that's fine. But posting, I would discourage that simply because it most likely is about city business.
Well,
Or
like if I
something
put
that
on
could
there,
be-
I think we need to put more money into affordable housing.
Right.
That would be a potential violation. Well, that'd be a violation because there are other council members on that site.
Right. So one thing I want to point out, though, is that the statute also, it doesn't just say legal action. It talks about discuss, propose, deliberate, all of those things. If it's about city business and you're discussing, proposing, or deliberating, you're meeting. It's not just for the legal action. You're meeting if you're discussing, proposing, or deliberating.
I hate to sound like a lawyer, but I'm not sure I agree with you.
I know. I agree that you can disagree.
So if there's something like housing comes up and on LinkedIn or Facebook, whatever the social media outlet is, and I put on there something like, what do you think about, tiny home developments? They're just out there for other people, but no one from council comments on it, but I'm just asking the public, is that a problem?
Absolutely a great way to gather information. What do you want to know from your constituents? Social media is a great way to find that out. And so posing those questions, asking those questions, I encourage it. I think that's great. It's where you all see, okay, now I've commented on this and there's another council member that comments. It's when that happens that we start to discuss or deliberate. And that, I think, is where you get into the problem. So it's a great way
So
to
if we
get
follow,
the word out. You bet.
so if we follow the rule that everybody doesn't have to talk about everything, then we should probably be okay. So if we just kind of keep our mouth shut and read, we'll be fine, right?
I just wasn't going to say it that way. You can say it that way all you want.
So we keep our mouth shut and just read, we're gonna be fine.
Very good. So, any other questions on that? Sorry. So the why, somebody once said, teach me how to do something and yeah, maybe I'll do it, but teach me why to do something and I'll move a mountain to get it done. The legislative intent here is openness, transparency. It's the word that we hear all the time. It's really a catchword that I think gets worn out. What it really means is we want the public to know what we're doing. As a public body, you put us here. We want to make sure you know what we're doing. Like I said, it's Arizona's public policy. The deliberations and proceedings are conducted openly. And again, I know you may disagree on that, Councilmember McCarthy. It's not just the legal action, but it's the discussion, the consideration, and that back and forth.
What's the discussion of potential legal action?
Sure. Discussion of something that could potentially lead to legal action.
On this slide, you might add, and no backroom deals.
And no backroom deals.
Because that's really the intent.
No closed doors deals. It's maximizing the public access. And a presumption under Arizona law is you need to default to open. Unless it's got an exact, executive session statute exception that fits, you need to keep it open. You shouldn't have those discussions privately. So, meetings should be open to the public. All legal action has to take place in public meetings. And proposing and discussion takes place. Only agenda items are discussed. So when it comes to, this slide, I love it. Even those of you who aren't new, sometimes we just we think, hey, maybe if I can just have this discussion with that person or this, just default to let's be open to the public. That's the easiest way. So there are notice requirements. When we put the public on notice, we have to do it within a certain amount of time in a certain way, and tell the public where that meeting's going to be, even if it's Councilmember Harris's birthday party and it's a potential, quorum, then we're going to say when and where that's going to happen, and hopefully all the public doesn't show up. But this one today, we don't see any members of the public yet. This was posted for how long, Stacy?
2 days?
2 days?
Yeah, 48 hours.
So we have to give at least 24 hours notice to have this meeting, and the public could be here if they wanted to, and the door's open out front. Everybody knows where the address is and the time we started. The actual matters that are posted for discussion, you often hear about scope. What's the scope of the item that we're discussing? Are we exceeding the scope of the item? We have to make sure that we don't, because what we put on the agenda is what the public sees. And if we say, well, we're going to talk about streets, and instead we somehow move from streets to housing in the same item, the public didn't know we were going to talk about housing, and it's not fair to them for us to go into that or exceed the scope. So just a general, hey, we're going to talk about old business that we've talked about before, or there's some new business that we want to bring up. That won't do. You have to have a sufficient description to let the public know, to put them on notice what we're going to talk about. And that minimum 24-hour public notice is required. So this also includes your subcommittees, your boards, your commissions. Those, if you appoint them, then they have to comply with open meeting law too. So what's good for you is good for them. If it's a city manager committee, it's different. They don't keep minutes. They don't post notice. They don't have to, at least, but quite often I think we still do.
Sterling.
Yes.
Councilmember House has got her hand up.
Sorry, Councilmember House.
Oh, you're good. I just had a question about that with the inclusion of boards, commissions, and so forth. So if there is, let's say, multiple members want to attend the same city commission meeting, is there a potential that we'd have to post a quorum if you get in there and see that there are 4 members that showed up?
Yes, and that's not uncommon. Sometimes we'll have an issue where, say, the Water Commission is meeting about something that is controversial, and a couple council members say they want to show up, and it's possible that we could get a quorum. We'll post a possible quorum for the council, as well as the Water Commission agenda and the items that are going to be discussed specifically on that agenda. Stacy, you want to weigh in on
Could
that?
I just to add a little bit of clarification too, I want to be clear, because I know there's been some confusion in the past, that if for some reason we do have 4 council members that do show up and they're there just to listen, but a notice had not been posted as a possible quorum, you can still listen and be there. You don't have to leave. One of you doesn't have to leave. You don't have to play, rock, paper, scissors and see who has to leave. Just don't engage in any sort of discussion. Those postings of possible quorum are a courtesy to the public, and they are helpful for us if we ever get questioned as to why the council might have been at a particular place. It's very easy for us to point to. But I don't want you to feel like if you, by chance, 4 of you show up at a commission meeting, but you're just there listening, it's okay. But with those commission meetings, I would really encourage, just don't engage with the commission, don't ask questions, just be there to observe and to listen, but you don't need to feel like somebody's got to leave.
Perfect. Thank you. So, the quorum requirement, what is a quorum? It's a majority of your membership, so that's 4 out of your 7 to get past that 50%. And what if you don't have a quorum? If you only have 3 members show up at a council meeting, we just simply adjourn and go home. Discussions and presentations can be rescheduled, and we just, communicate with staff. I'm just asking, communicate with staff if you're unable to be there. And in today's world now, with being able to tune in remotely, Councilmember McCarthy, you were on from Seattle the other day. You could have been in Singapore or on the moon if there's coverage there. You can tune in remote. That's a wonderful thing. So executive sessions, we've talked about this a little bit. I know we've had just a few of them since the newest council was seated. There are a couple of, not a couple, there are 9 reasons why we can go into executive session under ARS 38-431-03, the most commonly used. Legal advice, and that's just for everyone's reminder, that's for us to provide legal advice to you from my office, and not really to discuss, what you might do because of that legal advice. That needs to happen downstairs. Sometimes that's an awkward conversation, and so we'll provide you talking points if you ask us to help you with that conversation in public without stepping in it, as far as talking about the legal advice or divulging what that legal advice is. Same with litigation. We talk about that. We can receive instruction from you in executive session, not just with respect to litigation, but contract negotiation, property purchases. We don't want to show our hand if we're going to talk about a figure that we want to offer to purchase something, or that we want to request in a counter offer that somebody has made us an offer. If there are obvious reasons for that sort of thing. Employment matters, those that you appoint, city manager, myself, city magistrate, those can all be discussed in executive session. But the actual action of appointing has to be done out in open. Security matters, negotiations with tribal neighbors, those are a couple of other reasons that aren't up here that we don't use quite as much, but every once in a while. So what are some of the prohibited acts and violations? So polling. I've been talking too much. Vice Mayor Aslan, what would you say is an example of polling? Caught you in the middle of the fight, sorry. I'll go to Jim if you want, and then we'll come back.
If I ask Deb,
you're good.
if I run into Deb at the grocery store and say, hey, Deb, how are you going to vote on the minimum wage or whatever?
Right.
That would be polling.
So polling and trying to figure out where their position is. You can do it through social media too. You can do it through text. You can do it through all kinds of technological means. It can't be something that you do prior to the meeting and the decision. All of that deliberation, all of that discussion needs to be done in front of the public. Again, the public policy is we want transparency. So the discussion and deliberation between less than a quorum outside of a council meeting for the purpose of circumventing open meeting law. This is similar to how are you going to vote? It's, hey, I want to persuade you to vote this way. Let's talk about why. And you're talking to two other council members, and then all of a sudden they go talk to two other council members, and we've got an open meeting law violation. Don't fall for the trap, the common misconception again that, well, if I only talk to two, that makes three. It's just a bad trap to fall into, because it's just better to wait, have that discussion in the open meeting. And,
so Sterling, here's another example.
Excellent.
You're talking with a constituent, an activist, or someone who's a citizen but involved in an issue, and you ask them, what are the other council people saying about this?
Yeah. Polling through.
What have you heard from others?
Or circumventing through, whether it's me, your city attorney, your city manager, the clerk, or just a constituent, anybody. You've been talking to so-and-so on council, what did they say? You're gathering, and again, circumventing that policy of we want this discussion to occur in public. So I love that you brought up birthday parties, because one of the other jokes here, and by the way, I have to give credit where credit is due. Kevin Finson did a great job putting a presentation together years ago. He was standing in the back. This is primarily his presentation. He just has a good way of putting things together. But he found this, and I thought it was a very apt joke when it comes to, council meetings where we talk about business. Here's the classic problem. You see a council meeting open up, call to order, you get to the first item, there's a motion, a second, no discussion at all, and approval. And the public's going, that was a very controversial issue. How in the world did you reach that decision so quick? It's hard to explain that. So I encourage discussion, even if it's just a simple routine item, and there's not a big staff presentation. If you have any questions or discussion, let the public know. It's a good thing. Okay. So back to the technological means, we have had, and that's why there's a full slide here on emails. Email is a technology that's been around long enough that we have had some case law on it. And though there's nothing specific in Arizona yet to social media, we're starting to see some of that. We know text messages are just like emails. If it's a thread that you see other council members are on, you should let me know. If it's more than 4 council members, that's a quorum. Same with an email. You might be able to send that to say, here's where I stand, but please don't fall for the trap of hitting that reply all. And it's right next to reply, so it happens sometimes. From that perspective, I'd really like to talk to you, CJ, to see if we could separate the reply and the reply all. I'm kidding. It does happen sometimes. If it's inadvertent, we simply say, hey, we made a little mistake here. It wasn't intentional. Here's the, I encourage self-reporting to the Attorney General's office. This is something we researched just last week. When it comes to open meeting law and self-reporting, there isn't a requirement for it, but it's just like anything else. If you have an issue that comes up, if you go to the arbiter, if you will, that's the AG in this situation, and say, here's the mistake I made, what do I need to do to fix it? They're going to be a little more understanding. Maybe even a little more merciful. And if it's just a slip up like a reply all that wasn't intended, you're going to be just fine. So use of email is just fine. It's just when we get into discussion with that reply all, public doesn't have access to that. So yes.
Kind of going back to one of your cartoon slides. Let's say there's seemingly a controversial issue and it comes before council and just automatically everybody just votes yes or votes no, which looks suspicious maybe to the public. So then someone from the public that feels like they had to have discussed this in the back room or something. That's their assumption. So what happens? Do they file a complaint with you or?
So complaints about open meeting law violations are filed with the Attorney General. Like I said, they're the arbiter in the state of Arizona, the judge, when it comes to whether or not an open meeting law violation occurred, and investigating that is what they would do. They would take that citizen's complaint, and I've been through this in some other jurisdictions that I've represented, and you're cooperative. You open up, you share everything that you have. Yes, here are all the emails. Here are all the meeting notes from when we talked about this before. This was a work session last week and 2 weeks before that, and that person just happened to show up that night when we voted on it. They didn't realize we had all this previous discussion. You just walk through that with the Attorney General, and they make a decision, and sometimes they recommend a fix. A neighboring community to one that I represented, it was about 10 years ago, before I came here, right before I came here, in fact, there was an open meeting law violation, so they had to fix it. And they didn't fix it on their own. They waited for somebody to report it. They knew there was, it got reported, and because of that, the Attorney General's office appointed me as a monitor. That was one of the things I had to do a training for them and then monitor their meetings for a few months to make sure that they were complying with open meeting law. There are other remedies, however. You can be fined if, and we'll get into the ramifications for that, and who pays that. It's you personally, but the investigation of that takes place at the Attorney General's office.
And so the public would file with the Attorney General or this?
They may come to us about it. Again, my policy is it's best to self-report. If we know we have something, we rectify it and self-report as soon as we can. If the public reports it, and there really was nothing like that, a situation where we talked about this at 5 work sessions before this. I can think of one where there was very little discussion. In 2014, and Brad Hill is here, we had the council vote after very little discussion on the water policy because we had 10 work sessions before that. And Brad knows, he went through 10 long work sessions. And sometimes that's going to be the case. But ultimately, yes, that's what they look at is, was there a public vetting of the information prior to, and were there any violations? So yeah, that's the process.
That's why we have everything backed up on that link where.
That's right.
archive, right?
That's Archive Social is for your social media. And that way we can show, hey, here is everything that has been, posted, all the actions of our council members, elected officials. And if there's nothing there, then the AG is going to be very favorable, I believe, in their evaluation of that. So again, sorry.
Just make a quick comment. I've been on council 6 years, and I was on planning and zoning 6 years before that. Same rules.
Yep.
I think the only challenge I've had is when people ask me questions on Facebook and they want me to answer, and then I have to explain to them I can't. And that's the only awkward thing that I've experienced. And what I usually do is just say, open meeting law does not allow me to discuss this because, of the open meeting law.
And that really is the most conservative approach to it. A statement such as, due to open meeting law, I'd rather not,
You have
get
to
into
explain
any
it
potential
because they don't
situations.
understand this.
I get that, but you need to understand that those are constituents that I know you want to communicate with. And the Attorney General's office knows that you
Well,
want
they
to
expect
communicate.
an answer, but then you have to tell them why you can't answer. Because if you don't tell them that, then, it's just like.
It's
you're
most
lost for
awkward
you.
when you're a candidate,
Yeah.
running for reelection, and
Yep.
someone else isn't in office, they're not subject to open meeting law.
And
They
I
can
might,
respond any way they want to about any subject.
Yeah.
And you're encumbered by a little bit more.
So that's an interesting question. So if you were, say, at a forum, which is open to the public, and you're asked a question, what's your policy on blah, blah, I guess you can answer there because
it was open to the public, it
Because
was
it's open
published,
to
there
the
was
public.
notice. Again, I don't want to discourage you from communicating with your constituents. You need to do that. And I see Kevin with his hand up back here because he's going exactly where I was going to go.
Well, the concern that Councilor McCarthy's bringing up, correct, let me get closer.
Yeah.
So the concern Councilor McCarthy's raising is the response to a Facebook post. The concern there is if he responds to it and then the other council members see
Right.
it and it kind of looks like there's discussion, right? But technically at that point, there have been no discussions. So I don't see a big issue there. And so it doesn't mean you can't answer it. Maybe the concern you have is answering on Facebook and then having everybody else start to have that discussion. You can still contact that person directly and talk to them about the issue.
Right.
Right. And I think that's why Sterling was saying it's a pretty conservative approach. And I'm not disagreeing with it to avoid that because you're worried about the next 3 steps down the line when other council members start also commenting on that Facebook post because you want to follow one.
Well, even if I'm the only one that comments, if there's 3 other council members on that page, then that's a violation. Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It could be.
Because I'm telling what my policy is or what I think the policy should be. I would see that as a violation. But I think what you're saying is you can contact the person one-on-one and have a discussion with them.
And that's where Kevin went was exactly where I was going. You need to be able to communicate with your constituents. Find them. Go ahead and reach out to them and have that communication. It's the concern about everybody piling in and having a discussion. Okay, Jim's commented now, so I'm going to go ahead and comment on this and that. That really is where the violation would occur. A response on Facebook technically would not be a violation, but it could get there, and that's why.
By analogy, isn't there a case that came out, it was a while ago, I think, where a council member was writing an editorial or something with a paper, and they said there was no issue with that, right? And of course, the council member's identifying him or herself, hey, I'm a council member, here's my thoughts on this issue.
Yeah.
And that wasn't a violation of
Because it's public.
Right. But that would be very similar to you just responding on Facebook to a constituent. Again, I'm not recommending it because of the concerns that can happen down the line. But I think that's where Sterling's saying technically just the response itself isn't the violation. It's if it leads to that further discussion, because it would be just like you posting something, an editorial in the paper.
Yeah.
Everybody then knows where you stand. Everybody
No,
knows
it's
your
very
thoughts.
different because the paper is public. The Facebook page is
That's-
not public.
That's the one side of it that can everybody get on that Facebook page? Can
So I
everybody
would-
see that post? And that's where the courts haven't weighed in yet. We don't know. So again, the law and technology aren't always on the same page, and someday the law will catch up
So
and
just to
we'll have a
add
better answer.
clarification, if someone asked me a question about it, topic that is coming up on agenda, I could say, I'd love to talk to you more about it, can I reach out to you directly? Because I can talk to a constituent, but if I post an opinion on something that's coming up for a vote, even if the other council members don't respond to it, they now know my position on that.
That's an ultra-conservative position to take.
Okay.
If you want to, that's fine. I don't want to discourage you from answering questions on social media. I want to make sure everybody's clear on that.
And it's okay to read it. You just know
Exactly.
we cannot comment on it.
And one of the things, it's a great opportunity for you to say, please come to the meeting where you're gonna hear what my position on this is.
Right.
Invite people to come to the open public meeting where that's gonna be discussed, or tune in online. You can watch here. We're on, we have the remote meeting. We've always streamed. We even stream on YouTube now as well. So
I just want to give a time check. We have less than an hour, and while this was a really good conversation with really good questions, I want to make sure that everyone has a better understanding now of what the next steps are, and maybe we can move on.
You bet.
Does that sound
I
good?
just want to hit those bottom two on the slide up here. Emails about city business or public record, and I'm not going to steal Kevin's thunder because he's going to talk to you about public records here in a little bit. Everything on your email is a public record. Just so you know, if it's city business, well, hold on. Everything about city business is a public record. There was a case that was very clear that, hey, I'm going on this fishing trip this weekend and you're talking to your uncle about it. That wasn't public record. That wasn't something that had to be produced as a public record. So it doesn't matter, and that's same for text. Texts about city business or public record. Just be aware. Whether that's on your own phone, whether it's on your own computer, if it's about city business, if it's on a napkin at a restaurant, if it's city business, it's public record. So, and like I say, Kevin will talk to you more about that. So if it's determined that members of the council violated open meeting law, who pays the fine? Is it the members that committed the violation, the city, President Biden, or Elon?
Elon.
Probably, if you tweet about it, it'll charge you $8. So if you're found guilty of an open meeting law violation, a court might, and it's not just the AG. If this goes to court about whether or not there's been an open meeting law violation, court can levy a fine of up to $500 against a council member for each violation, and the council member personally pays the fine. And you're also subject to removal from office. So they're pretty stiff penalties that you need to be aware of. So if you and other members of council show up at, I call them the Voila Awards. Voila! Viola Awards. Because you believe you want to support Flagstaff as a vibrant and creative community, are you allowed to speak to one another? Yes. Just keep it circumspect, not about city business. You're absolutely allowed to interact. We went through this with the birthday party. Same with social events. We notice it if we are aware of it. Even if we don't, though, like Stacy said, you don't have to leave just because there are 4 or more of you there. That's okay. We, in that statement of notices of a possible quorum, and Stacy, you can help me on this a little more. It usually says just that. There's no public business that's going to be discussed, and no action can be taken. Just again, avoid interactions if you can, but you don't have to, stay away from each other completely.
Hey, Sterling, could I add one more quick thing? Just going back to the birthday party example, just because it's posted as a possible quorum does not mean that that opens up that event for the public to attend. It's not a public meeting. You're not there for public business. We're just notifying the public that, hey, if you see 4 of us in my backyard, it's because we're at a birthday party. They don't get full access to that. So
You don't post your address.
it does get a little bit tricky because you do have to state where the event is being held. But there's been ways that we've kind of been able to finesse that a little bit because that is sensitive information. But I just want to be clear, just because it's posted as a possible notice does not mean that a private event becomes public.
They have your address anyway, because every time you speak in public and public participation, you're supposed to give your address.
That's right.
They have it anyway.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So just wrapping up, how to avoid pitfalls for open meeting law violations. Just don't poll other members on city business. Limit your discussions with your other council members to the public meetings about city business again. When it says don't email or text or social media message each other, again, just trying to avoid the appearance of impropriety. That's the best way to go here. Distribute all the information that you want. And Councilmember McCarthy has done this often. Bring a sheet of, items that he has written down and provide it to all the other council members at the council meeting on the dais. That's the best way to distribute the information. Make sure that everybody sees that's what's happening. Disband meetings when a quorum isn't in attendance, and again, avoid the misconception of, hey, I can talk to up to 2 others. That's just a common pitfall. So just really quickly, before I completely finish what I'm going to do here today, I wanted to talk about elections law. And Kevin came up with a great scenario here. This was back when we had something similar. There's an upcoming election, includes a proposition that asks the community to limit the use of 50 acres of city property on observatory makes it a passive recreation. A member of the citizens group that put the initiative, that's what it would be, it turns into a proposition on the ballot, asks the council to draft a formal letter to support it. Can the council do this? Why not? I saw the mayor shake her head no.
Well, I think the answer is that we're allowed to inform the public about issues, but not take sides on supporting it or being against it.
So the phrase, you said it very well, in 3 words: educate, don't advocate.
Except individually.
Individually, you can weigh in. That's completely up to you. Make sure, if you need the language, and by the way, I'll pause here just to say, call me. If you ever have a question, just call me. You all have my mobile number. Email me, text me. Those of you who have been on council, even those of you who are relatively new, we've had a couple phone conversations already, just call. If I don't get back to you that day, it was just crazy busy, and I will the next day, but just call if you have a question. I'm happy to help. But the reason I ask that is this was a very common question. It always is during election season. Can I weigh in on this proposition? Yes, as long as my recommendation is you include the statement, the views and opinions expressed here are those of my own and don't represent the city of Flagstaff or the council as a whole. It's the classic disclaimer that you can write a letter, you can do whatever you'd like, just make sure that you don't represent the council. So back to elections law, the real statute that I'm getting to here is in ARS, the 9500s, that cities and towns can't use their resources, and that's email, letters, anything like that, to advocate or influence an election. This is something that comes up a lot when we have our own propositions that you as a council refer to the ballot. Sarah and Greg and Stacy were coming to our office very frequently asking, okay, is this over the line? Are we advocating or are we educating? And we had a very successful, and I know that Councilmember Harris, you referred to it as a campaign. We don't call it a campaign, but we had a very successful educational effort, if you will, on our last ballots. All of them passed with flying colors, landslide numbers. It was great. But we just went out and told the public what they are. We didn't tell them vote yes or no. We just said, here's what it is. We'll educate you on the issues. So that is the end of my presentation, and we'll turn it back to our city clerk. Thank you. I'm sorry, I'll have to duck out. I will be back.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll be online. I'm listening. Always listening.
He's always listening. Well, thank you, Sterling. Open meeting law is definitely a good segue into my presentation on council meetings and council procedures. So a lot of this is going to be review. You've been in office long enough now that you've attended a few meetings, but we're going to kind of just review quickly some of our typical meetings. We hold regular council meetings, so these are our voting meetings. These are where we take official action on the first and third Tuesday of every month. There is an exception to this over the summer. We do call a summer recess, so we'll meet the first week in July, and then we'll reconvene the last week of August. Our work sessions are held on the second and fourth Tuesday of each month, and these are meetings that are focused on discussion, providing information. They typically are in advance of bigger decision points that are coming up at a regular meeting, but it's the time to share that information, and then we can also take direction from council as staff at this time. So we'll typically come to you with a hefty presentation and ask for some guidance on what you want to see as we come forward with those final decisions to be made. And then our executive sessions are held on an as-needed basis. So this is as legal has things that need to be discussed with the council. As Sterling already talked about, those sessions are closed to the public. However, we still have all the agenda requirements associated with that. Those are distributed. Executive sessions tend to start, we try to start them at 1 o'clock on Tuesdays in advance of our council meetings. Sometimes there is a little bit of deviation depending on the topics that are at hand and the time at which we need to get in front of you. And then the City Council also participates in retreats like we are today. These are held on an as-needed basis, but generally it happens about 4 to 5 times per year. They are held outside of City Hall, again, like we are today. And the intent of this is to try to create a more relaxed environment that allows us to dialogue a little more informally and to help build some staff relationships as well. It's great to, when we're in that formal setting in a formal council meeting, it's very prescribed, it's very formal, and so to have an environment like this, it really allows us to staff to interact with you on a different basis. The retreats generally focus on goal setting and orientation like we're doing today and some coaching, and then our bigger retreats tend to focus on our budget process, and you'll have your first official big budget retreat in a couple weeks. And like with work sessions, there's no formal actions that are taken at our retreats. It's more information sharing and direction. All right, so the official record of all of our meetings, so this is our agendas and our minutes, are prepared by my office. They come, we issue agendas the Friday before the Tuesday meeting. But the process itself is about a 2 to 3 week process in putting together staff summaries, gathering information, getting things put together in a way that we can provide you a good quality packet that has all the information that you need. Staff summaries are created for each item that is presented before you. These staff summaries are designed to provide kind of an overview of the request that's being made and then to provide background information. They are often attached to those are things like contract materials, presentations that are going to be given, sometimes photos. And really the intent is to provide you as much information in advance of the meeting to help you formulate to help aid you in your decision making. It also provides you an opportunity to come up with questions that you may need clarification from staff on. So all those staff summaries are put together in a single agenda packet. This is all done digitally, and those packets are posted online, and you are notified each Friday when those packets are available to be viewed and downloaded. Yes?
If a member of the public needed to have it printed, could they contact your office and ask for a copy?
Yes, they could. I will. As you all know, our packets often exceed hundreds of pages, sometimes into the thousands of pages. So we would probably work with that particular requester to see if there's something very specific that they're looking for. It's very easy for us to provide the agenda itself rather than the entire packet. But yes, we can accommodate those types of requests if needed.
Thank you.
So city staff puts together a draft agenda, which is a draft. of the agenda that's presented to you at our regular voting meetings. We do this about a week ahead of time, and we do this because we want to, again, provide you as much of an opportunity to research, gather information, formulate questions well in advance of you actually taking the action at a meeting. So again, we develop and distribute these about a week before your voting meeting occurs. And at every work session, there is an item on the agenda that calls for a review of the draft agenda for the upcoming week. We do this in an open setting because we have staff there at the work sessions that are standing ready if you have very specific questions that they could answer at that time, or they can hear the questions that you have, be prepared to bring back additional information when they do their presentations the following week. Again, the whole point is to try to just give you as much time and information as you need to make your decisions. We encourage you that if you have questions as you're reviewing that draft agenda, reach out to staff if you've got some questions. You can certainly do that directly. You can work through the city manager, but we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Our job is to inform, to provide information, to provide recommendations, but we want you to be successful and feel like you've got what you need to make your decisions. All right, so during our council meetings, we do take public comment and public participation. There is some slight nuances to both of these. They're not the same, so I wanted to just kind of touch a little bit on the difference between the two. The public is permitted to speak up to 3 times during the course of a single council meeting. And then each of their comments is limited to 3 minutes for their comment time. So public participation is what we hold at the very beginning of a meeting and the end of the meeting. And that is an opportunity for the public to come and provide comment on anything that's not on the agenda. They could come in and talk about, whether it's trash service or snow burns, or as long as that topic is not on the agenda that night, they can speak during public participation. During this time, council's not able to have a dialogue with that commenter, and the reason is whatever it is that they're speaking about, because it's not on the agenda, it hasn't been posted so that the rest of the public would know that there was going to be a conversation had. So you can gather that information, then you could say, perhaps, staff, would you slate this for a future agenda, or we'll get some more information, but you cannot dialogue with that presenter. The difference then is during public comment, which we reserve for comments on a particular agenda item. So these are, for example, we bring forward a liquor license and somebody in the public wants to come up and say, hey, I don't think you should approve this liquor license because X, Y, and Z. Their appropriate time to speak on that is during that agenda item. And in those cases, you as a council are able to ask that commenter questions back and forth. So you can dialogue with them if that's what you would like to do. All right. And again, as you know, we are operating in a hybrid setting for all of our meetings. A huge shout out to CJ Perry and Paul Santana in IT. As we headed into COVID and we're faced with a totally different environment, we were able to quickly adjust, and I think we have come up with a pretty darn good system that allows us to be really flexible in our needs for meeting. But all of our meetings are set up in a hybrid format. They are live streamed both to our website and to YouTube. And I think it has really expanded our ability to reach our public and then to also make things more convenient for staff, the city council, and the public as well. So to kind of close out the official record part of council meetings, that covers the minutes and action summaries. Again, these are produced by my office, and they document all the official actions taken at a council meeting, and then they capture a brief summary of the discussions that were had. The minutes and action summaries are posted on our website. And then in addition to that, because we do live stream all of our meetings, those recordings are also available on our website. in addition to a closed captioning transcription that is also available to the public. Those typically tend to hit our website about a day or two after the council meeting. So if they missed the live stream, want to watch the recording, that certainly can happen. All right, so our working calendar, this is an internal document, and I don't expect you to be able to read all this. It's kind of just a snapshot of what they look like. But we keep what we call the working calendar in my office, and this is a schedule of all of our upcoming meetings and the topics that we want to discuss at each of these meetings. It is a living document. It literally will change every hour. So what you see today may be different than what you see tomorrow. But the intent of this is to try to provide some expectations. You know, if you're planning vacations or if you've got conflicts, you know what's coming up on the schedule in the next few weeks. This is distributed to you every Friday with the agenda packets so that you can, and I usually will capture, I usually don't send the whole year, but I will capture a good 2 to 3 months so that you can see what's upcoming. We also post this document on our website so that the public is also aware of what might be coming forward on future agendas. We just preface that with, it is a living document. It changes all the time. It is in draft format always. So until the agenda is actually set, it is noted that this could change, but it is a pretty good representation of what is coming forward for discussion. So talking about our schedule, there is a little bit of direction that I needed, and I thought I would take some time today to finalize a couple of things on our schedule so that 1, staff can plan, 2, you can plan, and 3, the public knows what our meetings are going to look like for the course of the year. So as I mentioned earlier, we do take a summer recess. Our city charter requires us to meet a minimum of 1 time per month. So historically, we will meet the first week of July. We will then recess, and we will meet again the last week of August. This year, July 4th happens to be the Tuesday, which is that first Tuesday meeting of July, and that's a city holiday. I don't think any of us really want to come to a council meeting on July 4th, but you know, we certainly could. So I would like to propose that we hold the July meeting on Monday, July 3rd, conduct all of our business. We would hit the requirement of meeting for the 1 time per the month, and then our summer recess would start essentially July 4th through August. We figured, my reasoning behind that was we all tend to take vacations kind of during those holiday times. And kind of having that meeting in advance of the holiday might make more sense. But we certainly could hold the meeting July 5th, which is that Wednesday. So I'll pause here to see if there's any concerns with holding that meeting on July 3rd, which is a Monday. Okay, seeing general head nods. Okay, I'm not going to ask for a vote because we're in a retreat, just looking for some direction. So then we would start our summer recess, then effective July 4th. We would come back the last week of August, which actually is August 29th. Now, I did learn that the league will be holding their annual conference August 29th through, I think, Thursday of that week. So again, my recommendation is to hold our meeting on Monday, which is August 28th. This would allow you as council, if you wanted to attend that league conference, which many of you often do. We've typically had to cancel a meeting in August to allow for council to attend this retreat or the conference. So kind of just trying to think ahead. If we meet as a council on Monday, you guys are free to head down to the conference on Tuesday, and we still fulfill all of our requirements in the charter. Awesome. Okay.
Thank you for seeing this on the horizon.
Not a problem.
Nice to take care of it now.
Thank you.
I have another comment too.
Of course.
There was a suggestion made in the previous council, if I remember correctly, that we maybe get rid of the long break and do a couple shorter breaks. And I've thought about that. You know, the last couple summers we've had some unfortunate crises arise, and it seems to be a summer season sort of thing. And there's value to thinking about, well, how do we how do we react to that and plan for it in the future? But at the same time, I think a longer summer break is the time to do a longer break. And I think we should maintain a longer break, not for council, but for staff and for leadership. I think the rest of you need a break from us more than we need a break from getting together every Tuesday. And especially, you know, there's a new dynamic. It's not taboo anymore to meet online, to attend virtually from wherever you are in the world, whatever time of day or night it is in the world where you are. And so there's a lot more flexibility inherent in the equation. And I just wanted to articulate out loud that it's really not about council needing a bunch of time off. You know, we give ourselves a hard time and the public gives us a hard time, but really I think our role is something we can roll with the punches in our jobs. But staff and leadership and our teams really do need a bit of a vacation from council at the very least. And so I think it's appropriate to maintain that longer break. And for everybody in the city organization to be able to look forward to a bit of scheduled downtime and to, you know, just it's nice to have, you know, we grew up with summer breaks. It's part of the culture. It's part of the psyche. It's part of the routine and the I can't think of the word I'm looking for. But you know, just the cycle, the circadian rhythm, as it were, of how we work and operate, and everybody needs that psychological reset. So, in spite of the fact that we tend to have big things flare up, pun intended, over the summer months, we're learning how to deal with those things in a more remote manner and with a more dynamic, fluid team in place. And I think that's the appropriate response to that, and not to interrupt a longer recess for the sake of emergencies that may or may not arise.
So more succinctly put, y'all need a break. Y'all need to have a life. Sorry. It's just, staff needs a life.
The city work goes on.
Yeah,
You know,
well,
everybody's.
But they
it's
need
not that everybody's
vacations
not
too. You know,
yeah.
they got kids and baseball and soccer and all that other stuff that happens, you know, so y'all need a break. Y'all need a life. So, thank you. I
Well, and
agree
thanks
totally.
for entertaining the discussion, because it does help us as staff also plan, you know, our schedules, and I think it offers you some opportunity too to schedule any things that you have coming up through that summer. So thank you for the comments, and we always stand ready. As we've seen in prior years, we do have things come up in the summertime that require a special meeting, and we're happy to do that, and we can accommodate. And we're in a much better situation now in a virtual environment that provides us some more flexibility there. So agreed. Thank you. And then my last piece that I wanted to touch base on is we will not be meeting on Tuesday, December 26th.
Really?
For the holiday. But we are scheduled to come back on Tuesday, January 2nd. And so again, staff stands ready to hold a meeting on the 2nd, but with it being as close to the holiday, I thought it was only appropriate just to open that up to council. You don't have to make a decision today, but I wanted to just put it out there that if you think that as, you know, collectively as a group that you don't want to hold a meeting on January 2nd, we can certainly make accommodations to cancel that meeting, but I wanted to put it out there for this consideration as we start to head into that holiday season.
So our meeting would have been January 2nd?
Correct.
So just speaking for one person, it doesn't make any difference to me either way. So whatever staff wants to do is fine with me.
I'll be flying back in the country, so
Oh,
I don't care. You know.
Like, I won't be there anyway.
I won't be there because I'll be probably in the air somewhere on an airplane, maybe.
or a train.
Yeah, okay.
I think it's going to interrupt my circadian rhythm. I just wanted to use that term.
You just looked it up on the internet.
I did.
Yeah.
You got your voice call with the inner Google.
So again, we can certainly take direction tonight if you would like for us to, cancel that meeting. We
I
can
say we
accommodate
come
that
back just following week.
the following week. So take kind of a two-week break at that holiday time and then come back after the first of the year.
So we wouldn't meet on December?
December 26th, and what I think I'm hearing is we would also not meet on January 2nd.
Okay,
So we'll be back on the 9th.
so no meeting in December or on that and come back. Okay, got you.
Awesome. All right, thank you. And I'm getting really close. I know I'm the last person here standing between break, and I think we still got a few minutes.
I'd listen to you all day.
You are kind. If you could share that with my husband and my children, that would be great. All right.
That's a little too much.
So that kind of covered our council meetings, kind of our general rules of operation there. So I'll transition now quickly to our rules of procedure. I did leave a copy of the city council rules of procedure at each of your places there. So you've got that. It is also posted online. But our charter requires that the council set its own rules of order and business. So to fulfill that requirement, we have our city council rules of procedure. These rules govern your operations as a council and meeting protocol. These rules are updated periodically as requested from the council. Sometimes staff will come forward with some recommended updates. And we last updated them in November of 2021. So it's probably time for us to take a look at them again as a council, make sure everybody's comfortable with the rules as they are listed, or if there's any modifications that need to be made. But it really kind of lays some groundwork for you all and how you want to conduct your business. Again, I am not going to go through that document page by page, section by section. It's great reading. I would encourage you to take a look at it. But the rules of procedure really incorporate things like conflict of interest, which you're going to hear a little bit about more today. It sets our very specific meeting dates and times, as well as the locations. It talks about the order of business, so how our agendas are laid out. You'll notice that every agenda that is put out follows the same structure. That's because that structure is laid out in your rules. That also means we could adjust that if necessary. Council meeting start times is also listed in your rules of procedure. Those can be revisited. Anything that's in that rules of procedure can certainly be adjusted as necessary. Your rules of procedure also lay out a future agenda item request protocol. I will review that one slightly here when I'm done because it tends to be one that's asked about a lot. It also sets some rules of order and decorum for council, for staff, and also for citizens that may be participating in our meetings. And it also will provide a little bit of guidance on some very standard motions that are typically made within a meeting. How to make a motion, how to make a motion to amend, a motion to table versus a motion to postpone. So a lot of that is laid out in your rules. And then it also lays out the process for our citizen petitions. Those are received through my office and then presented to the city council based on a protocol that's within those rules. So future agenda item requests, we refer to these as fairs. Our seasoned council members are well aware of this process, but I wanted to just take a minute and kind of talk a little bit about it for our new folks that are joining us now. A future agenda item request is the ability for a council member to bring forward a matter for consideration by the council. It provides a mechanism for you to do that. The city manager holds the authority for our agenda setting. So there's really not a formal process in place for council. So this is the process that's been developed to help provide you a way to request things for discussion. So if you have an item that you would like to have the council discuss in the future, you would request that during our to from section of our agenda. So at the beginning, or excuse me, at the end of each meeting, there's a kind of a to from agenda item that allows you to kind of give some updates, but it also is the opportunity for you to request any future agenda items that you would like. Once that request is received, I will slate it for a regular council meeting where it will be presented to the council as a whole. And the requesting council member will have an opportunity to introduce the item, kind of talk about why they may want to have that discussion. And at that time, they're looking for 2 additional council members to support having a larger discussion. So take, for example, Vice Mayor Aslan brought forward 2 fair items a couple weeks ago. You guys are gonna hear those on February 7th, and he will give a little bit of background as to why he's asking for those. Then he's gonna look for 2 other members of council to support that. So for a total of 3. So if there's 3 in total that support that discussion, council staff will take that back and get it prepared and slated for a larger discussion where council will then be able to dialogue, give direction to staff. But there is a running queue, if you will, of items that are kind of in the waiting where staff is working on developing a presentation. Sometimes items are brought forward that maybe have a little more urgency than others. So going back to Vice Mayor Aslan's fairs that are going to be presented to you in a couple weeks, if he thinks that one of those really needs to be elevated, needs to be moved to the front of the list, you'd like to bring that one back quicker, he would request that at that time, and we would need 4 members of council to support. Yep, we want this one to go quicker, bring it back first before all of the others wanted to go ahead of the queue. I hope that makes sense.
Can I add to what you're saying?
Yes.
We had a very detailed discussion of this a couple of years back, maybe 3 years ago, because our queue was getting rather backlogged, like several months. And out of that discussion with council at a retreat came a couple of, not directives, but a couple of tools that we utilize internally to help this process. One is if we hear, if there's a fair item introduced, again, we'll use yours as an example, Vice Mayor, and we at the staff level know that there's material on this, like a previous council report. We certainly will take the effort to inform you of that, and it might, in some instances, actually resolve the need for a future agenda item. That does happen on occasion. Alternatively, if we know that the topic at hand is coming to the council on its own, and this happens with some frequency, we can kind of dispense with the fair process and say, it's coming your way. So we have a couple of liberties that we take to try to keep this process efficient. But if it's a matter that has been addressed or a matter that we know will be addressed, it's a good tool for us to, keep the fair items from growing and growing. So just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Yes, we've done quite a bit of work to try to streamline that process. But I also, yes, go ahead.
I think I'll take a second to give a little history, since I've been on council longer than anybody else, of how this all evolved. In the days of when Jerry Neighbors was our mayor, the rule was you had to get 4 thumbs up to move anything forward. So the 3 council members felt that they were being stonewalled. Then when I first got on council 6 years ago, we changed the rule. We made it much easier. You only needed 2. But then we had the problem of we were just getting this amazing backlog. So then the next council changed the rule to 3. So, I mean, of all the rules and procedures, this is the one that's gotten the most attention. So it's my opinion that 3 is reasonable. 2, the list just grew too much. 4 was just too burdensome to even have a discussion on something. So that's the history on how we ended up with 3. And I will say to Greg that, this process seems to be working. A lot of times you can resolve it like, well, can I just send you out a memo and that resolves the issue? And then I think we do have a procedure to take the fair off the list with council permission. How many votes does that take? 3?
I think depends on where it's at in the process, but I think it's 3.
Okay. So anyway, this has been working pretty well the last few years.
I would agree.
So just to clarify, if I had a fair item, I present it at that to and from section of the meeting, I need 2 other members to say, yes, we'll consider it. Then it gets on the calendar and then needs 3, and then it goes forward to, so there's like 3 steps?
It's really, it's 3 steps. So if you have an item, you'd bring it up during to from, and all you would say is, I have a fair request to discuss painting City Hall. That's all the discussion that happens at that to from. There's no other, you don't have to get 2 or 3 or any of that. That it's just, hey, I want to talk about this. That's enough direction to me that I'm going to bring it back for a formal discussion where you can then say, this is why I want to have City Hall painted. I think we should discuss this. I'm looking for 2 others of you that want to support me in having that discussion. So that's step 2. And then step 3 is where staff would come back. So we've heard that 3 of you say, yep, we want to have this discussion. So staff will then take some time, prepare materials, prepare a presentation. We'll come back to you, say this is what our proposal is. This is how much it's going to cost to paint City Hall. These are the 4 colors we are presenting. And then we look to council to say, here's your direction. Yes, good. No, don't. So it's a 3-step process. And I hope that clarifies a little bit better kind of what you would go through to do that.
Stacy? Yes. And I just ask us all to also be conscious of staff's workload and already stated council priorities, so that we're not just constantly coming up with new stuff that we want staff to be researching and us to be talking about.
Thank you, Mayor. And it actually leads into kind of my final statement with our future agenda item requests. We as staff are happy to, carry forward the will and direction of council. But I just like to caveat that the fair items are outside of our normal day-to-day course of business. So it can take some time for us as staff to put together those presentation materials and get it back in front of you for some direction. You can see all of our future agenda item requests that are currently pending. They're all posted on our working calendar that's distributed every Friday. So if you ever kind of want to know where it's at in the process, but it does take us some time to put these materials together and bring them back to you kind of within our normal course of business. So.
And to note, we don't clean the slate after a new council is elected. So you'll be hearing fair items from the previous council. They're still in the queue.
All right. So with that, I am 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
You are.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time.
You're actually 8 minutes ahead because our clock is wrong.
Yeah, so we do have a 15-minute break, and she is a few minutes ahead of schedule. And I think since we all need a little bit of a break, is it okay if we just come right back at 10:30 then and give them a little extra break?
That'd be great.
Is that all right with everyone?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So let's be in our seats ready to go at 10:30. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Getting back at the right time, which was 10:45 rather than 10:30, as I said. So thank you for inferring the correct time at 10:45. All right, we have our next presentation with Stacy Fowler. So I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. It's me, Stacy Fobar, your Deputy City Clerk.
Hi, Stacy.
Hi.
Hey,
We're here today to talk about boards and commissions.
I did this earlier.
If you can't fix it, we're still on break.
Yes.
Try again.
All right, there we go. Boards and commissions. So, as you all probably know, the City of Flagstaff currently has 26 boards and commissions. What you may not know is that there are 6 different types of boards that we have. Our most common type of board is an advisory board. That'd be like Commission on Diversity Awareness, Commission on Inclusion and Adaptive Living. Most of our boards are advisory in nature. They'll take a problem, come to you all with a solution, and you guys get to decide on it. We have ad hoc committees and commissions that are for just short periods of time to only work on specific issues. Decision-making boards and commissions, quasi-judicial boards and commissions, We have subcommittees like bicycle advisory, pedestrian advisory committees, and informal working groups. Informal working groups can include people from the outside who have not been appointed by city council, so just regular citizens, and they are not subject to the same open meeting laws as the rest of the commissions. I have here just all the different commissions that you guys have. You can review that later.
Print.
Fine print. All right, so we have the board and commission's roles. So they're going to make recommendations to y'all, to council, and then you guys can accept the recommendation. You can change the provisions of the recommendation. You can send that idea back to the commissions for further information or for reconsideration, and you can not accept the recommendation from your commission. Again, most of our commissions are advisory in nature, and they have to stay to these authorizing document that city council put together for them, the ordinance, to keep within their mission. If the matter does not fall under that umbrella for the commission, it's not something that the commission should be discussing. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about what the city clerk's role is. There is a staff liaison assigned to every commission and committee. Our role, Stacy's and mine, are to train staff liaisons. We manage the applications for the board and commissions, and we bring the appointments to council. We prepare and send welcome packets, reappointment letters, resignation, and retirement letters. We collect and retain the oath of office and affirmations of training from all members. Coordinate with Park Flag for parking permits for those who will be meeting at City Hall. We create and distribute member rosters, and we maintain the agendas and minutes for public records, which are permanent retention. As I said, there's staff liaison for every board and commission. They are there to provide support. They prepare and post the agendas and minutes. They ensure compliance with open meeting laws that the city clerks train them on how to do. They facilitate interaction with other commissions and with council. They coordinate requests for legal assistance. They prepare commission recommendations, make presentations to council on behalf of the commission. One thing to always keep in mind is that commissions do not have authority over staff's work programs. They cannot direct the work of staff without prior approval of Greg. Now, if you hear of a commission member overstepping that, we would really appreciate it if you're the liaison for said commission, maybe have a talk with that commissioner and just
shut that down.
Right. The staff liaison will originally have a discussion with them. They'll bring it to the clerk's office if there's more discussion needed. And if that doesn't work, then we turn to the commission, to the council.
Can I ask
Yes.
a question about that? I know that the Transportation Commission actually makes decisions on what's happening in neighborhoods, like for traffic, they get slowing down traffic or whatever. Are they really making the decision? Or are they just recommending to staff to do something and then staff makes the decision?
Correct. That is exactly what they're doing. So
Okay.
council, staff is bringing the problem to their citizen board who knows what the people want. It's like a board of directors almost, so they can give recommendations back to the staff member of what they think the wise direction is.
So for instance, on University Avenue, they're putting in roundabouts.
Right.
So formally, the decision is being made by city staff, even though there was a recommendation by the Transportation Commission. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, but it's a question that we're getting outside perspective on as staff.
Okay, thank you.
So we want to talk a little bit about vacancies. Commission appointments have usually 7 seats on them. We have staggered those terms, so 2 to 3 seats each year should be vacant, or their term shall expire, and that is all. Sometimes, of course, we have resignations, which makes partial terms. We'll discuss that in a little bit. Commissioners can generally only serve on 1 commission at a time. The terms are generally 3 years, like I just said, and a commissioner may serve 2 full terms and 1 partial term, not to exceed 8 years of service. A commissioner can then step off of a board for 1 full calendar year, and then they can reapply and be eligible to reserve. Again, vacancies can occur due to resignations which result in the partial terms being available. That becomes an issue sometimes where we have commissioners who have been on a commission and they've served 2 partial terms, and they want to serve a third term, or it gets a little wonky sometimes that way. Is that a good word, wonky?
It's a great word.
Okay.
I know of instances where commissioners have served on multiple commissions
It's generally,
simultaneously.
yes. So a lot of times, for example, Planning and Zoning Commission, they have to have representatives from their commission on other commissions. So generally speaking, commissioners can only serve on 1 commission at a time. There are exceptions. There's exceptions to every rule.
Okay, the exceptions I'm thinking of involve P&Z. So,
Yes,
you know,
that's the most obvious answer right there, P&Z. All right. So please note that current commissioners that have reapplied, they may be appointed to a full or a partial term. We ask as staff to ensure continuity, please consider appointing current commissioners to a full term. That way, we have 1 full term, 2 full terms, and then potentially a partial term at the start. That helps a lot with continuity for the commission. Here's the appointment process. Now, I think everyone is already familiar with this because we subjected Ms. Deb here to the fire. But generally, City Council appoints members to boards and commissions. Again, generally. A rotating random list of council members was developed in 2012 by this fine lady right here, our city clerk, C. Salzberg, to assign members to appointments to ensure fairness. So you will randomly be selected to make an appointment for each commission whenever you come up. Yes, Mayor.
And commissioners must live in the city limits.
Correct. Yes, at this point, commissioners must live within city limits to qualify to serve on a commission, except for the Indigenous Commission, which has 3 members who are ex officio who are not allowed to live, are part of the IPAC, and they do not have to live within city limits.
Library board is
Library
another
board,
one.
the county side,
And I will,
a couple other extensions, I think, as well.
and I will also add that that is one of the things that we are looking at as part of our charter amendments, is to perhaps expand that commission opportunity to folks that don't live within our city limits, but live within that FMPO
Because we
boundary.
get asked a lot.
Yes. Yes.
so FMPO boundary would be the new defining jurisdiction.
I think with some additional limitations. So for example, let's take the Tourism Commission. We may have 4 seats that are for, City of Flagstaff proper residents, and perhaps 3 seats that might be open to those that aren't in that proper boundary. But
And the one from Casa Grande.
correct, yes, yeah, there would be some limitations on it, but I think the primary membership would be residents of Flagstaff, but open up some other seats for those outside.
Sorry, can you define FMPO?
Flagstaff Metropolitan
Planning organization, and so I think it encompasses areas, Katrina Village, Doty Park, make out to parks maybe. So it's a little bit wider of a boundary.
Either that, or we might look at FUSD boundary.
Yeah, there's
Various
some options.
boundaries with options on that. Yes, Ms.
Is the rotating list of council members published somewhere, or?
It is not, it is maintained by the city clerk's office. If you ever have a question about when you'll come up, you can contact us and we'll let you know easily. So again, the rotating list. In the past, councils have requested that commissions be moved forward for appointment when staff received a minimum of 1 application more than available seats, with some exemptions. The question we wanted to ask you all today is, would you like to change that?
We don't always have a plethora of
We do not.
applications.
Yes. Quite honestly, a lot of times I have issues getting enough applications to meet the number of seats. So oftentimes we'll have commissioners serving on an expired term. Commissioners can serve on an expired term until appointments have been made. So as long as they're willing to serve, we don't have to worry about having the quorum not met because somebody's on an expired seat. However, when people term off, a lot of times they like to leave. So, as you all know.
So it seems like you just mentioned it, there's some commission seats out there that kind of drag on, it's hard to fill some of them. And so, in my opinion, it would come down to if that one applicant was duly qualified, then, why wait? But if it's not, that gives us an opportunity to, like we did a few weeks ago, to say, can we just leave it a little bit longer, correct?
Yes. And the only real exception to this rule for staff is if we are having problems meeting quorum. If I have a commission where we have 3 vacancies, no one is in those seats, no one attends those meetings, and I get even one applicant, I would potentially move that forward to council for appointments just to help with quorum issues.
Right.
Well, I think it's okay to have that conversation. The way it's worded, I think is sufficient for now. When I asked for more applications for P&Z, it's because P&Z is a special case. It's kind of its own beast. I do think it's important that we don't just have de facto admission onto a commission. So just because there's a vacancy and we only get one application doesn't automatically presuppose that applicant to service on a commission. We deserve the opportunity to weigh in on that and make a determination of whether or not it's appropriate or not. I could see that scenario being gamed or abused in certain cases. So having at least a minimum of one more application than available seats is important to me. Given the fact that sometimes these applications aren't flowing in at a heavy rate, going more than that might be burdensome. But it also begs the question, how much outreach is being done? I'm sure there are folks out there who knew if they could apply, and they would. So largely the failure of applications, we could debate this and go into it, but I would argue just on the surface that that's our failure as a city for not getting the word out enough and for not promoting the opportunities enough. And of course, that's just a general statement. I don't want to get in.
That's right. I can tell you what we're doing currently for recruitment, if you'd like me to. Currently, of course, we have our vacancies page on the website. We also say that we're recruiting year-round for all commissions. We also have Facebook posts and social media posts that go up periodically just to remind people about general boards and commissions applications. And then when we're looking for specific applications for seats, we do social media posts as well that Sam boosts a lot of the time
And
for us.
how many commissions do you guys have again that you're doing?
We have 26 total. There are a lot of commissions where we have no issues getting applications. Commission on Diversity Awareness is one of them. Beautification and Public Arts, we get a lot of applications for that. Sustainability, usually open spaces. Those are the popular ones. The ones where I do social media searches, promotions, and I search for candidates or things like Board of Adjustments, PSPRS, audit committees, the Industrial Development Authority, things like that.
And those all sound required.
And they are, and they're very boring as well. So I do not get a lot of applications. We additionally ask staff liaisons to go out and spread it out to their network as well. So there's a lot of word of mouth. We also would love for council to spread the word as well. Post it on your social media. Reach out to people who would be qualified for it. Of course, here in the city clerk's office, we're not marketing experts. We're all kind of introverted people who like our papers and our computers and love public speaking. But, of course, we do want to rely on you all to help us out as well. Yes, Councilman Smith.
And if we do expand the Flagstaff footprint to go beyond Flagstaff proper, that might help, because I know a lot of business owners live outside Flagstaff proper, and so that would probably help in the vacancy issues as well.
I've actually gotten a lot of inquiries about that for such tourism commission and the beautification and public arts.
I just had someone ask me yesterday, it's like, do we have to live inside?
Yes.
Yes, that'd be great.
Councilmember?
I just want to make sure that when we're allowing people who live outside of the proper not to be the majority on the board or the commission, because frankly, if you want to have a lot to say about what goes on in the city, then you ought to live in the city.
Yes.
Not outside of the city.
I think if that charter amendment is something that we pursue, and if it passes, then that is something we would need to look at in the authority for each commission.
Well, a comment and a question. I saw in another jurisdiction, the council open up the boundaries in a limited fashion to allow for more candidates. And for the same reason, there was a struggle filling vacancies. But the council there, like you will be talking about eventually, felt it was a good idea to have a little bit more representation in the city, even from adjoining neighborhoods and so forth. And it worked out pretty well with the limitation you just mentioned, that there could never be a majority. And I think across the board, it was one or two appointments made beyond the city's boundaries. So it wasn't a big expansion. I would like to bring back as a question, and you touched on it, Vice Mayor, thank you. Would council, because of P&Z and its elevated role as a commission, would council want to see that minimum of one application more than the available seat increased? It helps us at the staff level if we have that knowledge up front. We would like to avoid the awkwardness of coming back and saying, yeah, we had enough candidates, but council wants to expand it. That might send the wrong message to potential candidates and be a little bit embarrassing. So it would be good to know on the front end.
Well, I think in practice, I saw your hand up earlier too.
Yeah. Can I go?
Yeah.
Okay. My only thought with that too is I'm thinking of the Housing Commission where some of the seats are very specific of who can apply. So having one more application than the minimum required for the full commission doesn't actually work. If the seat that's available is for, let's say, property management, and every application is for something else, I think we actually ran into that with the appointments this time, where the person that got the property management seat was not actually, they were technically in property management, but not specifically to housing. So it was, it gets tricky. So I would just ask that we take that into consideration too when we're considering like how many, if we want to get into that specific, that if it's a specific type of seat that needs to be filled, we have one more applicant than is required for that specific seat, or are we talking about the commission as a whole?
And for the Housing Commission, I would hesitantly suggest not having one more than the current seat availability. So, for example, we went a very long time without having an application from a builder who lived within city limits for the Housing Commission. However, another suggestion I have is that we don't have to have the same metric for all commissions. We could have a list of commissions where we say the quasi-judicial or these particular commissions need to have at least two more than seats available for applications before they're brought to council. So we can always call out just a few commissions as well if we would like to.
And we've generally tried to use our best discretion when bringing them forward. Again, we've stuck by that rule pretty hard of having one more than available seats, but when we are presented with a commission that's having some struggles meeting quorum, that's typically when you will see us, or we have very specific seats. That's usually when you'll see Stacy come forward with a request for appointments, even if we don't have a sufficient number of applications at the time.
Nobody has called me mulish to my face about this, but I'm pretty sure they've thought it.
So just a time check, we have about 40 minutes left and 2 more presentations. So I just want to find out if we have some additional comments or questions.
Is that suggestion of pulling out a few commissions something that council would be interested in?
I think there are some that rise to that necessity, but not all. And just to specifically answer your question, Greg, yeah, I think in practice, what we found, even just at the beginning of this term, is that I wanted to see more than 2 applications. I mean, it was 3 applications for 2 spots. By the time it got to me, I had a 50-50 choice. That didn't seem sufficient for that particular commission, and I think the rest of council agreed that it was appropriate and prudent to wait a little while longer. So, just in practice, I think we've already sort of given direction on that.
Based on what I've been hearing here, one size does not fit all. So I think we need to have, like if it's a very specific seat for the Housing Commission, one applicant might be good enough. For something as important as P&Z, you might want to have extras. So I guess at some point in the future, you might want to formalize this, or should we just keep it informal?
I mean, I think we've heard, I think what the desire is, we can continue with, our general rule of thumb is 1 more, but we understand things like planning and zoning, perhaps water commission, some of those more quasi-judicial or really decision-focused commissions, we can bring, make sure we have a more robust applicant pool to bring to you. But I think we hear where you all are coming from. I don't know that we need to be super prescriptive, and we'll continue to use our best judgment with those.
And then the last comment I'll make is, if like it's P&Z and we can only have 3 for 3 or whatever, maybe you can let council know, and so that we can go out to our networks and try to recruit some people and do a little bit more on social media or whatever, advertise it somehow and let people know.
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. We can certainly work that into.
Okay, thank you.
And this is probably the place to bring this up, so I will. And I don't know what you're going to do with this, but I do want to raise it. There can be a wide variety in the quality of applications we get, not applicants, but applications. I get pretty frustrated when I see an application that is filled in the blanks, but doesn't have any, it doesn't go above and beyond in any other way in answering the 2 basic questions that are provided on the application. I know if I were applying for a commission, I would provide a CV, I would write extensive answers, bordering on essays for why I want to be involved and what my experience and expertise is that I bring to the table. It's awkward for me when the application that rises to the surface is the one, even if there's 12, there's only one where the person actually went to bat and did the work in selling themselves to me or convincing me, making themselves available for a phone call. So the quality of the applicant application is definitely another factor in here that's a little bit intangible and not necessarily, it's not one fit all. But part of that might be just, when receiving applications during your review process to make sure, the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, just saying, hey, you might want to spend some more time answering these 2 questions at the bottom. We know from experience that our council members like to see that you're putting in the effort to get this commission appointment. Things like that. And then also just, I think another big selling point is the fact that commissions often can be a launching pad for city council run. We have folks on council right now who started their careers going through various commissions. And so just promoting the commission appointments first, it's just getting a little bit more creative about that. And then to the extent that you're able, encouraging people to turn in a professional application and not just, phone it in, so to speak.
Right. So I'm just going to check on the discussion about this item. I want to make sure that we don't get too much into the weeds, but we also make this effective. And if it is in fact something we need to keep discussing, I want to provide time for that. And we have 2 more presentations to this time slot. So that being said,
Well, I'm just going to do a 30-second. I want us to make sure that we are allowing all of our citizens, no matter what their educational background is, to have an opportunity to serve on some of those commissions. And so I think if we put too many parameters that you got to have a resume, you got to upload this, I think that we're going to eliminate people. So if we want more information, ask more questions other than the 2. So.
I see that Shannon has a question or a comment in the back.
Actually, maybe just something that might be also helpful for the new council members is to maybe have just a quick conversation about what you have found is helpful in making your recommendations about who you want to appoint to a board or commission. I know serving as a staff liaison previously, I've had council members reach out to me and ask about certain members that have been on a commission. I don't know what other processes you all have used in the past, but that might be a good opportunity to share that with some of our newer members so they know what's a helpful process so that when you get to the dais, you know who you're going to appoint and some of those key reasons as to why.
So I'll be brief. I take those 2 questions and the way they are answered very seriously. And I will say sometimes that's all I read and make a decision based on that. Other times I will reach out to the staff liaison to see if they have comments. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And on important commissions like P&Z, I oftentimes call them on the phone and in effect interview them. So my only suggestion of what we should change, I think we could add a 1-sentence statement to the application that says something to the effect that your answers here are very important. So, I don't know how to word it, but please give us enough information that we can make a decision based on your answers here.
I wouldn't mind hearing from the applicants either. That doesn't happen very much, and I'm sure it's because they don't realize they're able to reach out to us. But again, if I wanted to be on a commission, I would be reaching out to city council members and saying, I want this role, and here's why, and here's why you should pick me. I never get fielded. I never get approached.
I have been approached like 1 or 2 times.
And so maybe not making that mandatory, but providing the suggestion, hey, you're allowed to reach out directly to city council people, and you should, and here's who's going to be considering the nomination this time around.
Like a one-liner just to say.
Yeah, I would suggest that I take a look at.
Free to email them.
Hey, I'm sorry, Councilmember, Vice Mayor. I would suggest that I take a look at the application, see what improvements can be made. We will be redoing the application when we move our term tracker software to OnBase to hopefully cut down on a couple other issues. So we will be revamping the application soon anyway.
And can I just wrap up by saying I really appreciate all the work you guys do and put into this. It's a lot to do on a monthly basis, on a rolling basis throughout the year. I just want to acknowledge the amount of effort that goes into it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to try and pick up the pace just a little bit because I see Katie looking a little stressed out.
We are a little bit behind on his
Yes.
agenda.
Real quick, I don't think we should tell the applicant who on city council has the nomination. They should reach out to the whole council if they want to reach out, because the whole council is going to be voting on it.
So I did want to quickly address the appointment process. The recommending council member will make a motion to appoint their selected individual for city council to vote upon for possible approval. A second will be made. Council may wish to consider an appointment in executive session and then make the appointments in a public meeting. Applicants have the right to have their application considered in a public meeting by providing a written request to the city clerk's office, and we'll inform y'all if that is received. Should the motion made for the applicant not pass, the assigned council member may select another applicant for possible approval or ask that the appointment be postponed until additional applications are received, as we saw with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Right. Quick overview of our staff summary and of application packets. Staff summary for appointments will be included in the agenda packet. It will include information on how many seats are available, the terms of the available seats, and the reasons on why staff may be asking for seats to be filled. To protect the privacy of our commissioners and applicants, the applications will be sent to council by email rather than included in the staff summary. This will include all applicants' contact information. Please reach out to those applicants if you would like to, and the staff liaisons. Oftentimes they know applicants even if they haven't been serving, regarding appointments, and interview the applicants to see if they're a good fit for the commission. Again, vacancies may often occur midterm and lead to open seats. When multiple appointments are to be made, please consider appointing current commissions to a full term rather than a partial term. And I will now hand this over to Mr. Kevin Fensel, your Deputy City Attorney, unless there are any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Where are we at on time?
We have about 25 minutes.
Easy. All right. Oh, how do I see?
See it on the back too.
Can't see that far. All right.
Kevin,
We're going to talk.
there's one right there too.
Can't see that far either. We're going to start with public records law. I'm going to keep this pretty high level. Public records is an interesting area of the law. I think a lot of the times the answer to a lot of questions is that it depends. So rather than go down the rabbit hole in here, I'm going to stay pretty high level. I will let you know, the person you really want to start with a lot of these public records questions is Larissa in Stacy's office. She can help with a lot of these issues. So we'll kind of defer a lot of it to her. But let's start with just kind of a quick overview. These are some of the questions that may come to your mind, and I'm going to give you a couple examples of why we're not going to go into too much detail here, because I think a lot of the answers to these questions are it depends. But, some questions you may be thinking about, if you have to keep copies of agendas that Stacy sends around. The answer is no. Do you have to retain the notes you take at a meeting? I see a lot of council members take notes while they're in a meeting. I think that's one that it's going to be, it depends. Depends on what's in the notes, how they're used. Do those comments or notes come out in the meeting itself? You receive an email from a member of the public about an issue you're going to be discussing in the council meeting. You need to keep that email. Generally, from a conservative perspective, I'd say yes, if they're commenting on the issue. One way to help a lot with emails like that is to pass them along to the individual who's actually running the item. So for example, if it's a comment on a development, you can forward that email to the planner who's in charge of or is going to be presenting. A lot of times those can be put in the public record, and then you're going to have to worry about it, and that comment is for everybody to see. Public policy on public records, similar to open meeting law, is just to have records open to inspection by the public. And that's really our goal. The record keeping requirement, all officers and public bodies shall maintain all records, including records defined, and we'll talk about that section in a second. But I have bolded here what we really want to be focusing on with. The goal is we want to keep records that are reasonably necessary or appropriate to maintain an accurate knowledge of your official duties. So it's not every piece of paper. It's not every quote unquote record. It's what is the public going to want to see to know why you made a decision, why the city took a certain action, why something happened at the city. That's really what the focus is on. Yeah.
Our emails are archived, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes. So if we delete something, it's still somewhere.
It's probably a better question for Paul. And Paul in IT, I know my emails never get deleted unless I delete them. Is that similar for a council member?
So, council, it's a little bit special.
We know we are.
We're actually in the process of formalizing more of a policy around this citywide. Council is treated, all elected officials are treated in a manner in which essentially it never goes away ever. Everyone has an automatic archive of their own account that you can see in your archive folders. But beyond that, the accounts for even previous council members are maintained, are archived, are researchable. It's kind of a combination discussion between Sterling's team and IT as far as there are certain risk liabilities associated with hanging on to things forever. So we may not hang on to things forever. However, these positions are of an extremely public nature. So of course, they are maintained for currently in perpetuity.
What about John?
So anything that you as a specific member delete is deleted, and that's a decision that's based off of essentially public records. Stacy's office and Larissa go over your specific retention. Typically, there's specific language associated with that, but essentially anything that's day-to-day business operations, if it's a "I'm going to lunch here" type of message, there's no issue with deletion. That would also apply to spam messages, solicitations for unrelated software, things
Investment opportunities.
We've seen quite a bit.
I do like to clean up my inbox just so I can functionally look through it and navigate it and organize certain things. But,
So you're going to get into this definition when you're talking about junk mail. But real quick, Paul, I just want to confirm something. If the question was if the mayor accidentally deletes an email that she should have retained, where does it go?
So initially, it just goes to a deleted folder, and even those items are recoverable. So even if it gets deleted, if it gets deleted from the deleted folder, it's gone. So there's a certain level of accountability. If there's something that absolutely needs to be deleted, it has to be cleared out of the deleted folder also. But that is a good kind of fallback. So if you're not sure about something, just leave it in the deleted folder. It's not a problem to leave it there. There are some things we can do to recover within certain amounts of time. So if you deleted something out of the deleted folder and you're like, I need to recover this, within a certain amount of time, we should be able to go back and actually recover that. But there's certain time frames associated with all of that.
So I'm kind of getting to Austin's point, though, to keep our email, our inbox free of stuff, we can put it over in folders.
Folders, absolutely.
So it's not in our inbox. It's not deleted, but we don't have to look at it every day.
Absolutely.
That is what we would prefer.
Yeah.
And CJ's got his hand up too.
And Larissa would love to add to that too, our public records expert, in that there's certain years of retention. So you can actually create a folder that says keep for 5 years, keep for 7 years, and somebody like McCarthy who's been here forever, he can store things in those folders just as a kind of a good reminder. But yeah, moving it out of your inbox into a folder or subfolder is absolutely the way we would recommend you proceed.
So since I've been on council, I've never deleted anything out of my deleted file.
Sure.
I mean, it's got something like 20,000 emails in it. And another quick point I'll make is that if someone sends me an email on my personal email that's really city business, I forward it to my city account so that it's archived.
And I'd love to let CJ chime in too, but just another quick thing. If it gets sent to mayor and council, that's a whole separate account. It gets forwarded to your personal account. So there's also a record within the mayor and council email, as long as it doesn't get deleted from that folder. But yeah, CJ, if you don't mind, Kevin. Go ahead, CJ.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, CJ Perry, your IT director. Apologize, I'm not with you. I had to take my daughter to an orthodontics appointment. However, the main thing I kind of just want to state is when we talk about public records, there's a difference between the technology behind the public record and the retention policy and what we need to keep. So Larissa's the expert on some of that retention policy and can help council navigate some of that. We do try to provide archives and all of that stuff, but it really is up to each individual council member to maintain their emails in accordance with that public record law. And we do have capabilities to recover old and deleted things as necessary, but, just kind of want to differentiate, just because it comes in as an email doesn't mean that all of a sudden, it magically gets retained inappropriate with public record laws. It is up to each individual member to maintain those.
That's why you never ask IT a question. Then it goes down those rabbit holes I was trying to avoid. No, they basically gave the presentation for me, but I want to go back to your initial question, and I just don't want council members assuming that you can kind of treat your inbox however you want, and if you actually delete something, it's going to be captured somewhere. I wouldn't go with that approach. I think you need to keep in mind what is actually a public record, what you need to retain, and if it's something you need to retain, you folder it. You create a folder for this issue or that issue. That also helps when we get a public records request. So let's say we're dealing with a zoning case. If you receive a ton of emails about that zoning case, folder them. Because then when we get a public records request through Stacy's office for all communications with Councilmember House about this zoning case, she's going to have them all in a folder and she can go and grab them really quick and send them off to Stacy. So yeah, I think there is some protections we have in place in case something gets accidentally deleted. But I'd be very careful about deleting something you think you need to retain for the reasons we're discussing here. Because even if we can find it, or even if it's archived, as we'll call it, you're talking about going back to tapes, and when we get a public record request, that's a real pain to try to go back and find those records. Does that make sense? Okay.
A question.
Yeah.
So then, when you go off council and there's a public record request for all of the emails for a previous counselor or council member, you have access to that.
Yeah,
right.
We do, and we'll touch on that here in a bit. And again, yeah, and so this slide, one thing you'll notice, if you ever want to go look at the law, Councilmember McCarthy probably does, there's no definition for public record. You won't find it. This is that section the previous slide was referring to, that 41151. It's the definition of a record. I have here bolded what I think is the real important piece of this definition, and that's that focus on what needs to be preserved or appropriate for preservation by the agency or a successor as evidence of the organization, functions, policies, decisions, procedures, operations, and other activities. Again, what we want the records, and we want to focus on the records, and what you really need to be concerned about are those records that tell the history. That if somebody says, why did the council do this? Those are the records that we need to say, yeah, those are clearly public records. We've maintained them, and now we can turn them over to the public, whoever's asking for them. Production of records. This is really important. We talked about emails. We talked about a personal email. No, you can create public records by use of your personal email. You can create public records via text. That's one that I have. It's one of my pet peeves. They got the legal opinion on it a few years ago, and it was a question. It was sort of an open question of law whether text can be public records, and especially on your personal phone, and the answer is yes. So if you're exchanging text with, and we get this a lot, this comes up a lot, I refer to zoning cases, because we have attorneys who work on those cases for the other side, for the developer, who they love to talk to council members, and you create relationships with them, and you may exchange emails or text messages with them. And if you're talking about that action to be taken, or that issue that's going to come up at the public meeting, you are potentially creating public records that then need to be retained. And Paul mentioned on this, he got ahead of me a little bit, but it's not just whether something's a public record. That's the first step. The next step is, do you have to retain it? And if you do, for how long? And you refer to Larissa, she is the best person to talk about that. That gets into retention schedules. We won't get in a lot of detail with that here, but it's not just whether something's a public record. It's great, I have a public record, but do I need to keep it? And if I need to keep it, how long do I need to keep it? And Larissa's really your best resource on stuff like that. But just know, be careful of the text. My preference is you email. If someone starts texting you, start emailing with them back and forth. And that really goes for all the staff in the back too, who aren't listening. But they create public records as well with their text messages. And again, your text message now, if you do have text messages, use Greg as an example. He can create them on his personal phone. And if we get a request for Greg's text messages, now he's got to work off his personal phone. Text messages on your phone, they sometimes do get deleted a lot easier. If they're in email, we have that archive backup, right? We have a system for capturing those things. We don't have a system for capturing the text off your phone. We have a system for your social media posts. We created that a few years ago for that reason, to protect you from that accidental deletion or something else happening with your social media. Text is something, it's all on you. So my preference is turn those into emails. If you get a text sometimes, and if you get one that you just can't avoid and you know, hey, this is a public record, this is a comment from a developer I want to keep, or, this is a contentious issue, so I want to be just overly careful, take a screenshot of it and email it to yourself. And then you have it. And then you can ask Stacy's crew, Larissa, hey, is this a public record I need to keep? I was overly cautious, so I sent it to myself, but right there, now it's on our system. No.
Just a quick add, please. Teams. So Teams chat. I know you touched upon it, but just to reiterate that too, Teams chat is as close to an email as it can be. If you've noticed, if you miss a chat in Teams, it does get forwarded to your email as a missed conversation. It's all part of the public record, of course, researchable, tied to your account, easy for us to grab later. Separate from a cell phone text, just because it's tied to your Microsoft email account. But cognizant of Teams messaging as well, especially inter-organization.
Including each session.
Yeah. But a lot of times if you're in a Teams meeting, you're chatting with an outside entity, not even within our organization, that would also apply, of course, to anything applicable to the records.
Thanks, Paul.
Yep.
Kevin, I do have a question.
Sure.
Legal can redact sensitive information in the course of making records public, right? Mm-hmm. So for whatever reason, if my personal phone number or home address or information about kids or family is in an email, that's not all necessarily going to become public during a records request.
Yeah, generally speaking, we try to redact that information as personal identifying information. We've had some interesting questions come up when somebody has that information on their signature block and they send that, email to everybody, right? Let's say a member from the public sends an email to all council and their signature block has their address and phone number. We've gone back and forth on whether to redact that because it's personal identifying, but clearly this person isn't protecting it. It goes out with every email they send. So if you were to do something similar, if all your emails had all your personal identifying information on it, that create a tougher issue for it. But if somebody asks for a list of council members' addresses, yeah, we're not doing that, right? I mean, that if it's a public record, we redact
corresponder provides sensitive information, right? That they know of mine, for example, a phone number or whatever.
Yeah, we redact a lot of the personal identifying information. I mean, that's really that third step, right? So you have, is it a public record? Do I have to retain it? And then when we get a request, does everything go out the door? The answer is no. If it's confidential by law, we withhold it or redact it. If there's a best interest argument of the state we can make, we redact stuff like that. Personal identifying information falls under this statute or
confidential in a subject line of an email. And my guess is that's for two purposes. First is to let us know that the conversation should remain quarantined a little bit, but also if the records request comes down, it's a flag for Larissa to know, hey, let's set this one aside for special filtering or consideration.
Yeah, that's exactly why we do it. You'll see on mine a lot. I'll do confidential and privileged communication from council. When I send out a lot of emails to either mayor or council, I do it sometimes with communications and Greg. It is for that reason, exactly what you said. Remind you not to circulate it, not to forward it, but also when we get that request, it's right there in bold that I have said that this is privileged, so let's assume that's the case until somebody tells you it's not. Process for retention, we talked about that. Get in touch with Larissa, especially new council members or current old council members. If you haven't done it yet, it's a great conversation. Sit down with Larissa, talk to her about it, figure out a process for foldering. She's great with that kind of stuff. And then we get to this when the term is up. You'll have a conversation probably with Stacy or someone in her office about how we're going to archive your email. If you have any other hard copy documents that need to be retained, we'll retain those as well. All right, no further questions? I think that's it. All right, so we're gonna jump to conflict of interest law. How much time do we have? You good?
Yeah, you're good. You have about.
Okay. Okay, so conflict of interest law. And one thing to point out from the very beginning on this, when we talk about conflict of interest law, we're talking about the state law. We're not necessarily talking about a general conflict of interest that, it just kind of looks like you have a conflict or you've been involved in something, so it looks like you have a conflict in that discussion. We're going to be focusing on this section of the state statute. And I say that because sometimes it's surprising to people. We get a lot of questions of, isn't that a conflict? And when we walk through this, you're going to see it focuses on property interest, money interest, not necessarily whether just you've had an interest in that in the past. And I'll give a couple examples. But who it applies to, all public officers. It also applies to all the employees in this room. It applies to everyone. This is the law, and we're going to break this down. And so the bolded, you'll see I'm going to the weird thing about this law is you have to take each term and then go to its definition and then go to another definition. So there's like a 3-step process here, so hang with me. But this is the general rule: public officer, employee who has or whose relative has a substantial interest, and we'll talk about that, in a decision of the public agency or in any contract, sale, purchase, or service to such public agency, must disclose the interest in the official record and not vote on or participate in the discussion of transaction. So then the next obvious question is, what does substantial interest mean? Substantial interest means any non-speculative, pecuniary, or proprietary interest, either direct or indirect, other than a remote interest. So again, they're telling you, we're talking about money, we're talking about property or ownership of something. That's what we're concerned about. But if it's a remote interest, then we're not concerned about it. So we're going to talk about remote interest. But generally, any interest that affects you or your relatives' financial or property interest is what we're focused on here. As you're going through this is helpful. You can take this slide and print it and set it somewhere, but I think this is a good way to think about your conflict of interest. First, will my decision have a positive or negative impact on my interests or that of my relatives? Do I have a monetary or ownership interest in that matter? And is my interest other than one of the designated remote interests? That's really your 3-step analysis. So remote interests, these are financial and property interests, but they're deemed to be so minor as not to trigger the reporting and non-participation requirements. You may still vote and participate in these discussions. So you may have a pecuniary interest, you may have a property interest, but if it's one of these ones that the state said they're so remote, they're really minor, we're going to let you continue on. And we'll talk about some of them. Because this is really where this law, when you ask Sterling the questions, this is really what he's going to be focusing on. We're probably focused on these remote interest issues. So here's one, I think this was brought up earlier. I think in Tuesday's meeting, you may have brought this up because you're on the board, right? The board of Southside, right? So here's a remote interest, that of a non-salaried officer of a nonprofit corporation. So let's put in the example here is with the Boys and Girls Club, who we work with. Let's say you're an unpaid director of the Boys and Girls Club, and comes before the council. We have this as P&Z because this was my board and commission presentation. Some people had changed everything. But let's say you're voting to approve a new building project for the club. Do you have a conflict? Do you have to step away? The answer is no. As long as you're that unpaid director, this is one of the ones where they said that's a remote interest. So if something came up about Southside, and you're just an unpaid director of that organization, just for that reason alone, you wouldn't have to step off. Now, there may be other issues that you may want to talk with Sterling about, but this is one of those ones if you're an unpaid director of that nonprofit, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't sit with the council and make decisions that may impact that nonprofit. Thanks. Recipient municipal services. So you obviously, most of you hopefully get water and electricity, or not from us, but let's say water. So if an issue with water comes before the council, you obviously don't have to step off. That is going to impact you, right? It impacts your rates if you raise them or lower them. But you're a recipient of those services under the same terms and conditions as anyone else in the public. So long as we're not creating a category for council members only, you'll be able to vote on that. This is one that comes up a lot, and this is one that you'll be talking to Sterling a lot, get a lot of questions on. We call it the rule of 10. Did you hear that? This is what we're referring to. So if you're a member of a trade, business, occupation, profession, or class of persons consisting of at least 10 members, which is no greater than the interest of the other members of that trade, business, occupation, profession, or class of persons. So if you're a business owner, this may be an issue for you. But again, you maybe have a business owner, something comes before council that's going to impact your business, but it impacts every other business in the city, no problem voting on that, right? So long as it's not specific to your business of that rule of 10. What's the example we have down here? So P&Z, something comes before P&Z, and that member of P&Z is a property owner, all right? And they're discussing zoning requirements. So long as that zoning requirement isn't specific to that one individual's property, but let's say it's a zoning requirement that impacts a whole class of properties in the city, more than 10, that P&Z member can still vote on that. But always good to ask Sterling if you have a question, if you're concerned about it, go ask him and he'll walk you through that analysis. So what if you do have a substantial conflict? What if you talk to Sterling and you have one? Obviously refrain from voting on or participating in the decision. You make a conflict of interest known in the official record. So you'll be sitting at the dais. You'll get the attention of the mayor and say, I need to declare a conflict of interest. I have a conflict on this item. And then you will step off and leave the room while the discussion happens. When the discussion's over, you'll come back in and take your seat. Seeking help, again, talk to Sterling, talk to one of us. If Sterling's not there, talk to me, talk to someone else in our office. We can all help you with this. In the law, it does talk about written legal opinions. So if you come and you have a question on conflict of interest and we write it up, it does get taken to the clerk. Clerk then files it and it's there in the record, exactly what we said. Why we said, yeah, you can participate or not. But that's what we're here for. So please, if you have a question about something, just come and talk to us. Other prohibitions, these are, obvious. Don't take gifts or bribes when making a decision. Public perception. This is where I think we get a lot of the questions, right? Because people have the perception of a conflict, and we get asked this a lot, and that's why in the very beginning I said we focus on that law, right? It's not always whether just someone's involved in that. And one that I always think about here, we got this a few years ago when Councilmember Puzovo was on council. And she was clearly involved in minimum wage issues, right? And so then before council comes to minimum, I think we were amending the ordinance. And you hear this big outcry from the community of, well, Councilmember Puzovo clearly can't vote on this. She can't discuss this because she was involved. Well, under the state law, I have no concern with that. But people have in their mind because she worked on the issue or was involved in the issue or involved with organizations that impacted the issue, she couldn't vote. And that's the opposite. She needs to stay on there because who cares if everybody knows what her position is? She has every right to vote on that issue. So and you'll see this, and that's why we put down here, does the accuser stand to gain something by your withdrawal? And that's usually what's going on. Usually have a member of the public who wants the vote to go to a certain way, and they'll call Greg's office or they'll call our office and say, doesn't that council member have a conflict? And the answer is no, but what they're trying to do is get that person to step off so their vote doesn't impact that issue. So keep an eye out for stuff like that. But again, if that happens, you start hearing it, bring it to us, we'll talk it through. And then, maybe Sterling you can always ask him a question at the meeting so it's very clear why that person's not removing themselves.
Real quick on a slide or two ago, and just bringing back my banking days, that gifts and bribes.
Oh.
Like at Christmas time, if somebody brought in to a council member a value, like we had a $25 value maximum to say if it was worth more than $25, had to get it back or everybody had to share it, or there was something in our rules right then. So what is that for council?
I think we have the same $25, it's supposed to be de minimis is really what we're looking for. We get a lot of those. Great example with the holiday baskets that come in, and I think that's usually how we approach it. We bring it in and share it with everybody. I know we've had situations where somebody received, it was movie tickets as a thank you from somebody, and we immediately took those to HR and they raffled them off to employees. So, and that can happen with you.
Well, we encourage all the gift baskets that involve food or baked goods to come down to my office. We'll make sure it gets distributed.
And I'll tell you, our office is very, and maybe it may just be me and Sterling. I'll say our office, we're pretty conservative with this. We got some questions before from our prior risk manager who dealt with a lot of insurance companies, right? And you're going out to talk about rates, and before we were with the risk pool, he would often have meetings with these different insurance companies and stuff, and they want to take them out to lunch, they want to take them out to dinner, they want to wine them and dine them, and we had a lot of discussion about that. And my preference is when that's offered, I usually say no. I usually say I'll pay my own way, unless it's just that really low dollar amount. And that's really that's kind of stuff. Those really low dollar amounts, even though maybe under the law you're not taking, it's not being seen as a bribe. I think sometimes it just looks funny if it did come out. So I guess we're just really conservative on that kind of stuff. What happens if we violate it, or you violate it? Contracts maybe you voted on can be voidable. That's actually in state law. Affected person may sue, and again, court can always assess attorney's fees and costs in those types of cases. So it's an impactful law. Be careful with it. But this is one of those ones you really just want to lean on Sterling, and really any question, just go to him. More remedies, more are criminal, which I think is kind of crazy, but it shows you how serious this issue is. And I think that's it. Any other questions on that? All right.
Good. Thanks. Thanks, Jim.
Sterling has his hand up.
Go ahead, Sterling.
Hi, great job, Kevin. Appreciate it. Just wanted to make sure I mentioned that he brought up a case in the past where there was a question about one of the council members involved, and it was another council member that actually requested a formal written opinion. As Kevin mentioned, that goes on record. But when a formal written opinion is requested by another council member about whether there's a conflict of interest, that is a public record. Normally, our legal opinions are not public records, but those ones are. So, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's still morning, barely. So today, I'm Christina Wilpava, Senior Assistant City Attorney. With me is your Planning Director, Michelle McNulty. And I have a feeling we're going to be done early and you're going to have extra time to go eat lunch, but maybe not. We'll see. So we're going to cover just high-level land use law, really high-level the land use law, and also the processes. It's like the old saying, how do you eat an elephant one bite at a time? So this is one little bite, and you had an e-session where you had another bite last week. And so we'll do it bites at a time, but if you have any questions in the meantime, or if there's something coming up that you don't understand, always feel free to reach out. But we will go ahead and start. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle to talk a little bit about the different types of codes and documents we use that govern our planning. More for thunder. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Christina mentioned, this is a very high-level overview, kind of a zoning 101, just to get everyone familiar with the framework before we go into the legalities and the legal authority for planning. So I'm going to start with what is the regional plan. It is actually key in the hierarchy of all of our planning tools. It's what sets our policies that really guide our decision-making for land use. It can further be refined through specific plans and other types of utility plans, stormwater, sewer, parks and recreation, as well as our regional transportation plan. And all of these things are implemented through a variety of things. It can be, most importantly, in my world, is through the zoning code, but also through capital improvement program, our engineering standards, as well as all of our development standards, and our annual budget. So why is it a regional plan? It's because it serves more than just city of Flagstaff proper. It actually covers the entire 525 square mile metro plan region. And so that's important for a lot of different reasons, but for the city of Flagstaff, it serves as our general plan, which by state statute we're required to have. We're also required to update it every 10 years, and it has to be ratified by the voters. For the county, it's actually an amendment to their comprehensive plan. So as such, it's just being adopted as a major amendment to their their county comprehensive plan. We're the only county and city in the state of Arizona that has it set up this way, where county residents are actually providing input on the city plan, and city residents are able to provide input on county land. And for a place like Flagstaff, where so many of our surrounding residents, Mountain Air, Kachina, Belmont, Doney Park, are really relying on the city for services, whether it's because they work in Flagstaff, their kids go to school in the city. It's really nice that we have that ability for everybody to weigh in. The regional plan can be further refined through the specific plan. And so specific plan implements the general plan. It does need to be in line with the goals and policies set in that. But it provides a more detail on a smaller area or topic. So for instance, we have 3 specific plans. We have the high occupancy housing specific plan. So that's more topical, and that it applies to anywhere in the city where there's going to be high occupancy housing. It speaks in more detail about where we want to see that type of housing development located, and the different standards that we want to see associated with that development. And then we have La Plaza Vieja and the Southside community-specific plans that are more land area and speak to policies and the growth and the guidance for those neighborhoods. You're going to see one coming before you for the hospital for NAH. That's going to be one that's land area, but is also going to be amending zoning code standards. And through state statute, we have very limited ability, but the ability to amend standards through that process. Do you want to speak a little more to that?
Yeah, and I think you did a great job covering it. I just want to make sure we understand, because I know it's going to get confusing, and when we go forward, there's really those 3 different kinds of specific plans. So historically and traditionally, let me take a step back. All specific plans further your general plan, which we call our regional plan. So general plan, regional plan, same thing for us. We call our general plan our regional plan. And all specific plans have to be in furtherance of it, putting more meat on the bones, for lack of a better term, making a more robust, usually in terms of planning. There are some that we have done. Those are, I would say, more out of the ordinary, where it's not a particular location in the city, like Michelle had mentioned, like with Southside or La Plaza Vieja. It's really a topic that's community-wide. So that's where you saw our high occupancy housing. And then one you're going to see that we haven't done in a while. So I don't think anyone on this current council has seen a specific plan where we're actually modifying development standards. And that's what you'll see in the NAH proposal that will be coming forward this year. As Michelle said, it's due to a state statute, and a state statute does something that's a little unusual, I think, in that it says, in addition to your zoning code regulations and your subdivision regulations, a specific plan can actually modify development standards in certain limited ways. Use of land and buildings, the bulk and height of the building, and as you know, because you've heard from the hospital, most of you, the hospital will be asking for an increase in that building height, and then changes to the open spaces around buildings, so setbacks, things of that nature. So when you see that, it will be a little different in that, unlike our other specific plans, this one we will bring to you via ordinance instead of a resolution, and it will modify those development standards. So something a little bit different, but wanted to highlight it for you because you will be seeing it in the not too distant future, hopefully.
Thank you. And then further discussing how the regional plan can be implemented, as I talked earlier, the zoning code, really this is where we are able to implement all of our adopted plans. This zoning code is adopted through ordinance, so anytime that we are adopting new ordinances or otherwise changing zoning code, that does go to both planning and zoning commission first, and then on to council to make the final approval. So commission is providing the recommendation to council. Council is making the final decision, as it is a legislative decision. This is zoning code comes in, we both regulate uses as well as building forms. Both uses and forms can be either permitted by right in a zoning district. They can be permitted with conditions or through a conditional use approval. They can be permitted as accessory or just outright prohibited. So you may have one use or building type that's allowed in a specific zoning district that maybe is prohibited in another zoning district because it's not appropriate because of the types of mitigation that they might require. So for instance, a lot of industrial uses you're not going to see allowed in residentially zoned properties. The zoning code consists of two parts. There's the map, and that's what's actually identifying the land in the zoning designation. And then there's the text, and the text speaks to what is allowed in this zoning district. And then there's also sections of code that just to apply to all uses. So regardless of what zoning district you're in, there are certain standards that all development need to comply with. And again, this is all regulated through state statute, which I believe a copy has been provided in your binders. So when you really want to get into this and have some interesting reading, it's there for you.
So much interesting reading today.
Like with the charter?
With the charter.
Okay.
The other section, so zoning code is actually in Title 10, and then Title 11 regulates both the general plan, specific plan, and subdivision ordinance. Subdivision ordinance does not address land uses. It is about the subdivision of land. And it's to make sure that we have harmonious and kind of comprehensive development. It's not just about making sure that we have pretty little rectangle lots of land. It really is about making sure that there's all the things that address the subdivision of land, such as the infrastructure, transportation. You have to get roads to new subdivisions. You have to bring water and sewer in. Has an impact on our schools. The subdivision ordinance is really addressing all of those things. And it, again, is tied to our regional plan. The subdivision ordinance is also where part of the standards is protection, and that's where we're looking at the resource protection overlay, that we're looking at our forest, floodplains, and steep slopes. So it does provide us another opportunity to make sure that we're preserving those things while allowing for the ability to have creative development of all housing types. And really, that's it. So now I can turn it over to Christina to talk about the legal authority of all of this, unless there's questions.
So I have a question, and I trust that you'll tell me if this isn't the place or if it's too long of a explanation. Direct to ordinance. When we see that on the agenda, what specifically does that mean?
And you're referring to a rezone that is direct to ordinance. And so there's two types of rezones that we do. One is a concept and one is direct to ordinance. And the direct concept is less tied to a site plan and more tied to, this is the zoning district we would like to put this to. In concept, we think we're going to do this, but in reality, any of these uses allowed in the zoning district could be the end use. Direct to ordinance actually includes a site plan. So it's saying, I'm going to rezone this to B3, and this is the development that I'm going to bring with that. And it's very specific, so that if it were a use that would otherwise need further entitlement, we're taking care of that through that rezoning process. And so you're seeing the entire picture. I think getting into the pros and cons of that, it's a much bigger conversation. There's benefits to everything, and then there's challenges. One benefit is that the council gets to see the entirety of the project and what's being proposed in that zoning district. But some of the challenges is that land is now tied up to that site plan. So if that project doesn't pencil out or there's a change of plans, we have some limited ability to do administrative changes, but likely that property is going to have to come back and be rezoned to update the site plan to what the current owner wants to do. So it's kind of a high level explanation. I don't know if you have anything to add.
No, I think you did great. I think the concept in theory is conceptual in nature. I will say how we've done them in practice has been very similar to a direct ordinance, which is you're not rezoning a project, but in sense council
waits to see that they know exactly what's going in there before they'll do a rezone, as opposed to a blanket rezone, which we don't do in this community. But I think it maybe is a conversation to have for another day that your planning director would like to talk to you about, where you just take a piece of property that's rural residential and you say, we're just going to rezone it highway or high density residential, and whatever can be done in high density residential can be done on this property. That's not how we've done it in the past, but that doesn't mean just because we've done it one way in the past, we can't do it differently in the future.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick comment. I think it was until about 8 years ago, approximately, I'm not sure, we did require all the details to do the rezoning. But then the council at that point decided that they would go with concept rezoning. And correct me if I'm not using these terms correctly, but it allowed for rezoning without getting into every little detail. So it was better for the developers. But on the other hand, the community and the council maybe had less control of what was going to happen on that piece of land.
I think that is accurate. I think, so my recollection is that the first concept in quotes, rezoning we did with Sky Cottages. And it was for that reason, because our site plan process is so thorough and extensive, it can be very expensive for a developer to invest before they've even been able to get a rezone and get those entitlements. So all that money is at risk because they could do the entire site plan, go through the entire process, spend tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and council's like, "Meh, don't like it." And then the money's gone. And so the thought is concept is definitely less investment, less expensive, but you're right, less control. And so I put Sky Cottages in quotes because it was like super concept plan. It was like concept plus. And I think that in the future, council may be seeing some that come forward that are a little more conceptually concept rezoning.
So at the time the council made this change, it was a big deal. It was very controversial.
Right, and it wasn't per se council's decision to make it, because we have those two options in our code, so any developer can come forward. I think staff in the past has said, look, we have these in the code, but we haven't done them. And so for council to move forward with it and to accept it and to say, yes, we will approve this, I think definitely was a change.
Thank you.
You bet. Anything else? So we talked about the authority for planning, and it really is derived from the police powers, comes through the Zoning Enabling Act, which it sounds like you guys have to read later in a binder. So I don't know if I would go to these people for my recommended reading list, but you have the charter and you have the Zoning Enabling Act and whatever else you want to look through. But I want to talk a little bit about types of decisions, because I think this is really a big issue that council faces, and I think it can be difficult to understand, especially for our newer council members, that you really have different types of decisions. And there's nothing worse than being asked to make a decision when you feel like you don't really have the ability to decide. It's not an open decision. And so the types of decisions we call one legislative decisions. And legislative decisions are really the power of the council as the sitting legislative body, the policy body for the city. And so council has great discretion when making a legislative decisions. That being said, the decisions still have to be made based on the findings where applicable. And I'm going to go into some examples in a minute. And the decisions cannot be based on unlawful reasons. So even, for example, in a rezoning, there are certain findings that have to be made. And one of those is really one of the findings is that the proposed rezoning request complies with your general plan. That it will not cause any, safety harms, that we can serve it, fire, police, water, things like that. And one that we kind of call the community benefit standard, which is really, this is a good idea, right? We're making this change and we think it's a good idea. It's overall a benefit for the community. Any reason to deny a rezoning that's tied to one of those findings is absolutely fully within council's discretion, but council could not decide make a decision on a rezoning for an unlawful reason. Unlawful reason, of course, because you don't like the applicant's race. because the applicant is not providing affordable housing, because the applicant may want to use the property for short-term rentals. Those latter two are items that the state legislature has taken outside of our authority. So, and it's a fine line, because sometimes you'll see projects that come in and they offer affordable housing, and they're offering it because they really want to show that their project is contributing to that overall community benefit. And it's fine when a developer comes in and offers to do it, that council says, yeah, I can see your project as a whole is going to be beneficial to our city. We would like to approve it, but it would not be okay to say, well, this project has come in, they're not offering affordable housing, and I don't approve any rezonings without affordable housing. That would be an unlawful reason. And we will talk about these items also more when we have specific projects. You'll get legal advice in an executive session. This is really a high-level overview. So those are legislative decisions, and I'm going to have examples in just a minute. Administrative decisions are different. Discretion is limited, and so long as all the requirements of a particular application have been met, those requirements are usually compliance with our code, sometimes with our regional plan. Council really must approve. And so let me go into the examples. I think that will be helpful. We can always, there we go. So legislative, again, these are the ones where council has a lot of discretion. We're looking at zoning map amendments, also called rezonings. As Michelle said, our zoning code has both text and maps. When we rezone, change the zoning designation on a property, that's a rezoning, that's a map amendment. Zoning code text amendments. You might be familiar with these, like our high occupancy housing code amendment. We have code amendments, text amendments, big and small. You have a couple small ones that'll come up hopefully in the next few months that you'll be looking at as well. But those are legislative. Council has the decision, is this a good idea? Now there will be findings. Does it comply with the regional plan? Does it comply with the code as a whole? And is it in the best interest? Is it a good idea for the community? The general plan, the regional plan, that is also legislative in nature. Any of the specific plans, legislative in nature. So any of those three types of specific plans, whether to a topic, whether tied to an area of land, or even one that modifies standards, development standards, all those are legislative. Annexations, whether the council decides to take a piece of property that is currently outside of city jurisdiction and bring it into the city, that is also a legislative decision. And then development agreements. Now, development agreements are specific types of contracts. They're authorized under state law, and they're tied to development. And we frequently see these almost exclusively, but not entirely exclusively, with zoning map amendments. And that, I think, is in part because we don't do a lot of really conceptual zoning map amendments. And so we like to have a lot of detail, even in our concept ones, and we like to know what offsite improvements are going to be necessary, document those, make sure we have all the big issues we see coming worked out, at least conceptually. Administrative. So this is where council has less discretion. These are our preliminary plats and our final plats. And conditional use permits are sort of its own bucket. There's actually been some court cases on this, and they are probably administrative. A conditional use is a use that is permitted under our code, but they have to go through a secondary level of review because they're uses that could have additional impacts that we would want to make sure are mitigated. So, for example, an at-home daycare center or an at-home, I'll just stick with the daycare center. We think in general, yeah, those work in our residential neighborhoods, but we want to look at it to make sure that the traffic is not going to cause undue traffic for the neighborhood, not a lot of people in and out. Just make sure that whatever impacts there are, we're mitigating. So our plats, both P-plat and final plat, are really going to be administrative decisions. And as long as those plats are in compliance with our code, council will approve them. Any question on that?
P-plat.
Preliminary plats.
I'm going to try to use that in a sentence.
It sounds boring.
P-plat.
Yeah, question. So when a council meeting and a developer is, coming up and talking about his project and stuff, and you were saying that like we can't tell them, well, we want 10 affordable housing, just to have that discussion. So is that we're not really legally able to do that, or does that mean we need to change our general zoning and plan to say, well, all new developments have to have 5 affordable housing units, or, I mean, can we have that discussion with that developer to say, well, are you going to add any affordable housing?
So I think there's 2 pieces. So we cannot change our code to require affordable housing. The state has preempted us from doing that. So that's not an option. In terms of having conversations, council can always have a conversation with the developer. And I think council can always say, look, we would love to see affordable housing. Have you considered that? We'd love to see solar panels. Have you considered that? We'd love to see a shared parking, whatever it is that council would like to see. Always fair game to ask. If a project comes forward, I think the key is you would never want to make your decision based on a developer's failure to provide or decision not to provide affordable housing. That is one of those unlawful reasons for your decision. You're going to want to look at the findings and evaluate the project based on that.
So in an open discussion when they're presenting their project, if I'm really wanting affordable housing, I say, wow, have you ever considered that? And almost making them feel like, I haven't decided yet if I'm going to approve your project, but I'm really wanting this. I mean, it just seems like it gets into muddy waters to do that.
Yeah, and I think any specific questions on specific projects, we always have an executive session before we go through with development agreements for legal advice. And if there's any legal questions that you want to ask about that. But I would say in general, if there's an unlawful reason for making a decision, it's both unlawful to say it and unlawful to think it. So we want to make sure that our decisions are tied to the findings. That being said, the findings are really pretty broad, and one of them does encompass more of a community benefit. And I think when looking at a project on its merits, if council finds that they cannot make the findings, then that is a perfectly valid reason not to move forward with the project. Okay, so due process, and I'll be quick, and this is really something that's provided for the benefit of our applicants. So we always give our applicants and the public, but for applicants in particular, they have advance notice of meetings. They're adequate. No one ever calls a meeting on 48-hour notice. Folks have time to be here. Staff reports are prepared in advance. Those are available both to the applicant as well as to council and the public, so they know what staff is going to say. Applicants always have the opportunity to be heard at public meetings, and they can see all of the information that council's considered, and that's also available to the public, but for the applicants. And then council will make those findings when council makes a decision or make a decision based on the findings. That's all part of due process. So council, of course, has to make decisions that are not arbitrary and capricious. They have to be reasoned decisions, and the best way to show the reasoning of your decision is, to even enumerate those findings. Those findings, they vary for the different types of applications. So council doesn't see a lot of conditional use permits. Those go to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but conditional use permits can be referred to City Council. And any council member has the ability to do that. So that is why the notices of decision on all conditional use permits are sent to mayor and council. And if any council member would like to reconsider and hear as a whole council a conditional use permit, whether it's been approved or denied by the Planning and Zoning Commission, that can be brought up at the next meeting. So we talked about findings a little bit, so I won't belabor it, but really they do provide that framework for making a decision, make sure the analysis is orderly, make sure it's lawful, make sure things that are unlawful are not being considered, and that's what's used if there's an appeal taken to court. So this is sort of one of the last slides, conditions of approval. So conditions are often in a staff report. And I know, I love that graphic. I stole that from the planners. And so the conditions of approval are recommendations from staff. And it's usually, we like this project, but we think these are the few items that we just need to make sure are nailed down to ensure it complies with everything that we need it to comply with our plans. So staff creates them, staff implements them. But I think if council has any questions, whether it's before a meeting, if it's a particular question, or if it's, during a meeting, if you want some more detail on why staff arrived at that condition, I think those are always good questions to ask, and it helps understand, I think, how staff was evaluated. So I am not going to talk about development exactions here because that's really better for an executive session. It's pure legal advice that I'll be giving you. But those who are on council and have looked at this know that nexus and rough proportionality is a very important part of exactions, and we make sure that they're present whenever we make a requirement. So this is going to circle back to what Michelle was going to talk about, but I wanted to make this distinction because I think this is another area that can get really confusing, especially for our newer council members, but for members of the public as well, and for anyone. So we have, as Michelle talked about, general plans and specific plans. We have, as I know a lot of you know, other plans that are adopted by council, the active transportation master plan, our carbon neutrality plan, our housing 10-year plan. We have a lot of plans as a city that are adopted by council, and then we have our zoning code. So I want to talk a little bit about how that applies with what we call entitled projects versus non-entitled projects. And by entitled, I mean they have the development rights to build what they want to build. So a good example of this, kind of to go back in time, I think a lot of you remember this, is the hub, right? So the hub, this big project that came through, the student housing on Milton in the Southside neighborhood came through, and they initially came through with a request that they did not have the rights to build and asked council to approve a rezoning. So that was what we would call a non-entitled project. They could not build what they wanted to build. Council denied that request. And so what the developers did instead was said, okay, well, we're just gonna build what we can build with our existing development rights. We have the zoning, we can do X, Y, and Z under the zoning, so we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. We wanted to do ABC, we couldn't get that, now we're gonna do X, Y, and Z. So at that point, this case that's entitled, that has the development rights, council never sees it. That will go through an administrative process. They already have the rights. Staff will apply our current codes, and that is how that project will move forward with development approvals. And you can have, and we did have questions asking, well, how can a project like this be approved? It doesn't comply with our general plan. It doesn't comply with our, land use plan, our specific plan that we have. It doesn't comply with our active transportation master plan. We didn't have that in place then. But any of these plans that the city may have, and the answer is when a project has the zoning to build what it wants to build, that's all it needs. And these other plans are really more suggestions and statements of council's policy and what council would like to see. But development rights will entitle this developer to build a project if they have the zoning, even if it goes against every other plan that council may have adopted. The flip side of that is when a project does not have the development rights. They need rights. They need that rezoning. That is where now we need to see compliance with our general plan. We need to see compliance with any specific plans because specific plans, again, are really part of that general plan. There's no requirement that there be a compliance with the other adopted plans, so council could approve, if council chose, a rezoning request that complied with the general plan, but maybe didn't comply with the housing 10-year plan or with the carbon neutrality plan. That being said, these are really strong expressions of council policy and what council is looking for when they make legislative decisions, and so staff always points developers to them. But at the end of the day, an entitled project, as long as they have the zoning, can build what they want within that zoning. A non-entitled project has to comply with specific plans and general plans, and it would behoove them to go ahead and take a look at other council adopted plans in order to get the zoning that would then enable them to build their project. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Just a quick comment. Council needs to be careful what they approve. For instance, in 1972, council approved high density for like where the Marriott is, right across from City Hall. So in 1972, a decision was made that allowed that hotel to be built to the height, actually even higher than what they did build. That didn't come to council. So a lot of people say, Jim, why did you allow such and such? It's like, don't blame me. I didn't even live in this city then.
Which I think, honestly, I mean, that's a fair comment, and I think that's why council has moved towards these direct to ordinance where really it's project by project because it can be kind of scary. And I think we saw that, going back through the hub, and you would have, people in the public who are intelligent, well-informed people, a lot of whom participated in the process of developing the standards that were used, saying, we didn't understand that something like this could be built. And so a list of development standards is a lot harder to understand, especially for me. I'm a visual person, than seeing a site plan. Like, okay, I see the site plan. I know exactly what you're going to build. I know what it's going to look like. I know how tall it's going to be. It can be tougher. But again, when you go through that process and you go through the site plan and the director ordinance, then it's more expensive, it's narrower. And if for whatever reason this developer decides not to move forward, this is the only project that can be built. Changes can't be made. I think we're seeing that with Milltown, where one developer had a vision for the project and they had trouble finding a partner to come in and build that. So it may be something that in the future, someone will come in and ask for changes. Maybe not. Maybe they'll find a partner. I don't know either way on that. But when you tie up the property with a specific site plan, I mean, that's a really narrow project that can be built. They don't have the opportunity to do other uses without coming back to council, starting over with the rezoning application, a development agreement, a new site plan. It can be pretty labor intensive and pretty expensive. So, yeah.
I would say too that often you'll hear from members of the public, don't rezone it, stop them from doing anything. And it's important to remember that they do have entitlements of whatever is, that land is zoned, and we don't have that kind of authority or power to just say no. And you will get a lot of pressure from the public to just say no.
I think that's a great point, especially because council, when weighing the choice of what to rezone them to, has to look at what they're able to build. And sometimes you hate to say the lesser of two evils, but it may be, well, I don't love this project, but I also don't like mansions on 2-acre lots. That's not what I want either. I don't want mini storage either. So it's a tough decision. I'm sorry, Councilman.
Just sort of quickly, Olive Mill Road is zoned for 60-foot buildings. So any person that owns land that can put a 60-foot building up, they never have to come to council. Another quick point, you and I have talked about this. I didn't believe, and a lot of people didn't believe, that the hub met the zoning code. So what did the developer do? He went to court. And people like me, we lost.
It was the flip. We approved it and the people went to court and the people lost.
Right.
But yeah.
I mean, a lot of people like me didn't think it met the zoning code, but the judge agreed that it did meet the zoning code, therefore it got built.
It did.
So the courts get involved in this stuff too.
Absolutely. Yeah. Which is why it's great to have.
The first week I was on council, she calls me in and we had a nice little meeting.
Actually, you wanted to have the meeting and I made myself available. I'm sure I
I don't think that's true. I think the planning staff called me.
Oh, it's been so long, it's water under the bridge, right?
Yeah. And we agreed to disagree, and guess what? On council, we often just agree to disagree, and that's okay. And no hard feelings at all, seriously. I'm just bringing up that the courts get involved sometimes when it becomes unclear. Yeah. And in that case, it was unclear, so the courts made a decision, and we live by it.
Absolutely. With that, there is more to come. Like I said, we're going to do it bite at a time. We will have executive sessions, Prop 207. I know you already had an executive session. Every time we have a new batch of claims, there will be another refresher and another opportunity to ask questions about Prop 207. With development agreements, we'll also have some legal advice on exactions and what those look like, just to make sure it's fresh in everyone's mind. And our office is always available for any questions. Please never hesitate to reach out. The planning staff as well are great. If you have specific questions about a project, how tall something is, why the use fits, things like that, they are amazing. Michelle has a great staff.
And very patient.
And what?
Very patient.
So patient. And rock stars. Literally rock stars. So, yeah. Literally. So with that, I think I am 90 seconds ahead of schedule.
I need to bring gold stars for everyone who gets ahead. It's over and beyond. Fantastic. So council members, mayor, vice mayor, we are going to be taking lunch and coming back at 1 o'clock.
And there's plenty of food in the back. Help yourselves.
And can we take a council picture before we come back at 1?
Well, we can also take a council picture at 1. We're gonna do a little team building during that time too.
Oh,
if
goody,
that
goody,
works.
good.
Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. We are back live. All right, welcome back. I hope everyone had a good lunch.
Yep.
Great. So the next section is labeled team building, and I will be facilitating it. It's more than just team building. It's really about what it takes to create an effective council. And more than just what you do, but how you show up as a major function of that. So we're going to talk a little bit about that and identify what we can do and what that looks like in application as we move forward. So that you as a council can be not only effective, but also resilient to the challenges that are going to come with it, right?
What? There's challenges?
Nobody told me. So Mayor Daggett said, I like being pushed out of my comfort zone. And I'm happy to hear that. Because part of this, no, we're not actually going to do handstand competitions, I promise. But part of what this is I'm asking you to potentially be open to being challenged or to look within and to reflect. It is really easy to see some of the challenges that we'll go over in others. It's a whole nother level to identify some of those challenges and own some of that in yourself. So I'm going to ask you to be open to that. The other thing I want to say is that we're going to be talking about actual experiences or scenarios that can make a council challenging, right? Or getting that to that place of effectiveness. I'm not asking you to name names of past council members. I'm not asking you to give specifics of situations. I'm specifically asking you not to do that. I am asking you to stay general. Now, in general terms, we're going to be talking a lot about how human beings relate and communicate, especially around conflict and disagreement. That can remain general, and anything you might bring up that might be a past experience of another council is going to relate to any human being too, so that's okay, right? So we'll stay general there. Sound good? Yeah, are we ready? All right, let's take a minute first, and if you could grab a piece of paper and a pencil, or a pen, whatever, and try to think about for a moment, what do you think is a personality trait of yours that can serve this council? What is a personality strength of yours? Not, I'm good at spreadsheets, right? That is a skill. That's a skill. A personality trait might be, I really feel like critical thinking is something that is a strength of mine, or whatever that may be. So please consider for yourself for a moment, what is a personality trait that you think could serve this council? Are you a great listener? Do you ask great questions and are very curious?
You just want one, or can you do like 2 or 3?
If you got a list going in your head, you go ahead and write it down.
Can I borrow one of yours?
Just the process of self-reflection is good. What do I bring to the council? Okay. If you're still thinking, that's okay, but the next question is, what is an area of growth for you when it comes to personality traits? What is an area of growth for you? As an example, my son, I love him to death, is very impulsive. And so he interrupts a lot, right? That might be an area of growth. Okay, so the next step is we are going to have the council members, mayor and vice mayor, break up into 2 groups. I'll tell you which group you're going to be in. And each of you will have a minute to share where you feel you're strong and where you feel there's an area of growth for you. And as they're sharing, the other 2 people are active listening. They're just listening. They're not forming a judgment. They're not forming an opinion. They're not telling them, I agree or I disagree. None of that is happening. We're just listening. And then when they're done sharing, I'll let you know. I'll give you a 1-minute timer. That person can be done. And then we'll switch to the next person. You can talk for a full minute. So instead of just saying, well, this is a strength and this is an area of growth, what does that look like? What have you tried? What kinds of things do you think, how has that shown up in council? How might it show up in council? Feel free to talk about that for the full minute until I tell you that your time is up, and then we will switch. Questions on what I'm asking you to do? Okay, so Vice Mayor Aslan, you'll be Group 1, Mayor Daggett, Group 2, and so forth. You know, it'll be Councilmember Matthews, Group 1, Councilmember Sweet 2, 1, 2, 1. Okay, so go ahead now and we'll have Group 1 over here, Group 2 over here, and I'll let you know when the time starts in just a minute. I'm going to be a great timer for you. 1 minute. The person who's been on the council the least will go first. And then
the person on council, at least, sorry, my mic is going out. So
this group will have 1 more minute in addition, so you guys will have a minute of just be able to wait for a second. Just relax. Okay, do we know who's going first? All right, we've collected our thoughts then. All right, your timer begins now. 1 minute.
So I believe my personality trait could contribute to typically will listen to opposing ideas and opposing mind.
I'm so glad you did.
And I'm open to other people's
Sterling.
more patience.
So
They're going to communicate a lot with you.
My career, when I managed multiple people,
Are not
as long as I didn't come in as a bench tester, that they said, you know, I think we need to do this differently.
Sometimes I get it.
I don't like the way this is.
20 seconds.
Basis for it, I would listen to it. Consider
They want to take.
and open to changes.
Just doing it.
Both and we're at time, so that's okay. All right, that's time for the first person. So go ahead and thank them for sharing.
Thank you.
And then we'll go to the person, I guess, to their left. We can do that. How about that? And then you'll have 1 minute. Again, you're going to share an area of strength, an area of growth. And beginning now.
Yeah.
I am a good listener and I ask questions to try to fully understand what someone's saying if I don't
As far
understand.
as where I could
Try to really listen. And what
sometimes I find
area
myself
of growth is expressing anger
maybe I did today.
and being more direct.
So I
30 seconds.
Because I can be
I'm used to
super
that.
angry
So
and not
say,
say,
hey,
you know what? I really
I'll tell myself, okay, shut up and listen. And I think it was my wife that taught me that.
You're pretty good at stepping forward, stepping back.
Well, I think, yeah, it's a balance between the two. I try to be assertive, but I also try to be open.
That's time. Thank them for sharing. And then next, ready, set, go.
Okay,
Personality trait of strength, I say consensus building. I feel like I'm really good at hearing. I tend to listen more than I talk, so I will listen for all of the different opinions and try and find more either agreement or like where we are at least aligned in whatever idea is being presented, and that's kind of how. Oh, yeah, I do. My growth area is overthinker. Chronic overthinker. And it's actually something I'm taking and reading books on how to stop overthinking.
20
which is
seconds.
Probably overthinking it.
Finish
So,
up.
my growth is, I get passionate about things that I believe in, and that gets in the ways in terms of being logical. So, very passionate.
That's time. Go ahead and thank them for sharing.
And she writes her notes so small.
And then go ahead for the next one. Timer begins. And then you guys can just have a minute. You can now ask questions about what each other shared.
One of my strengths,
We can ask
particularly
Yeah.
with respect to this role, is the ability to sympathize with opposing viewpoints and see the complexity in situations. I think a lot of people oversimplify. Too many of our critical issues, especially at the national level, but also at the local level.
And wants to know that.
I think it's refreshing to have.
20 seconds.
I know I have blind spots. I know there are things I don't know. And just that awareness, I think, is in and of itself a bit of a strength. And just, the ability to sympathize is important. In terms of growth, one of my shortcomings is my attention span.
All right, that's time.
And my desire and my patience for going deep on certain policy things.
You're saying sometimes frustrating.
Well, it's more of a, it's just.
Yeah, asking questions.
Attention span.
Yeah.
I call it like.
So go ahead and wrap up that conversation. We're going to keep moving so we have time.
My mind goes faster than my mouth.
So, what was the takeaway from that? Did it have value for you? What did you get from that? Yes?
We're still like.
Okay, Mayor Daggett, what was valuable in that exercise from your perspective?
Just to hear what each person sees as their strength and their area of improvement, because it may or may not coincide with what you think or how you've seen them or whatever.
And okay, so let's dig in a little bit more. So why is knowing how someone sees themselves of value? Any thoughts?
Easier to communicate with them if you know that that's where they see their strength or their weakness. You can then be sensitive to that.
Yeah, or even just knowing that they're self-aware. I once worked with a group where someone was like, my biggest challenge is impulsivity. I constantly interrupt and I'm really trying not to. And the person who worked with them said, I have spent the last 2 years so frustrated about you. And now that I know that you know that and you're working on it, it really allows me to have a little bit more understanding and compassion, right? So that's partially part of it. And what about the exercise of just the self-awareness? Anyone having a hard time identifying what their strength or area of growth was? A little bit.
You said you had 3 to write down.
I only had 2.
But that process of self-reflection, where's the value in that? What do you think?
Well, how can you get better if you don't self-evaluate?
Yeah, no culture is
My wife
created.
helps with it quite a bit.
Right. That was the first 2 years of my marriage, trying to tell my husband how he can improve and learning how that doesn't work.
I did 11 years in my first marriage with my wife telling me what was wrong with me.
Oh.
And he learned and moved on to.
Right.
Yeah.
So let that be a lesson for anyone listening. That's not the way to a successful marriage. Okay, so that being said, we often don't take that time in self-reflection to ask ourselves, what am I bringing to the table? And the reality is, no positive culture is created by accident. It just isn't. It has to be with intention, which includes self-reflection. What am I bringing to the table? How am I showing up? And how is that serving their larger goal here? What is the larger goal? What? Go ahead.
To work well together and get stuff done.
To be an effective council together, right? So yeah, right? Were you going to say something else?
Yeah, that I think it's also beneficial to think about your skills in terms of what you bring to the whole, and where you might be able to really step up and use your particular skill in the whole group.
Great segue to what we're going to talk about next. So feel free to go back to your regular seats if you have a snack there you want to get back to or what have you. So then really in having this moment to self-reflect and to listen to each other, what are some of the traits of an effective council member, mayor or vice mayor, right? What are some of the traits, do you think?
Stepping forward, stepping back.
Stepping forward, stepping back. Say more.
Well, there's a certain kind of personality type, writ large generally, that self-filters into a position like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I think partially what that comes with is a desire to be heard, a desire to put forth ideas, and we all have the ability to do that. It's really important to couple that with saving space and time for your other counterparts to be able to do that as well.
Right. And so to not oversimplify, because I was eavesdropping, more than just listening, it's about collecting the perspectives in the room. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to write perspective. Okay. And then it's also about bringing ideas forward, the potential like critical thinking, solution-oriented thinking. Is that kind of go along with what you're suggesting as well?
I just think it's valuing all perspectives, and showing that through your actual body language and action.
Yeah. Yeah. What does that look like? What does showing that look like on the council?
I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to share.
It's open to anyone.
I think that asking questions about someone's perspective is good to make sure that you understand what it is that they're saying.
Yeah, and how do we seek to understand? Or not just seek to understand, asking questions and seeking to understand, but how do we ensure we understood?
Asking questions.
Well,
clarification.
Or ask, like referencing it back to them and saying, is this what you're saying? Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. There's a word for that.
There is a word for that, paraphrasing. What I think I heard you say is this, did I get that right? Right? Okay. Asking good questions. Also, I like just being deeply curious, right? Because many of you will have a political agenda of some sort, right?
Or at least a set of values and a perspective,
right,
that we bring to the discussions.
And it would also, I would be remiss to say that sometimes council members are elected to council based on single issues. Sometimes that happens. And so they're thinking, how do I progress my single issue for the people who voted me into this position? And they're not always thinking about what we just talked about, which is how do I understand the perspectives of everyone in the room? What questions are important to ask here? How do I make sure that I'm understanding what's being said, right? Those are all very different. not wrong compared to, one or the other, but a more comprehensive way to show up. Yeah.
Especially at this level, I don't find it as helpful to think about it as political agendas.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's more about, I call it a compass bearing.
Okay.
What's my true north? And, that needle point is the result of a whole lifetime of experiences and values that encapsulate me. And how do I bring that to the table, but allow that vector bearing to veer based off of the sensibilities of the other collective life experiences in the room.
I like that.
If you're a one-issue person, you will soon learn that you can't focus on that one issue. There's stormwater to
yeah. And we know this. We know this. Some of us from recent experiences, and that is part of just interacting with anyone where there is passion. So I overheard that passion can sometimes get in the way. Say more. Why is that?
Well, because when you get passionate about an issue, it's hard then to listen to other perspectives because you're so passionate about it. You just are more focused on it than being open to other dialogue. And so it can be a blessing and a curse.
Exactly. And so we're not saying that passion is bad. By all means, your passion for the things that matter most to you in this community is what puts you where you are. But we also want to encompass this collecting all perspectives, particularly the ones that go against your passion. Why? What's that leadership trait that we're pointing to here?
Be teachable.
Being teachable, learning, being open to learning, right? And when I say open to learning, I mean showing up to the table with a passion and some thoughts and ideas and opinions, and also being open to new information that may adjust that, right? Think about the people that you respect most as a leader. What are the traits that they embody? So what do you think, Councilmember House?
I'm navigating in my own head. Yeah, I shared with the group that one of my areas of growth is I'm an overthinker. I'm a chronic overthinker. Right now, I'm overthinking about being open to learning and being teachable, because I actually see them as two different things. Like, I can learn independently, but to be teachable requires a level of humility that I value, that somebody actually has something to teach me.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. I don't know if I get in there. So teachable. I think you're right. And part of that comes from this one too, valuing all perspectives, seeking to understand. Do you have to agree with all the perspectives?
No.
Absolutely not, and nor should you, because that's what's the beauty of the way this is arranged. But if we do seek to understand and then make sure we are understanding, then we can get a little better position to where we're at. Have you ever gone into a negotiation and it gone terribly wrong?
Yes.
Say more. You don't have to give specifics, but what about it went wrong?
The one I'm thinking about, you and I talked about on the break, was that part of the people coming into the negotiations were completely closed-minded about any compromise. All they wanted was more. And because of that, the whole thing went nowhere.
And stalled.
Stalled dead.
Right. So a large part of your role, of course, on council is going to be a lot about negotiating maybe different perspectives, different values, different opinions on the next steps, right? Okay, so what are the things that can help you be effective in that negotiation?
Well, I think asking clarifying questions again, because what I have seen happen previously is if someone seems like they're disagreeing, like the wall going up and the without trying to clarify, like, well, where are you coming from and why do you think that? And having a discussion versus you put your opinion out there, and if someone disagrees with it, the conversation's done.
Then you dig your heels in.
Yeah.
And so then everyone else can ask questions of them too, to try to help them feel heard, right? Paraphrase to make sure, and then that reduces, we're getting into non-defensive communication, reduces some of that heel digging in. Yeah? This also works in marriages, by the way. So when it comes to, well, there's one thing that I think hasn't been mentioned here, and it's influence. You all are going to try to influence each other at some point, yes? Okay. So when it comes to influence, I think the word gets a bad rap because I'm going to add the word positive influence or constructive or effective. Let's not use effective. Constructive or positive, right? Meaning, how do you have a positive influence? Which is what I'm talking about is like we want to avoid bullying, manipulating, dominating the conversation. Right? These are things that can happen, and I've seen happen and been called into the room many times because it was happening, not just with councils, with all sorts of groups, right? And how do we avoid that? How do we have a positive influence? What does positive influence look like? Think to yourself, an example of someone who has had a positive influence. What does it look like in application?
Finding common ground. Part of it.
It is. Okay, so finding common ground. What am I getting? Common ground. Oh, wait. Why am I having a hard time?
Because we're all watching you.
I know! You know what it says. Okay.
Because you're short.
Part of that too. So finding common ground is one of the first steps, and part of that goes into asking questions, being deeply curious, being open to learning, right? All of that goes into that, yes?
So the example I gave you before was completely unsuccessful because certain parties were unwilling to compromise even in English.
Right.
So compromise is important. I'll give you a real quick example. It came to council that they wanted to change our foot trails, which we're not allowed to have any motorized vehicles on, to allow motorized vehicles. I was against that completely. But the council didn't agree with me. They thought it was okay to have electric motorbikes. So how did we resolve it? I think this was a total success. I got the rest of the council to agree to no motorbikes on 2 trails. But then I agreed, okay, we can have motorbikes on all the other trails. Now, a lot of my friends were mad at me because they wanted me to just dig my heels in my Sierra Club friends and vote no on it. But that wouldn't have been a success. The success was that the council moved in my direction and I moved in the council's direction. And we came up to what I consider to be a very reasonable compromise.
That's a great example. And if we dug into it, I suppose people probably ask questions. Why do you feel so strongly about this? And the more questions we ask, the more we might have understood maybe these particular trails would meet that need because there's specific reasons for it in these areas, and then we can find a compromise here. But until we get curious, ask questions, and seek to understand the perspective, we don't even find the opportunity for compromise.
Well, what I learned is that some people can't commute on a pedal bicycle, but they can commute on an electric bicycle.
Right.
It's like, okay, I learned something.
Exactly. Like my dad, who has heart surgery.
And the other side realized, okay, the Arizona Trail, all the way from Utah to Mexico, is completely non-motorized. Right. So let's be consistent with that with Flagstaff. So to me, it was a total success.
Yes, that's a great example. One more thing that I think hasn't been talked about, but I think you guys are alluding to with a lot of this, which I would call, you could call it social intelligence, essentially understanding your impact on the others in the room, right? Understanding how you're currently impacting, being able to notice that, right? as well as understanding the way that your tone or the way you're coming across. And it doesn't mean it has to be devoid of passion, right? But that would be what I would call social intelligence. You would agree? That could be an important piece of it. Yes.
So where does trust come in? Where does that come in? Because it's hard for me to work in a group that I don't trust. Nothing personal. I'm not saying that about y'all. But I'm just saying, where does that trust come in? Does that come in as you begin to ask questions and then you hear the person's answer, and then you have to believe what they're telling you?
I think that's a great, I'm so glad you said that. Because it's the fundamental thing that dictates how effective your relationships and how resilient they are when you don't agree, right? And so let's talk about what trust is. And before I forget, I want to write social intelligence, right? So, what is trust? What do you think?
Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
It's believing what the person is saying or their actions are true. That when you have a conversation with someone and when they give you a response or their opinion, that you believe that they're authentic about it.
Yeah, so you trust someone who is consistently honest, and you have experience with that with them. Okay, that's one. What else? Yes, Mayor Daggett.
That you believe that they're coming to the discussion honestly and with no ulterior motive or looking for a way to manipulate.
Yeah. So another way stated would be that they care about you and your perspective, and they're not there to manipulate you, right? That is absolutely a part of trust. And
I'll just drill down a little bit further. I think it's about feeling safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in feeling safe, there's one.
Feel safe in someone else's. You can disagree with them, but fundamentally, you feel emotionally safe. You feel physically safe, and you feel at peace for the future.
And usually safety comes when when trust is in place, when you feel a sense of safety, when trust is in place. But trust is developed over time. And so Brene Brown is a researcher, and she talks a lot about how trust is a jar of marbles. Meaning, every time you have an interaction with someone, how they respond will either add a marble to that trust jar or potentially knock the trust jar over. Now, when you knock the trust jar over, a lot of the marbles fall out. Not all of them. You can pick it back up. There'll be some in there. But guess what? Then you have to do the work of earning it back interaction by interaction. But one interaction can knock it over. That's how trust works, right? So another aspect is not just being honest, not knowing that they care about you or that they have your interest in mind as well, but also that they're consistent. Consistent is piece of it. Reliable. You can depend on them to behave in a similar way that is both honest and thoughtful of you. That's how trust is built, right? And so every time you're showing up to the table and making a comment, know that that is also a marble potentially in the trust jar between you and each of those council members. I actually did that with my kid as I got an actual trust jar, and when he lied to me, we knocked it over and he had to earn it back one by one until he got privileges that required trust, right? Because that's how trust is earned. So thank you for bringing that up, Council.
I don't know where this is going, but I did have a thought I wanted to bring up.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I learned in another similar learning experience, interpersonal effectiveness was a class I took.
Mm-hmm.
And we learned that you need to approach the person in a way that they are comfortable. Now, one of the people in my breakout group made a comment that he had a short attention span. Well, that's something I need to take into account when I'm having discussions that I can't just go on and on and on. I need to be concise, get to the point, and move on. Because if I don't, he's moved on, Well, so the point is, some people want to go over every little detail, blah, 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 blah. And other people want, look, get to the bottom line, tell me what your position is, and I'll consider it.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. And here's my comments on that. I both agree and disagree, and here's why. I agree that in a perfect world where you had the time to get to know the preferences of everyone and then could communicate with them in such a way that would align with their preferences, whether that be being concise or not, or visuals versus written or whatever, then that would be the gold standard. In reality, though, we don't always have that luxury or time. You need to be concise anyway because you're on council, right? But at the end of the day, but we want to be clear with our thoughts and points, and a good leadership is also brevity and conciseness, and then also ability to answer questions, right? I don't mean to play it out to be oversimplified, because I agree with you, a lot of topics are oversimplified, so I agree with you there. But that being said, if you have some fundamental pieces on how you approach people, it will still go well. And one of those is showing up to that conversation deeply curious. When you show an interest and ask questions and seek to understand, you're already building resiliency and an interaction that is more likely to go well, right? Period. So you don't have to worry about attention span as much if you're engaging in that process. Where is this all going? So we've identified some really great traits of great leaders, and especially those that would be serving on a council. Self-reflection, knowing what your true north is, open to learning, being teachable, humility, influence, social intelligence, being able to paraphrase as a tool for understanding, asking questions, right? Listening, seeking, and valuing all perspectives. So just take a second looking through that list and write down one that you feel you do really well and one that you'd like to improve upon. Okay, the follow-up question now is, how might you show more of either the one that you do well or the one that you want to work on while serving on the council? Think about application. What does that actually look like? What's something you could literally do? Write it down. What's something you could do to actually embody that trait more on council?
I just have a comment on that. Going back to the open meeting laws, there's some issues that we have difference of opinions on moving forward. Something will come up. It's really hard to gain that perspective and to really understand maybe someone's point of view when you can't just sit down and, I guess you could one-on-one, but then you're risking like, did you talk to anybody else about this? Instead of having just an open dialogue about, let's just really talk about this so I can understand your perspective and stuff. And it seems to be a little restrictive.
So I'm going to actually ask City Manager Clifton to weigh in on this, but I believe that we added some discussion time into some agendas for that very purpose. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there, as long as it is in that open meeting, seeking to understand and asking questions is actually okay, in that there is some scheduled discussion time for that.
It's just a little, maybe it'll get easier, but it just seems, not that anything's came up yet, but it just seems like right now it seems like, well, that'll be really sometimes a little bit more challenging when you're doing it with a camera on you and.
Agreed.
To sit there and go, hey, Kara, what do you really think about this? And having a back and forth dialogue to really understand when, you have to go through protocol and everybody's watching you and.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Right.
you're right. And what's the alternative? If we don't take that time to seek to understand, what's the alternative?
Not understanding and not being effective.
And potentially risking the heels dug in situation where then we quickly slide down into ineffective counsel, right? Because a lot of that, I wrote you guys an article actually that all about effective counsel relationships. It should be in front of you. And a lot of it was from not only the research, but also from lived experiences of mayors and city managers. That's where a lot of that came from. So yeah. If it were easy, then everyone would do it, right? It's not going to be easy, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Okay, so I'm hoping if someone would be willing, after doing some self-reflection on an area that they either do well or want to grow on, and what's the thing they came up with that they think they can actually use in council. And I'm asking this because it might inspire someone else in the room as well. Is there anyone willing to volunteer their answer before I call on someone? Yes, Councilmember Sweet. And then
so for me, I think I would like to ask more questions when I'm on the dais. So application-wise, easy. I just need to get my voice out there and ask more questions.
Ask more questions and just dig into that I'm just curious piece rather than I'm trying to manipulate the conversation or influence the conversation, which is different. That doesn't mean you can't use positive influence. And we'll talk about what positive influence could look like. Councilmember House.
Yeah, mine actually was influence. I put positive in parentheses because I think for me it's just a matter of actually trusting that I have influence. And so I said being willing to speak up more and trust myself in that. I can have that positive influence, but I've got to speak to actually have it.
Yes. And really influence can be just what we've already talked about. When it comes to negotiation, you have influence. When it comes to conflict, you have influence. When you first show up and show that you care about the perspectives in the room, seek to understand them, and then you think of them as puzzle pieces that come together to put together a bigger picture, then you will have influence, because then you're going to take each puzzle piece and be able to put it together in a way and then deliver that, and everyone will go, ooh, right? And then all of a sudden you've had an influence, right? That's what positive influence really looks like when it comes to discussions and perspectives on a council. Any other thoughts on what positive influence looks like, or where you've seen it in other leaders? Yes, Mayor Daggett.
I would say that I have even disagreed with people and walked away and was influenced, even if we didn't come to an agreement. Sometimes it's the way the person dealt with the circumstance that I've thought, I just learned something from you, the way you disagreed with me.
I love that you just said that. Can you say more about like what it was about how they responded that you walked away noticing?
I think that when you can, when the person treated me with respect, even though they disagreed with my viewpoint, and treated my viewpoint as valid and worthy of a discussion. So I think being heard, knowing that you were heard, even if you didn't come to agreement.
Yes, and I think the key part there is valuing your perspective, valuing your insight, even if they don't agree with you. Expressing that this is what I think I hear you saying. This is how I understand it. I can see where you're coming from. That makes sense to me. These are the pieces that I don't agree with and why. Right, and that's a completely different conversation. Yes.
She used the word respect. I actually wrote it down. I was going to use the phrase mutual respect. And I think since I've been on council, we have had mutual respect for each other. But when I think back 2 or 3 years before I got on council, there were like 2 blocks. And it's like these people wouldn't even respect these people enough to even listen to them. And that's why this kind of ties into the fair process that we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, we're not going to even have a discussion about that because we're at the other block and we're going to block you.
Exactly.
But since I've been on council, and I hope this continues, we've had mutual respect. It's like, we may not agree, but it's like, okay, let's talk about it. And if you don't get to the step of let's talk about it, then you can't get to the step of being open-minded and all this other stuff.
That's right. There's a couple foundational things that lead to this stuff that if it's not in place, it's harder to do these things. So let's talk about that. One of them is, in fact, the pressure you may have as an elected official, okay? Because as soon as you compromise, you're gonna get the emails,
Yes.
right? A flip-flopper or whatever they call it, right? And you're gonna get pressure from the community members around not digging your heels in. And yet you know that in order to progress anything forward, digging your heels in doesn't work, right? And so that inherently is going to make your job more challenging because you know that on some level, right? I wish I had a magic wand to tell you like, well, if you just do this, it gets better. That's just something you have to face head on. That's part of having good discernment, right? To discern when it's right to stand and do something, even though you know and that it's not gonna be liked by everyone, right?
Can I just tell you real quickly?
Yes.
When I first got on council, I thought, do the right thing. Half the people are going to hate you. Half the people are going to love you. What I learned is do the right thing because everybody's going to hate you.
Oh,
And
experience can speak truth.
I gave that example about the compromise on the bicycles, which I think was a total success. My Sierra Club friends went ape. They were just angry at me for compromising. And I know I did the right thing.
And that's great. And you did give a good example to exactly what we're talking about. So it's just a matter of having to have that discernment to know when is the right time to move forward. Yes, Councilmember Harris.
But I would think, and maybe I'm like really, this Pollyanna kind of person. I would think that when you come into a role like this, that it ought to be about the community and what's best for the community. Mm-hmm. Example was when I was school board president, and we had a lot of money issues because that was in the first downturn. It was around 2008 or so. And we had to make some really, really tough decisions. And to this day, people still hate me because I was the board president at the time. Mm-hmm. But there were 3 of us. We didn't have kids in the system. And we were concerned about all of the kids, not just your kid or this, whatever. And so those decisions were really, really hard and they were tough. Chief Musclemaker can talk about some of the issues that we had with him escorting me to my car and stuff, But we kept coming back every week to make those tough decisions. And I think the school district is better for it now.
That's right.
Some people will still not admit, that it was better. But I think that when we come onto roles like this, we have to have that in our mind that we've got to do what's best for everybody, or for the most people, not everybody. And so I think that should inform our decisions. It should inform how we interact with each other. It should inform a lot of things. It's because we care about Flagstaff. That's why we went through all that hell, excuse my French.
And that's where we all agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, blah, blah, blah.
And no, thank you for sharing that because it goes back to collecting and respecting and valuing all perspectives, not just the people on the council, but the community needs. For an example, you might get an onslaught of letters saying that we need to defund the police, but that might not be the perspective of the majority of the community. So you can't be swayed by the passion of a few. You have to reach out to all the perspectives and make sure that is that really the perspective of the majority, and is that going to serve the majority, right? So that's part of that discernment, that judgment, and having what's best for the community overall at the central part And so that when you have to go back to a certain group of people and tell them, this is what we had to do with the funding of the school board, or this is what we're doing with the funding of the police, or whatever, that you can speak to the reasonings behind that, right? And that they're not reactionary, but well thought out and with the needs of the community in the center. And you know this, right? But there's a pressure. I just want to call out the pressure that you're going to get to not compromise, right? So we have to call the pink out the pink. Yes.
Well, and just to that point, I think that's one of the challenges that I've learned, like in the time that I've been on council, is exercising that level of discernment, I guess, between like, okay, I've gotten 15 emails about this. Is this truly speaking for the majority of people, or is this just this 15 people? And learning when to, like, how to value and balance the value of all of those statements. It's not saying that they're not important because it's only 15 people, but it's also not overvaluing it and saying that this 15 people necessarily represents all of the people of the community. And just knowing that, like, if you always go with those voices that just show up in the room for that particular conversation, you're going to constantly be going back and forth because you'll have 15 people show up to say, we want this when you're voting for it. And as soon as you pass it, you have 15 people showing up to say completely against this and you're a monster for doing it.
Exactly. And back to you do the right thing because everyone's going to hate you. So exactly. And that's a really good point to make. So what do we do then? When it comes to negotiation and difficult conversations, there's one fundamental also background thing that can help all of this snap into place. One is just acknowledging the pressure you have as a politician. Right? The second one, or elected official, the second one is the stories we tell ourselves. So there are three types of stories we tend to tell ourselves about others. We tend to tell a victim story, a villain story, or a hopeless story. What does that look like? So these three stories that we start to develop after interactions with others will then justify our behavior to either be of silence or violence. And I don't mean physical violence, it could just be verbal, right, toward another. So a victim story could sound something like, they're not listening to me, my issue's important, and they're not listening to me, and I'm the only one not being heard. It's me against the world. Me, the victim. You, the villain. Because clearly you're shutting me down, you're not listening to me, you're not respecting me, you're not responding to me, right? So now the greater to the extent I've painted myself as the victim and you as the villain, the more it justifies then my behavior to go towards silence or violence. Yeah? Then at the remaining stories, well, now it's hopeless. So I might as well give up and not even try. Right? So we all tell these stories. It's not a matter of not telling these stories. You tell them. You're going to tell them, even potentially about each other, about people you live with, about that person who just cut you off in the street. Like, you're going to tell the story. The question is, how long are you going to let yourself tell that story before you snap out of it and start to recognize that these things on the board are not possible as long as you're telling stories, right? So I want you to think about the stories you're telling. Take a second. Identify any stories you might be telling about anyone in your world. I'm not going to ask you to share it. It could be even, how often have I said, oh, my son is just so ungrateful. What a brat. Right? And then this is recorded. I love you, honey. And then I'm telling a victim villain story to justify my punishment for what he's done, when really I should have just asked some questions and gotten curious because I was misreading why he was doing what he was doing. Do you see how much it gets in the way, these stories? So think about the stories you're telling before you show up in the room. Because those marbles of trust cannot be earned as long as you're telling stories. Yes?
Don't you believe that there are some stories that really, truly are victim stories? So explain what you mean, because I see some issues as really they are victim issues.
So let me just give a personal example real quick. I've been a victim, like a real legitimate, justifiable, go to court victim, right? But if I continue to tell the stories afterward about if I focus on all the aspects of them and their behavior that I can't control, I continue to put myself as disempowered and in the victim state well after the incident of victimhood, right? So that then I'm only focusing on what I can control. It's your fault. You're the reason why this council is ineffective, right? And as long as I can keep and maintain that position, I never have to actually go to a place of looking at what I can control, how I'm showing up, whether or not I'm getting curious or asking questions, or what I can do about the situation, right? And so what I'm talking about is more a state of mind, right? Yeah.
Great response.
Okay. Any other questions? Because we are at time. So hopefully you've all written down one thing you can start doing now to embody some of these traits more on council. So now it's up to you to do it. Okay. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so next up,
Oh, I'm sorry, what was lava?
I didn't get a chance to go to it. It's listen, acknowledge, or you can call paraphrase, validate, and ask questions. You start a conversation with lava, and it's automatically going to go better.
Thank you. That was excellent.
What was the second one?
Okay. It's, listen, acknowledge. I like to call acknowledge paraphrase. It's the same thing. Acknowledge their position, validate, and ask questions.
I thought we were going to play Forest Lava.
Right now.
Double J.
Questions.
These rolling tables.
Here we go.
That would be fun.
How's everybody doing?
Woo!
Nice little team building session. Thank you so much, Katie. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I'm going to start. I want to take up 3 minutes of my allocated 30 minutes on this topic and tell you a quick story. At lunch at the table I was at, we were talking about concerts. The story I want to share with you, and it has absolutely very little, if any, relevance to anything today, is that my mother, both my parents are long gone, but my mother came from a family in Portland. Her parents were immigrants, and my dad grew up on a ranch in Texas. They met in Portland. Dad was getting ready to ship off to the war, and Mom worked behind a soda fountain. And for most people in this room, a soda fountain was a place where you would go and get drinks and milkshakes, and it was a big deal way back in the day. And Dad met her there, and he kept trying to pick up on her, and she would have nothing to do with it. And then eventually they did connect, and they married, and the rest is history. I was once at the kitchen sink with my mom washing dishes, and I wanted to probe into this a little bit more. So I said, Mom, what was the deal? How did it come into a relationship? She said, well, you know, your father, he just kept coming into the fountain, and he was just so annoying. He would always talk about Texas and what they did back on the ranch, and she didn't want to have anything to do with him, and he kept asking her out. She kept saying no. And finally, one day, he shows up and he throws an envelope on the counter. And she said, well, what is that? And he said, well, that's going to be our first date. And she said, yeah, right. Not going to work. And he opened up the envelope, and out falls a couple of tickets. And she went and looked at them, and they're tickets to a Louis Armstrong concert. And she said, well, that did it for me. So positive influence.
What about the gift box?
There's always a good story. So I want to shift gears a little bit. This is nothing to take notes on. The next two sessions are just kind of thought-provoking and things. I'm hoping they do bring about some thought and comment from you. But especially for the benefit of the new council, want to talk a bit about our organizational structure and how it is and how it came to be, and who knows where it's going, right? But I'm going to speak at a very high level. You know, our structure probably could be categorized. We can, I'm going with the rule of three here, include the structure of the organization. You'll often hear reference to core services. I think we're in a facility right now that's called core services, and their functions. And of course, with the core services, you have support services and a number of other things that we do. Flagstaff is a full service city. We do just about everything. We have all the utilities, except electric, of course, and gas, but we operate our own landfill, we operate our own airport, we have our own libraries, of course, public safety, all the typical things, but we really are a full service organization. And within that, you will hear reference to the core services. Those are that you always, what we'll make reference to here in just a second. We're also an organization that by its very nature has to be adaptable to the changing needs and priorities of our community. And we're going to talk an awful lot about community priorities in the months ahead, and there will be a survey coming up later this year on point with that, so we can check in. And of course, the organization always needs to be appropriately sized and funded. So when we think about core services, and this is not anything out of a book, there's no prescription to this or no definitives here. This is my way of characterizing what we might look upon to be our core services. There's debate to be had here, but let's just recognize that. Certainly public safety, police and fire, public works, streets, as we're sitting here, we're watching the plows go out to work on the streets. Water services, the airport, the library, the parks, the housing, all of these services that are provided. The city clerk's office I've referenced. And what is the one core service that you provide? You talked about it earlier today. That is absolutely mandatory.
Our agenda setting.
And?
Elections.
Correct. Elections are indispensable, right? And the city clerk by statute is vested with that authority and that responsibility. Certainly the court and certainly community development, inclusive of housing, inclusive of building inspection and planning. If we were to think then about support services, we might, and these could be a little bit more internal, the focus is a little bit more internal, we might think about information technology, management services, although I'll note there that Rick Tatter, my twin brother, is actually the treasurer for the city, and that is a mandatory service. So that one may straddle both. Legal management, my office, human resources, engineering, and then I separated out economic vitality and sustainability because even though those are support in some sense, they are very outward facing in another sense. So a little bit of a distinction to be made. When we talk about adaptability to our changing community, the thing that we always mention is that the organization is never static. It's always evolving, and it has to be evolving because our community is always evolving. And all you have to do is think back over the last 20 years or so and think about all the things that have evolved in our community, priorities that have now emerged as very front and central priorities that are now guiding the way our organization has evolved as well. Think of housing, think of sustainability and climate action, think of information technology, and what we now look upon as emerging technologies and how that has influenced our lives in a profound way, with our computers, our laptops, our smartphones, all the conduits of information that we have were not tools at our fingertips 25 years ago. It's all new stuff, relatively. Even though it doesn't seem that new right now, but that's how rapidly things are changing in our landscape. Economic vitality and what that does for our community in terms of tourism. We are indeed a tourist-based economy. Business attraction, same comment. Think of sustainability and our climate emergency and where sustainability, how it has evolved in our organization. We'll talk more about that in a second. Housing with our housing emergency. And then we will hear a little bit later today from our public affairs director. Public affairs did not exist in our organization 3 years ago. So these things are happening, and they're happening, quite frankly, with speed and largely staying in lockstep, hopefully, with the needs of our community. But it doesn't end there. Of course, as we talk about meeting our community needs and priorities, it's not just what we provide internal to our organization, but also what we, and largely through the council and through this very budget process that we're embarking upon, we'll see funneled out into the community, and usually in terms of financial support, but it could be more than that. Examples, our sheltering services, the many service organizations that are under the umbrella of United Way of Northern Arizona, our many the service organizations, animal care, big topic of late, a lot of support coming from the city, early childhood education, another big topic of late, and certainly the utilization of city facilities. A lot of interest groups and organizations do use our facilities. So we do a lot for the community that goes beyond the reach of our organization. As we drift then into being appropriately sized and funded, I love this graph because it tells such a great story. You're looking at the number of employees. You don't have to look at the numbers, just look at the trajectory of the graph going back to 2008, 2009, which was 1 year before the Great Recession. So you can see what the recession did to this organization. We went from over 900 full-time employee, full-time equivalents, down to slightly over 820 in 1 year. Shocking. Probably 100 or so employees lost their jobs at that time, and we stayed in a period of decline for the next several years. Of course, it goes without saying, level of or expectation for service and demand for service did not decline there. So really, it represents a time where employees were probably straddled with doing a lot with much less. Over the last several years, we've seen a steady growth, and we just got back to pre-recession numbers sometime between last year and this year. So that's a lot in terms of the size of our organization, and we're making good progress. Similar to that, we talk about how we are funded. Rick and his team, Rick Tatter, will talk a lot about the color of money tomorrow. I'm not going there right now. But we have a very diverse stream that funds our organization. We, of course, have the general fund. That's the thing we're always looking at. But we have numerous enterprise funds. You'll hear more about that tomorrow. We have a few programs and sections that operate with specific funds, funds that are just allocated or appropriated for that purpose. And we also are founded upon some pretty good fiscal policies that have helped us. They have helped us get through these times, and they have helped us in terms of where we are with our general fund, which is kind of the barometer we look at when we're talking about our budget. We always gravitate to the general fund because we don't have time to talk about all the other funds in every conversation. So the general fund becomes the target, but the general fund does give us a really good idea of how we're functioning. And we've done some things in all of our funds to really bolster our fiscal stability. Our fund balance policies, again, you'll hear more about that tomorrow, are rock solid. We're in good shape. Our recession planning, also a very good tool. It's been put into place a couple of years ago with success, has helped us get through some economic downturns. The public safety pension payoff, a couple of years ago, we were talking a lot about this. Now it's in our rearview mirror. We checked that box off a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. Huge success. Created a general fund with it lifted an encumbrance in our general fund of, Rick Tatter, how many millions of dollars? just make something up.
I missed the question.
Okay. Rick does not get a gold star.
Are you talking about the $72 million in?
Well, our present net savings when that public safety liability was paid off was about $72 million. Yeah. But more importantly,
Reduction of about $2 million.
yeah, it freed up a lot of funds in the general fund and helped us in turn do other things. And we have also retired a lot of debt. So the city remains in sound fiscal health. I want to talk a little bit about how one way, that, again, looking at our general fund, how we look upon the size of our organization. I showed you the bar graph showing the size of the organization. This pie chart shows you where we are in terms of our expenditures out of general fund. This is from this current year's budget, and you'll see if you can read it. Personnel services, the blue, representing 47%. I think we can add to this what we are currently paying for pension as well, which is probably a few more percentage points. The takeaway is we're doing quite well in terms of how much of our general fund is being allocated to labor costs, and that is a barometer that we look at. So size-wise, I think we're pretty good. We were possibly where we should be. Maybe we could stand to grow a little bit more. Cost-wise, we're very competitive. These are good things to take away from our organizational structure, and then back to my comments about being adaptive to the community. Similar comment. So when we shift then into management strategies, and the two go together, our organizational structure and some of the management strategies that we embrace as an organization and we've been working on collectively as an organization. Less vertical hierarchy within our organization, meaning we are striving very hard not to be a top-down sort of structure, but rather a more horizontal structure where there are many more leaders making many more decisions and exercising many more responsibilities. Horizontal inclusion. We have more divisions and we have more sections. 3 years ago, we had 8 divisions in an organization that served well over 800 full-time employees. Some quick math will lead you to believe those are some pretty big divisions, and they were, and some of them still are. I think where we are now is probably a little more reflective of where we should be with a population our size. 75, 80,000 people in our community, university town, full service municipality. I would suggest if you were to go and just do some quick research with other municipalities, you can focus on Arizona. In our range, size-wise, budget-wise, you would see divisions that look a lot like ours. So we've added 5 more divisions in 3 years, and we've added a multitude of more sections. We'll show you a depiction of that in a minute. We have strived hard to empower all of our employees. There's a lot more collective thought at the table, a lot more people in the room working through the many complex problems that we do and planning ahead, doing all the things that we do as an organization. We are really trying hard to have our employees feel empowered. We rely a lot upon team engagement. I might ask, I'm going to do this just in case some of you are nodding off right about now. For those online who serve on our leadership team, please put your cameras on if you would for just a second. And for those in this room who serve on our leadership team, if you wouldn't mind standing up, and we're going to do some very, very quick introductions. Sarah Dar, so good to see you. Sarah heads up our housing section, which includes a lot of things, including the Housing Authority, and is a valued member of our leadership team. Jessica Cortez is our court administrator, and she is a valued member of our leadership team, and it's good to see you, Jessica. Maria Robinson works closely with Randy, and she's the risk management part of human resources and risk management. Dan Folk, good to see you in flannel, Dan. Dan Folk heads up our community development. And am I missing anybody else online? Thank you guys. Thank you so much for sharing your pictures on the screen. You all look great. Chief Gaylor with our fire department, Rebecca Sayers, pros, Parks, Rec, Open Space, special events, and other things. Heidi Hansen, when you're not serving as an interim deputy city manager, you head up economic vitality. Paul Mood, a recent addition to the city, is our city engineer and heads up city engineering and capital projects. Randy Tracy, also a recent addition. It's so good to have you gentlemen here. Heads up human resources. Shannon Anderson, the one who always makes me look good, is a senior deputy city manager for the city and has been functioning in that way for some time now. We have Chief Musselman with our police department. Good afternoon, Chief. We have CJ Perry with information technology. And I have already talked a lot about information technology. We have Brad Hill, and we're kind of privileged and honored to have Brad Hill because he is transitioning out after retiring 3 years ago. And he's helping us in the transition with our new water services director, who the council will be meeting soon. Shannon Jones, correct, will be joining us from Santa Fe, New Mexico. We're excited for him, and Brad, we're excited for you to get on with your well-deserved retirement. Sarah Langley in the back heads up our public affairs section. She is our public affairs director. And we have Nicole Antonopoulos with sustainability. Nicole, good to have you here. And my twin brother, Rick Tatter, with management services. And then, of course, last and certainly not least,
don't forget Scott.
I am getting to Scott. He gets a special introduction. We have Stacy Salzberg, our city clerk. Now I'm getting to Scott because Scott, up until now, has had the word interim in front of his title, interim public works director. And Shannon, you want to make a quick announcement?
He accepted the position of Public Works Director as of
So Scott, we officially welcome you now to the leadership team. Thank you all for standing and thank you for that. Yeah, that quick introduction. So we've also, in addition to team engagement, we've also emphasized advancements, a lot of internal advancement opportunities. Scott being the most recent example of that, perhaps. And certainly we do our part with employee recognition twice or once a month now. You will have monthly work anniversaries presented to you. You'll be seeing that at the upcoming work session. We always talk about our employees. In December, I think it was, we had a great celebration of the many award winners in our organization under the City Manager's Excellence Awards, and it goes on and on. We're well on our way in that journey of really trying to recognize our employees for the hard work that they do. I want to share with you real fast some personal interest that perhaps helps explain a few things as to why I meddle in the things I do, but also perhaps explanatory as to why I serve in this position, and I'm sure you have all of you have your own narratives as to why you do what you do for the city. I very much enjoy working with employees. You have to be people-oriented to be in this profession, and if you're not, you're in the wrong profession. It's all about the people, and in this organization, we've been talking all about the people. One project I really enjoy is working to repurpose some of our vacant city facilities. That's why I meddle so much in those areas. Personal interest, really enjoy working with diversity and culture. In Flagstaff, we have rich diversity and culture, so it's wonderful to be here and be a part of the many things going on there. Forging public-private partnerships, very important, very rewarding. We have a few things going on in that regard. Exciting stuff, very exciting stuff. Just this week, we had our most recent meeting on the John Wesley Powell corridor. wonderful partnership emerging, and there's others, many others to talk about. I want to explain that I have a passion for water resources. I haven't shared that with many people, but I do. And in fact, earlier in my career path, I was a water attorney back in Colorado, and that interest has never really waned. It's just transformed. But I very much enjoy working in that realm. Very much enjoy building stuff. Building stuff is really fun and exciting. In the years ahead are going to be very exciting. Downtown vibrancy, definitely a personal passion of mine. Councilmember Sweet, I'm sure you're glad to hear that. And solving complex problems, something we all deal with on a day-to-day basis. What are the challenges for our organization? These probably could be in order, but they really aren't. Recruitment and retention would probably top the list if they were prioritized. We continue to struggle with our recruitment, but we're making progress. But it's slow, incremental progress. So much effort has been expended over the last 1 to 2 years in bolstering our recruitment efforts. We now have not one, but 2 professional consultants working for us, and they have produced results. The 2 gentlemen I just introduced who joined our organization were successfully recruited through a professional recruiter. We're working hard on this. Heidi and her team helped put together some videos. Everybody's got their hands involved in this, but we're working hard to increase our recruitment. It does remain a challenge. Compensation and minimum wage increase, we're seeing another bump in minimum wage increase this month. We made that adjustment last July for the city, even though there'll be yet another adjustment this month. Brings about compression, brings about other things that you'll be hearing more from Randy and his team, the challenges we have with our compensation. And I don't want to attribute it all to minimum wage. Minimum wage is just a factor to consider. There's many other things, where we are in the marketplace, the rapidly increasing cost of living and housing. Has anybody bought a carton of eggs lately?
Oh my.
Okay.
Miss Market, you get you.
Yeah. Adapting to a virtual work environment. This is post-COVID, of course, but it's something that we're doing, and we're doing it quite well. We're doing it right now with a number of people online, a number of people in the room, and this is how all the meetings are conducted. There are benefits. 2 days ago, we could not get to the city hall, so council conducted their meeting entirely virtually. How wonderful is that? Didn't lose a step. We just went online and business as usual. But it is taking an adaptation, because along with the virtual world that we live in becomes the lesser human interaction that we're having. And what does that mean in the work environment? I don't know, it's a bit rhetorical, but it's something we need to be wrestling with. Succession planning, always an issue. Scarcity of resources, always an issue. I am going to finish here, and then I'm going to show a depiction of the organization. But I want to talk briefly about the restructures we have done over recent years, all of which lend themselves or are directly attributed to the management philosophies and principles that we've been describing over the last 30 minutes. At the request of council and former Mayor Evans, 3 years ago, we created an executive assistant and the chief of staff for the mayor and the council, and those are in reverse order. Chief of staff handles the mayor's needs, and the executive assistant, who's coming on board this next week, her name is Doris, assist the rest of council. These positions did not exist 3 years ago. They exist now. They are there to help you with your many, many needs, scheduling wise, letter writing, speech writing, what have you. You have employees to assist you. Now, they are not your employees per se. They answer to our office. Their only function is to serve the council and the mayor. So even though under the organizational structure and pursuant to the charter that we heard about this morning, you only really have 3 appointed employees. But in practice, you actually have a couple more that do serve you under the umbrella of the organization. The creation of a new public affairs, 5 minutes, I'm going to get that gold star. The public affairs section, Sarah Langley, who is our rock star in public affairs. Again, that section did not exist 3 years ago. It is not only functioning well now, it is thriving. I wish Adam Shimoni was in the room because we would talk about how.
I'm sure he's
is he here? All the videography that's occurring, Sarah Langley, you're looking at bringing on your second employee out. What's the name of that employee? A public outreach specialist?
Digital media.
Yeah, I was close. Okay. Digital media, videography, social media. These are the platforms we're utilizing now. And Adam Shimoni would just be grinning ear to ear if he was here. Information technology. I want to name the 5 new divisions that I made reference to. IT, engineering, city clerk's office, congratulations, Stacy, and pros, Rebecca, and sustainability. Congratulations to all of you. Some of you have been divisions for a while, others just as of last summer, but this is all recent evolution of our organization. Full-time Indigenous coordinator position, what a great thing that has been. We've elevated a few programs to sections such as emergency management. Stacy BK heading up emergency management as a section. Stormwater, which was a program in Public Works a few years ago, now is properly placed in water services, will continue to blossom as it needs to with all the stormwater needs we're dealing with. Building safety and code compliance as a section under Dan Folk's division. And housing section, which, as I mentioned earlier, is now inclusive of the Housing Authority. This is a very good depiction of how our organization has evolved. And I'm going to leave you with this wonderful image of our organizational chart, including our divisions and our section heads. Please don't try to read these things. The takeaway here is, of course, the community always at the top of our organizational structure, the council represented by the large sphere here. And out into that is this messiness we call the city organization with no clear hierarchy, because there is it very much intended not to be one, but rather emphasis on integration and connectivity throughout the organization. Again, principles that we embrace. And there you have it. There is a snapshot of your organization right now. And with that, it's 2:30, 54 seconds. I get a gold star.
It's fast. You still get a gold star. I'll send you some in advance.
Questions, comments? Are there any questions? Yes, Jim.
I would like to congratulate myself.
Please.
I was on council when we chose you. And that was a good choice. Thank you, Ray.
I have a comment to the compliment you just paid, and you're very gracious. You always have been.
I'm only being honest.
The attributes that we speak of in the strategies that we articulate are not a Clifton thing. These are things that you and your successors as council, mayor, vice mayor, should look for in any city manager. You want somebody who's people-oriented. You want somebody who recognizes how evolving organizations are and should be. You do not want top-down thinking that is so old school these days. You want somebody who's very steeped in team reliance and collaboration. These are not new concepts. They are serving this organization well, though, at this time. Thank you for the compliment. And other questions? All right. What's next? Oh, good. Oh, this is a fun thing. Yeah. Oh, a
You
picture?
can go ahead and do that if you want.
Yeah.
I'll let Ralph get set up.
Okay, come on,
Perfect.
let's go.
Okay. Where are we going?
Where are we going?
Thank
Let's
you.
go in front of the
Oh,
signs.
nice.
What do we have? Is
Just
this
tell me I'm not really happy with the surprise.
All right. I didn't know it.
Yeah. So we'll return at 2:45 for those online.
2:45, okay.
But, are you ready to show the video? Well, not yet. I'm going to start with the presentation, but I just want to show you ready. Or will you be ready? I think he will be ready.
We are. Isn't that a great story?
That's a cool story. We would have never been born seeing that just broke down.
Totally.
Maybe he stepped away.
It's a story about persistence too.
I mean, he's logged in, he's sharing his screen.
Some might call it harassment.
But we are unmuted now, so if you want.
Some would call it
Entitlement.
He doesn't want.
Mayor, are you ready?
He was from Texas.
Mayor, are you ready?
Oh,
I just want to make sure that you.
I'm still, I'm like, I still don't know that title. Yes,
Her name's Becky.
yes, yeah.
Not in this form. All right. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Heidi Hansen, Interim Deputy City Manager. Some of you have seen this before, and some of you haven't. Maybe some of the new leadership haven't seen this, but the reason why Greg wanted me to show this again today was so that we could practice it. And I will let you know I haven't received any of these in my inbox, so I'm hoping after this I will this year. Just kidding. But anyway, so what we're going to show you is something fun. It's sweet, it's caffeinated, and it's stress-free. Now, we have so many sweets happening today. Like, I'm like buzzing for sugar. The point of the matter is, it's not about that today, it's about recognizing that we want to create a different culture at the city. So, could go to the next slide, Ralph. Hope we can go to the next slide. Yes. All right. So, how do we create a culture that's more stress-free? And I guess I should follow my slides. Ralph is going to show you something that he sent me. Ralph is our creative services manager and someone you want to know, because if you ever need anything, he's amazing. And he basically gets the city and Discover Flagstaff through anything we need creatively. Ralph shared this video with me a long time ago, and I had to share it with the city manager, and now we're going to share it with you. So Ralph, if you'll cue up the video, I'd appreciate it.
Hello. We would like to learn how to do a Swedish fika.
Great, you've come to the right place. Well, let me start with the basics. Do you want coffee or do you want tea?
Coffee?
I would love some coffee. Yeah, coffee, please. Well, we do normally drink a lot of coffee here in Sweden.
I think I'd like a cappuccino, please.
For pastries, what do you want then? Like, here we have our crown jewel of Swedish fika. It's the cinnamon bun or a princess cake.
2 cinnamon buns. Let's share a slice of that.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right, great. I'll bring it out to you. All right, here's your coffee.
Thank you so much.
So, for a Swedish fika, let me start with, how well do you guys actually know each other?
We actually just met at work today.
All right, nice. Well, I mean, then I would suggest to like maybe not start talk about like politics, religion. Try to keep it
So is it possible to fika whenever we want?
I mean, like at workplaces you usually have fika at 10 and then at 3. But if you're outside the work situation, you just fika whenever you want.
Okay. So are we ready to start fika now?
I mean, yeah, technically, but you need to know that like, we eat them in a particular order. So, I mean, most Swedes already know that.
Oh, what is the eating order then, because I actually just took a bite of the princess cake.
Oh no. Well, we always start with the least fancy cookie, and then we end with the most fancy cake.
Okay, so start with the cinnamon bun and then.
Good to know for next time.
So is it okay to decline a fika?
No. You don't want to do that.
So what happens if I decline a fika without a good reason?
Ja, tackar man nej till fika privat, då är det kanske ett sätt att tala om att man inte vill träffas. För det bör man tacka ja till.
Okay. So that video goes on a little bit longer, so we cut it off just so that you get the gist of it. So what we're trying to get you to understand is that coffee has been known to create a social ambiance, and sugar can be beneficial effect to your brain. So all of you, after this January New Year's, it said you're going to give up sugar, you're going to have to make some changes, because when you go to fika, you definitely need to do sugar. Next slide, Ralph. It's coming. All right. Socialization, it says it increases the hormone that decreases anxiety levels. This type of socializing helps you cope with stressors. And as a council body and a leadership team, we will have a lot of stressors. You'll notice that this first year especially. And so why is socialization important to our mental health? It keeps your mind agile and improves your cognitive function. So fika before a Tuesday meeting, for instance, would be a really good idea. Next slide. I just like some of these quotes. I love days when the only problem I have is tea or coffee. Stress is dessert spelled backwards. Tea time is a chance to slow down, pull back, and appreciate our surroundings. Keep calm. There is nothing a cake can't solve. Next slide. Just a few more. This one, it kills me every single time, and it is so true. You're being out of office. I'm away camping for the summer. Please email me back in September. American out of office. I've left the office for 2 hours to undergo kidney surgery. You should reach me on my cell at any time. And I will tell you, I was literally on my laptop last night talking to Trace Ward about something. It was 10:30 and my husband came out and was like, what the hell? So I was just like, I'm sorry, I have to get off, you're right. So this point is, we're all doing it. We all have to take a time in our day and stop doing it. Next slide. A few more quotes. I love this one. Want to hear a joke? Decaf. A bad day with coffee is better than a good day without it. And sometimes I go hours without drinking coffee. It's called sleeping. Last slide. All right, so what we want you to think about and what we want you to consider is it is okay to take a break. It's okay to say, I want to meet you over at Lake for the Train or Kickstand or wherever at 10 o'clock or whenever, 3 o'clock, and I want to get to know you better. And I know it's going to be really, really hard, but the rules with fika is you're not supposed to talk about work. So try to get to know one another better. We're encouraging that. You did a little bit of that today with our trainer. And then we hope that you'll get to know the leadership team by asking us to fika and us asking you back. So I think that's all I have. Right? Yep. A party without a cake is just a meeting. So we have some treats in the back for you. If you don't want the treats right now, because I know there's been a lot of sugar, please take something home because we're all left with it. And Stacy's like, take it home. No, thank you. But anyway, appreciate all of you being here today. But we want you to know that we, along with the staff, are encouraging a culture of getting to know one another and taking a break.
Well said.
Yeah. Thank you, Heidi.
FICA time?
It's FICA time. Is any stuff in the back?
There's done.
Right, 15 minutes?
No princess cake today, sorry, Greg.
The council staff and rural relationships starts at 2:45.
Some coffee.
We just took a break.
2:45.
Is there coffee back there?
Well, it's actually, that's
This weather.
So we'll just let people
Yes, sir, next week.
get their sweets and then I'll queue up.
we have, I mean, our, these will take the. All right, we are back live. None of that.
All right, everybody, we're back at it. Heidi, thank you for the introduction to
Yes, thank you
FICA.
for that.
Heidi's division will be hosting FICA every Friday. At what time? Kidding.
Yeah.
We're staying with the same theme. We talked a lot about our structure, some of our management principles, which again, we all embrace collectively. We're going to now bring it together again, but drill down on the roles of council and staff respectively, and the separation of those roles and the integration of those. So bear with me. Similar comment here. Do not take notes on this stuff. It's kind of intended to get you thinking. This morning we heard a lot about the city charter and city council / manager form of governance and things related to that. This may be a nice transition from that discussion into more of the practicality component. How do we do it? How do we function together? I am going to start here by noting what you have already heard. In the most simple terms, the role of council is to make policy and the role of staff is to implement policy. So if you had to put it on the back of a napkin, that's probably what you would say. But it ain't that simple. It never is, and that's a gross oversimplification of what really happens. But let's delve for a minute into this policy-making arena that council occupies. If you were to look at one model, and we talked a little bit earlier about reactive decision-making, or in this case, policy-making versus proactive. But in the reactive policy making, if we were to look at the most simplified model, it would be like this. You have a problem, the community has a problem, there's a proposal to fix it, and there are probably alternatives analyzed. So there's a few ideas swirling around, and from that discussion comes a decision as to which alternative is going to be advanced. And then that is implemented, and over time it's evaluated. If we were to think of some examples of these pertaining to the city of Flagstaff, very significant examples, we've already talked about these today, but we have a problem. We have a shortage of housing. It's been a prevalent problem and it's only gotten worse. And Flagstaff is becoming a bit of a poster child in Arizona for this particular problem. It goes to the recruitment issue I was just talking about. What do we do? Well, the Housing Commission, the housing staff, many people have been banging their heads on this, and last year, the 10-year housing plan was unveiled and discussed at length with council and adopted. It's now in implementation, and in fact, just a couple of months ago, a bond proposition 442 was passed, which will now put into place some capital to do some of these much needed housing programs. We are on our way. We have a problem. We have a problem with our climate. And because of global warming and the effects on our climate from greenhouse gas emissions, we are seeing things in our community that are rather, I don't want to say unprecedented, but the severity and frequency of them is indeed unprecedented. We are seeing wildfires reach catastrophic levels. at an intense rate. And we're seeing from those fires flooding that is now inundating a number of our neighborhoods where our residents are living behind large stacks of sandbags. That is just one example of the many, many, many impacts coming about because of climate change. And so because of this problem, a global problem, if you will, council has enacted, they put into place the climate emergency years ago, just like the housing emergency. But then more recently, after the climate action and adaptation plan, now the carbon neutrality plan. We have fires and floods, as I mentioned, natural disasters that are occurring with alarming frequency and severity. What do we do in reaction to that? There are many things that are happening. Again, back to the election in Proposition 441, we now have the spruce wash improvements in the queue. That's great. But years ago, the Flagstaff Watershed Protection Project became a reality, an effort to start or bolster our efforts to make more healthy our forest resources, which in turn, and as this council has seen a lot of lately, and it's been very informative, the healthier the stands, the timber stands, which have always been adaptive to fire, the less catastrophic the fires are when they do occur. Not trying to keep the fires from happening, trying to keep them from reaching catastrophic levels. If we shift from reactive into proactive policy making, it's an even more simplified model. It looks something like this. You as the elected officials have your goals. We'll be talking about those much more in the retreats ahead, reflecting the community goals and priorities. And from those goals come policies, and from those policies come the administrative implementation of those policies. Some examples of late where you can think about this model being put into practice. Very recently, the CARE team was put into place after a lot of very careful thought by council and many interest groups. We have our CARE team, and it is embodied within our fire department largely, but it involves members from elsewhere in the community as well. It has also stemmed from a lot of discussion about having an alternate response to certain incidents, needs in our community, to that of the traditional law enforcement response. And so far, Chief, and just nod your head, it's been successful. Yes, we've seen some numbers. Yeah, we're off to a good start on that. It's still about a year into it now. You'll be getting reports on it. Wonderful program, proactive planning. Years ago, and Vice Mayor Aslan, of course, would be tuned into this one, we put into place our outdoor lighting standards, all in an effort to proactively preserve our night skies. That is especially important in Flagstaff, being the very first international dark skies city with our 2 observatories. We are so proud of our dark skies, and I don't think it's a reach to say that the preservation of our night skies would not have happened without a lot of proactive planning on the front end. Our water conservation program, I had the opportunity to present with a panel of managers last year in front of a lot of folks, a lot of water attorneys, frankly, down in Phoenix, and I talked a little bit at length about our water conservation program. What it has done for the city of Flagstaff. It's been in place now for some time, very progressive, proactive policy making. That has basically, we are right now seeing the same per capita usage that we would have seen. I want to get this wrong. With the implementation of this program, our per capita usage, when you factor in growth over the last 20 years, has really not changed. In other words, we've had 20 or maybe 25 years worth of growth just by conservation in terms of our per capita water consumption. That is rather remarkable when you think about it. It is enabling our community to do much more with its water resource stewardship, the proactive planning of that particular scarce resource. A huge accomplishment for the city, again, through very proactive policy making. So when we talk then on the implementation of policy, and we're kind of drifting off here now into the staff part of this, what is staff's role? Well, in a simple sense, we inform the policy discussions. You get the presentations from staff. You had them Tuesday, you had them a week ago Tuesday, and you'll have them every Tuesday going forward. There will be some level of presentation on something that relates to policy. And that happens even in the work sessions, because the work sessions are kind of on the front end of things. But ultimately, a lot of times policy is what derives from these discussions. So staff puts together their presentations and they get before you and they roll it out. And out of that, they identify all the resources that would be needed to implement these outcomes, and you're informed of that as well. And assuming the policy is put into place through your action items, then staff is charged with implementing that policy. And again, it's evaluated over time. If we think about this policy sphere in the administrative or implementation sphere, again, an oversimplified and grossly outdated model might look like this. And I put it up just briefly because in reality, this dichotomy, this separation of the two functions has never really occurred. You see it referenced in some of the textbooks, but in practice, there's always been some level of integration between policymaking, council, and staff, your policy implementers or administration. Examples where that integration occurs could be this very process right now, the budget process, where we come together and we talk about resource allocation, we talk about policies, we talk about staffing, we talk about priorities, everything merges. That is a merging of policy and administration. Probably the budget process may be the best example of this. It happens with your commission structure. We talked about that earlier today. Your appointed commissions, council-appointed commissions, serve in a number of roles, but most of them involve some integration into city administration. Some. The familiarity and understanding of city operations. Mayor, you did a ride-along in the snowplow. Did you survive that, by the way? I mean, how many accidents were there? You did that. That was this week, yeah. Councilmember Sweet, you did a ride-along last week. Great examples. You're learning about operations firsthand. You're out visiting with divisions. You had breakfast with pros recently. We had lunch with Public Works a while ago. There's a lot happening where council is becoming integrated, mostly in an introductory manner with the operations of the city, and it's welcome. Disaster response. When disasters happen, and we've had more than our fair share, the roles of the respective roles of council and staff at that point do become very merged. Scott Overton has been leading the incident management team, and out of that, advisements to the policymakers. That happens with frequency where operations are discussed. Then you have the actual on-the-ground things that are happening. Last summer, I know most, if not all of you, were out there filling sandbags in the neighborhoods and dealing with this firsthand. And then public outreach. You'll be capping off today with a nice presentation by Sarah and others on public outreach. Another very illustrative component of the organization where council and staff are working side by side, because many of the queries that come in from our public are addressed to who? The mayor and council. And by the way, we are grateful for that. We are very grateful. In fact, we bought you lunch today for that very reason. But really, it doesn't end there, because it goes from there, as Sarah's going to walk you through. It filters out into the organization, and we all get together and figure out a response, and the response is sent out. And there's all kinds of mechanisms and conduits by which the public outreach is occurring, and it doesn't fall neatly in one sphere or another. The two get merged together. Okay. As we
continue on, then a better model might look something like this, where you have overlap between policy and administration. But wait, what about the attorneys? Most policies have some sort of legal foundation to them. In fact, I would challenge you to think of anything that doesn't have a legal foundation to it. Anything at all. Most procedures have legal implications, same comment. Just about everything we do has a legal consideration to it. We had open meetings law and open records law this morning, and I tell you, the attorneys could be here for 2 days advising us about all the things that we have to be mindful of in the profession that we occupy, because it's all legally based. And for some, litigation is a lunchtime sport, which is another way of saying people litigate all the time these days. Our society is all about that. Attorneys everywhere. They have billboards all over the interstates, and people litigate, and that's what happens. And local government is a frequent target, and we know that. So legal input and advisement is integral to what we do. And so I have come up with yet another model. And in Sterling's absence this afternoon, I have labeled this the Sterling model. And it's an integration of policy, administration, and legal. And of course, we operate a lot where these spheres in this Venn diagram overlap. Let's talk a bit about relationships. I've got about 5 more minutes, and I'll keep us on time. What's it like when council engages with staff? Well, in this current environment with this organization, and we just gave you a nice discussion about that, council is free to meet with staff for information at any time. And we don't have a lot of barriers on this. We ask that you give us in the manager's office some sort of courtesy notice, like, hey, I'm meeting with so-and-so, or just copy us on the email if you like. But if that doesn't happen, we're not going to lose sleep on it, but we just like to know what's going on, but we don't have to be at the table. We ask that you avoid anything that involves an allocation of resources or a delegation of tasks, unless it's coming from the dais, and there probably needs to be a little more thought going into it. But that's an easy thing to avoid. Think of staff, if you will, from a budgetary perspective. We talked about the general fund a little while ago. The general fund and all the other funds pay our salaries, staff salaries. Those funds are derived largely from taxpayers in our community. So everything we do at the staff level, everything, is costing our taxpayers something. And if you always look at staff time and staff resources through the lens of taxpayers are paying for this, that's a good filter through which to see things, because even the most casual of meetings at times could be expensive. There's a great expense in this room right now because we're all here. So it's a good lens through which to see these things. Respect the general separation of policy and administration, but recognize there's a lot of integration. We just talked about that. One recent example, by the way, I recall when COVID happened and the facilities closed, and we were all wondering what to do and how we were going to do it. And nobody had the experience of living through a global pandemic. With our facilities closed and all of our meetings now being done virtually, we had I think then it was Mayor Evans attend some of our agenda setting meetings and our extended leadership meetings in preparation of the agenda. And it was really good and it was beneficial. So there are some examples at times, and it's usually circumstantial, where, again, I mentioned or disaster response, where there is that need for even a higher level of integration between the two. On the staff side, as we talk about engagement with staff, we switch to engagement by staff. And the best example of that, of course, is at the council meetings and work sessions. Every Tuesday, our staff gets to have engagement with the city council. And we prepare those presentations, as I mentioned. I'll share with you, if it isn't entirely obvious, that within our organization, we really embrace and emphasize broad participation in your council meetings. You're not going to hear from me every week. You'll hear from me at times. You'll hear from the deputies at times. You'll hear from our leadership team a lot. You're also going to hear from section heads, and you're going to hear from people who are out there, the boots on the ground, doing the work, sharing their expertise with you. And it keeps the council meetings exciting, and it's good for our staff to have that face time with their elected body, telling you the things that they do. We do our employee recognition. There's a lot of updates you get. You heard a couple of them with our city manager report this week. I have 1 minute. And then the many community and intergovernmental functions where we're at the same table together. I want to touch briefly, and I'm going to end with this, about council meeting decorum. You had a very nice presentation on the rules and procedures, which you as a council adopted, of course, your predecessors. And these are your rules. So some suggested meeting decorum, and these are like things between the rules and procedures to be considered, and I think there are things that are already well in play. It's important to be formal at these meetings. So we address each other by title and last name. We try to do that all the time. I very much want to say Becky or Miranda or Jim, but I try to catch myself from doing that because frankly, you're the mayor and you're a council member and you have titles and you've worked hard to achieve those titles and you're going to be addressed that way. And that's how the community expects it to happen. And that's how it needs to happen in our council meetings. And we're all very good about that. First name basis is great, but council meetings are not the time for that. Please keep your cameras on. They enhance the personal interaction. Most of you are very good about doing that. People want to see your faces. They don't want to see mine. They don't want to see everybody else's. They want to see yours. So as you're up there, you are the face of the organization, an outward face during these council meetings, and we would love to see your pictures live. We talked about emphasizing inclusion. That's been happening, of course. Is there a question?
Thoughts on backgrounds?
Background, we would prefer not to see the backgrounds because you have such a lovely background at the council dais with the stones and the flags and the city logo and everything. So that's just a suggestion, and it kind of keeps things consistent. It also lets our citizens know that you're in the council chambers. If you're there, if you're not there, being in an office environment at home, no problem. Other suggestions on meeting decorum, and I am wrapping up. On our end, large agendas, we're going to do our part to keep your agendas manageable. Sometimes we screw up on that and your agendas are really, really long, and I apologize in advance. That will happen from time to time. Sometimes they're very short, but we will try to keep them manageable. On your end, long agendas will necessitate efficient meetings. So far, we seem to be having very efficient meetings. A couple of comments here. Clear thought will erode after a few hours. We have had council meetings go past midnight. We've had many council meetings go, to 11 or 12 o'clock. I'm always reading the body language in the room at that hour. I know I'm brain dead, and I have to think everybody around me is brain dead. So there's not much to be accomplished after a 7 or 8 hour meeting. We're probably not thinking as clear as we should. Nothing wrong with continuing discussions if the hour is getting late. You do not have to engage on every topic. And I leave you as a final comment, brevity is the soul of wit. And with that, I'll conclude. I'm a few minutes over. You can have my gold star back. Any questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember.
Just with the cameras being on, maybe this is an IT question, because on my side, if somebody is doing a presentation, it looks like my face is like right there as part of the presentation. So is it okay to turn off during that, or is that not what the live audience sees?
I'm looking to see if CJ was going to pop in. So what the audience will generally see is what is being presented on the screens in the council chambers. So if there is a presentation that staff is giving with a PowerPoint, typically that is what is being broadcast over our stream. However, once discussion starts, so if discussion's happening even in the middle of that presentation, we have a director that will redirect cameras based on the conversation. So it's a bit of a mixture. We know that the current setup right now is a little bit wonky. We're testing out some stuff, trying to come up with a better solution long term that won't require you to have, your face like right here. But it's kind of a work in progress right now. I don't know that I have a very clear answer for you, but maybe it's something we can try out a couple times during the council meeting and see how that maybe affects things.
When we get to the system that she's describing, it's going to be so nice. You won't have to worry about messing around with your laptops and all that will be done for you. The camera work. Yes.
Just curious, on those lengthy council meetings,
Yes.
Is there opportunities to recess and put it off to the next? Like if a meeting is just going on and on about an agenda item, do we have to finish it up or?
Rarely is that the case. There are some times where we have deadlines, but almost always it can be continued. It will be at the discretion of the mayor as your presiding official, but really I think with all of council's input, on our end, we're glad to see things get continued from time to time, and there are times where it would make a lot of sense. There is the 9:30 rule.
Yes. At
9:30, if we're still going, we will stop. This is initiated by somebody on council, whoever it happens to be. Say it's 9:30, Mayor, can I ask for a pause so we can have a discussion as to whether we want to move forward or not. So council does check in if you hit 9:30 to see if the meeting continues.
That was initiated when our meeting started at 6.
Yeah, right.
Now we start at 3.
Now we start at 3.
Because it was 3 hours when you started at 3.5 hours when you started at 6. Now we start at 3. So should it be 3.5 hours after 3?
Well, that's a council decision. Yeah. These are all council rules.
Just pointing that out.
Yeah.
And Sterling's got his hand up as well.
Sterling is with us. Sterling, did you see the Sterling model?
Absolutely loved it.
You're famous.
Loved the Sterling model. You've already addressed it, Greg, with the 9:30 rule, and again, that's a council rule. You can adjust that time as you see fit, council. Thank you.
Thank you, Sterling, and thanks for joining us remotely. Other questions? I want to pass it on to Sarah, and she's going to wrap up the day with public affairs. Thank you for your indulgence. Sarah, welcome.
Thanks, everyone. I am the last speaker for today, so good news there. Thanks to Greg. I'll cover several different public outreach topics today that really a lot of the work of public affairs revolves around. And those include our media relations, how we handle relations with our media outlets, our social media presence online, how we handle emails to that council@flagstaffaz.gov email address that you've probably become quite familiar with already, and our relatively new videography program. So, media relations. Of course, maintaining positive relationships with our media is super important because it allows us to really effectively communicate with our community. The media is really, they're able to get out messages very quickly and to a very wide audience, so that's super valuable. Our relationships do kind of go 2 ways. So first, there's us pitching stories proactively to the media, and then there's also us responding to their requests for more information. And we try and value those equally. So first, we'll look at us being proactive and sending out stories to them. We regularly send out news releases, which is kind of how we pitch stories to the media. Those can be on a variety of different topics. They mostly center around changes in city programming that residents may notice, opportunities for residents to become involved in things going on at the city, or just other developments they should be aware of, whether it's a construction project or any big thing going on. It's important to note that there's, of course, no guarantee that these are going to get picked up by the media. So we're just kind of putting it out there and see who bites. We do generally get pretty good coverage from the Daily Sun, They're a great partner that we have also from CAF Radio, our local NPR stations. So our local media are really good at kind of telling our story, which is really useful. An example of the news releases on the screen, just so you can see what they look like. They'll always be on that letterhead, and they do go to your email addresses, so you should always see them there. They're also posted on our website homepage. That way citizens can see them. So looking at the other side of media relations, public affairs serves as kind of a clearinghouse for all of the different media requests that come in. The one exception to that is the police department. They do have their own public information officer, Sergeant Rentala, and he handles all of their media inquiries, but everything else comes through public affairs. And I'd also wanted to note that we only respond to media requests that relate to city business. That may seem obvious, but there does seem to be some confusion sometimes amongst media partners about, which local government agency is in charge of what. So if we do get something related to the county or a question about what's going on with the schools, we'll be sure to send those along to our media partners or to our communications folks at those different agencies. And that really helps us avoid miscommunication and misinformation going out. So we really try and stay in our lane and only speak for city business at public affairs. So if we do get a request related to city business, we strive to respond accurately and as timely as possible. It's not uncommon to get a request from a reporter that they have a deadline in 4 hours and they need to know, or else, they're going ahead with the story kind of thing. So it's always advantageous for us to work within their deadline, if feasible, and get them that accurate information so that that can be included within the story. Our responses are always non-opinionated and factual in nature. We do try and stay within those lines. And then to put together a response, we'll often work together with staff in the different divisions, and they will help us write up an accurate written response, or will help coordinate an interview or whatever the media is requesting. In terms of council involvement, so sometimes a reporter will reach out to public affairs and say, hey, we would like to get Mayor Daggett's thoughts on XYZ program. In that instance, we'll let you know, Mayor Daggett or council members, that request has been made, and we'll leave it up to you to decide what you want to do with that. That's your own personal decision. We are happy to prepare talking points or provide you with any background information. If you are going to do an interview on city business, just let us know, and we're happy to help out however we can. Another way that council could be involved in this is sometimes when there's a lot of high-profile things going on, we may get a lot of different interview requests. For example, last summer with the flooding, we had maybe 10 interview requests in a day about the flooding from the valley stations and things like that. If that started happening, we may reach out to different council members and the mayor to ask if you would like to maybe be involved in these interviews, especially related to like public safety messaging and things like that. The message can be really useful coming from an elected official who people may recognize and trust as well. So that is media relations. Any questions on that before we go on to social media?
Just really quick, and it's kind of tied in with social media.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if your division has any preferences for when we might share information that you share to us by email to like social media. Like I'll see a press release come through and I try and wait until I see it come out on Facebook because I don't want to share anything that you were hoping would just kind of stay internal. But can we assume that if it's a press release that you're sharing, it's going to go out imminently so we can start sharing that information?
Yeah, I think that's safe to assume. If it's a press release, it's public, it's fine to put it out there. It's ready for public consumption. One caveat is that we do now have Samantha Victor, our community engagement specialist, and she is very talented in making graphics and things that look visually interesting. So when we do send out a press release, that's Sam's cue. She gets those, and then that's her cue to start working up a post. And it normally only takes her, 20, 30 minutes, and then that goes out. So you're more than welcome to share the press release. You're more than welcome to share Sam's post, to put together your own post, whatever you prefer. But for most press releases, we'll do a social media post that you could just really easily share if that's your preference.
But sometimes you'll send us a press release and say, this will be going out tomorrow or something.
Yes.
In that case, we probably should not share it until it actually goes out.
True. Yeah, sometimes we do give you that courtesy just as a heads up in case you have any questions. Once a news release goes out, we assume that you may be receiving questions on that topic as well. So for some, more sensitive things, we like to give you a bit of time. Ask us any questions you may have. That way, we all feel prepared and providing the same the same message to the public. All right. Move along to social media here. So this is, of course, another way that we interact with the community. We have a presence on a variety of different channels. You can see all those icons there, and each of those should be linked to our city account for that type of social media. We mainly do use Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. We find that those are kind of the main ones that people are using right now. We do have a presence on Nextdoor, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. It's kind of neighborhood based, so it allows
Talking about
us.
snow berms right now.
Yeah, a lot of, really on all the channels, there's talk about snow berms right now. But Nextdoor allows us to do kind of hyper-local messaging, whether it be about a construction project or maybe they're repairing a water line on a certain street. That's where Nextdoor becomes really useful.
So is Nextdoor something that residents, citizens have to sign up for?
It is.
And how do they know that?
They have to create an account, so it's just like Facebook.
No, how do they know that we have that?
It works a bit differently than Facebook and Instagram. They don't follow us per se, but we can choose as a local government agency which neighborhoods we want to target our message to. And if you have a Nextdoor account, your address is in Nextdoor, and so if we target your neighborhood, you'll get that message.
I think she was asking, like, how do they know about the existence of the platform? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We try, and so every so often we try and do a post on, Facebook that says, hey, you can also follow us on Instagram, Nextdoor, things like that. We also, I believe, have a page of our official accounts on our website. And that way people can know what our official accounts are as well. But that's a good point. We could probably do more advertising about our Nextdoor communications.
Thank you.
There's no information that is only shared on one channel, right? So it's not like someone would miss that information if they weren't on that.
Right. Yeah, Sam does try and kind of change up the tone a little bit. Like for Instagram, she'll be a bit more informal than Facebook. The only caution I would say is Twitter, of course, is limited to 240 something, 170 characters. So it's less information on Twitter a lot of times than we can do on Facebook.
So let me just clarify what I heard Mayor say.
Yeah.
So what you're telling us is that nothing that you put on Nextdoor is not going to be anywhere else. So if you put it on Nextdoor, it's in all your other stuff, and you're just sending Nextdoor a special.
Yeah.
Just they get an extra communication.
That's correct. Yeah. Sorry, I should have clarified that. Good. Yep. We always try and cross post, and it would likely be on our website as well. So we're hoping that people would see it at that point. Let's see, we also use LinkedIn, of course, for hiring and recruitment. That is jointly managed with our HR team. And then we also have a YouTube channel that we've been developing quite a bit lately. We host all of our videos there. Our boards and commissions are chronicled there as well. And then recently, thanks to IT's help, we're also streaming our council meetings on YouTube. So it is quite the hub for all sorts of videos. One thing I wanted to touch on is the social media directive. The link is provided online. You can see the hyperlink there if you're interested in reading it. It's only about 2 pages, so it's not a big commitment. But the directive really helps guide our staff in what they can and cannot do on social media and kind of the appropriate use of our official city media channels. The directive also, relevant for this conversation, helps us guide how we should be featuring elected officials and what the appropriate way to be doing that is. So through the directive, we've determined that any post that references a specific council member should either, one, be related to your priorities and objectives. That's a priority-based budgeting term, and I think Chris is going to talk about that a bit more tomorrow. But those are your kind of overarching goals. Or second, it should be related to an item that you all have given us direction on, official direction in the council chambers. So for example, in February, when we go down to Phoenix to do our state lobbying trip, we might snap some photos and show that, some of our council is lobbying our state elected officials. And that would be all right per the directive because you all have approved your legislative priorities. So we've got clear direction on that. What we wouldn't do is post, a story about an individual council member maybe doing a project that they are interested in, because that is just related to one and the whole body hasn't given direction on that. That's of course appropriate for your individual channels, but we just wouldn't post it on our city pages. So that's mainly what I wanted to cover with social media. Any questions on that one? All right. So next is our council email address. So of course, another way we interact with the community is direct email communications between staff and council members and our residents. As I mentioned, you should all be getting these by now, so you've probably seen them. But we at Public Affairs have kind of developed kind of a flow chart that we use to triage these emails that come in. And we divide them into two different categories. So the first is residents who are writing in to share their opinions with you. Maybe there's an important vote coming up and they would like you to know their reasoning behind why they think you should vote a certain way. In that instance, staff will generally not reply. We'll just leave that up to your general consumption. Council members are, of course, welcome to reply to that resident if they like, but you're not required. And then the second type of emails that we normally get are people reporting reporting problems or asking questions. And that's kind of staff's cue that we will kick in and start working on a reply. If a resident asks a question, for example, about our carbon neutrality plan, I'll send that over to Nicole and Jenny, or excuse me, Sean Johnson normally triages these, and he'll send that over to Nicole and Jenny. They'll work on a response, and then they will reply directly to the resident, and they'll copy the entire council. So that way everyone stays on the same page. You can see that a response has gone out, and you can also read the information in case you're interested. Council is also welcome to reply to questions and problems, but again, not required.
But don't reply all.
Yeah.
Two things. One, I'm not sure that staff always copies council. Two, I encourage council members to reply to emails. I think that the public likes to know that we are reading their emails. So that's just a suggestion.
Thank you. And yeah, we can do a reminder to staff to copy mayor and council when they do reply.
Thank you.
All right, so the last slide is about our video program. So this is really the newest and kind of most exciting way that we're communicating with our residents right now. We found that in general, people seem to engage and be more excited by videos that we post online versus text or a graphic. So that really was the impetus behind this program and kind of getting it off the ground. I've shown a few examples on the screen. I won't play it, but you can feel free to go back and watch them at any time. Those are live links, and of course, they're all on our YouTube channel. But just to kind of show what we've been up to, this is just a small selection of videos that we've put together. We do tend to create videos on topics that are of very high priority and high importance for the council or for the city, just because they do take a lot of time and effort to create and to do it well. Some examples, which you can see here, we have one created by our community engagement specialist, Sam Victor, on the Kill-Up detention basins. So that was created when residents around the area were really curious what's going on and what are all this, what's all this construction activity. We used some drone footage, and Sam went out and got some shots to be able to kind of tell that story a bit more. We also worked with a professional videographer, Nick Yee, on the next two. One to introduce Valeria Chase, who you heard from last week, I want to say, on our neighborhood liaison program, and then also, of course, the all-important fire restrictions. So trying to kind of demystify those fire restrictions and let residents know what they can do when. So those are just some examples of high priority topics that we've done videos on in the past. I also wanted to note that the type of video we make depends on the topic and how much time we have. So sometimes it may just be an iPhone and a staff member, and we may grab you and say, hey, could we, grab you for 20 minutes and we'll just do something unscripted. Other times we'll hire a videographer, we'll write a script. We could even hire actors like we did in the neighborhood liaison video. So it really just kind of depends on the topic and what we want to do with it. As Greg mentioned, we do have a new staff member coming on board who will be focused about 80% of their time on videos. They'll be a digital media specialist. So we're working through that recruitment process right now, but with that person coming on board, we have a few recurring video series that we'd like to get started. So you can look forward to those. One of them we're thinking is going to involve council members. So you can expect an invitation soon to see if you'd like to participate in that. So
is that a full-time position?
Yes.
Reach out to Adam.
Was an open recruitment. Great. Well, that's all I have. Happy to take any questions now.
So sometimes someone will send something to mayor and council, and I think we really need to answer this. And I'll send it to you or to Greg and say, we really should respond to this. But what I'm gathering is I really don't need to do that because you're going to go through those anyway.
Yes, you can assume if there's a request or a request for any sort of information or a problem or anything like that.
Okay.
We'll respond.
So I'll go wasting your time.
If there's anything you'd like us to specifically include in our response, feel free to let us know.
All right.
So basically, if somebody's just sharing their opinion with you about whatever life, that doesn't necessarily warrant a response.
Right. Yeah, we feel that's getting into a bit of the policy sphere, which is, of course, not our role as staff and your role as elected officials. So we'll stay out of that. All right. Well, thank you very much. I'll pass it back to Greg or Katie or whoever. Thank you.
You can close.
Because the official part of
Yeah, and I doubt there's any public comment. Maybe we should turn it over to the mayor for public comment. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all. We are wrapping things up. Mayor, we might turn the meeting back over to you, and we do designate this time for public comment. You can solicit any public comment should it exist, and then we'll go ahead and close the meeting. Did you have some wrap up as well, Katie, that you'd like to do? Or
Yes, just for a few minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do the wrap up first.
So do wrap up, public comment, and closure. Are you okay with that? Great.
Okay, great. So just as a wrap up, in a moment of reflection, what was your largest takeaways from today? Take a minute. It can be from anything that was shared. Please jot down what your largest takeaways were from today.
You want a serious answer or fun answer?
I think both are warranted. Now, of course, everything that was shared today was vastly important. But as we just reflect, we're just making sure that we touch base with anything that really struck us or any large takeaways we may have. Okay. So Councilmember Matthews, would you be willing to share one of those takeaways?
Sure, it's kind of a not a one, but just really emphasize that we live in a very team environment. We have a lot of support and very lucky to serve with such highly qualified staff members as a whole.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, that is a good one.
Yes.
Councilmember Harris, would you be willing to share one of your takeaways?
You just saw me put my pen down, right?
I did.
Yeah, but what I took away is that, and I've said this before, we have an amazing group of staff professionals on the city staff, and that we would be well served to let them do their job. So that's that's my takeaway, is that, you know, I trust them, you know. They haven't given me a reason not to. And so even before I got on council. So I'd say let the professionals do their job. And when they're not doing their job, then we talk to Greg.
Yeah. I like that you've used the word trust, though, because that was one of your big questions. So it's good to know where we're at. So I'm just going to ask one more because we don't have time for everyone to share. But if you wouldn't mind, Councilmember, I was about to call you Jim, but I was like, no, don't do it.
All right, 2, we should drink more coffee. And 2, council can work together as a team to get a lot done.
Yes, great. Thank you for sharing those takeaways, and I hope that self-reflection becomes a habit for you, because that is a great part of maintaining this council to be what you want it to be. So that being said, I would like to go ahead and give it back to the mayor.
We'll turn it back to Mayor Daggett, but can we give Katie a big round of applause? Mayor, can you close us out?
Yes. Do we have any public participation?
Mayor, I have nobody that has indicated they want to speak today.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. This was a great first day of our retreat, and we are adjourned.